being of the researcher who went out here and then showed up at a later date we'll get to. So only 6 days after that, whenever Async sets up their cameras, Motion Detected takes place, where we see one of the life forms kind of observing whatever async's doing. 6 days later, on March the 11th of 1990, the archive.tar file was compiled, which makes sense since it's pretty much just images and clips of async building. You don't really think about it while you're watching the videos, but all those events I just listed take place nearly within a month of each other. This next thing is something that I didn't mention in the rest of the video because it doesn't occur in a video, it occurs in one of Kane's community posts. And it's that on April the 18th of 1990, these bizarre paintings were found by Async somewhere in the complex. Now, is this indicative of the complex adapting and changing, or is it a sign that Async is venturing out further and discovering more weird geometry? We don't know yet. But excluding the weird barn axe room that is still going to be the death of me, this is by far the most complex thing that we've seen out of the complex. Haha. Less than a month after those paintings were found, the events of Pitfalls and Report take place on May the 6th of 1990. And then, as we know, 2 days after Pitfalls, the State Department shows up to Async, and that's when presentation takes place. But as we also know, that is the same time that the guy who disappeared in informational video shows back up right here. In other words, he skipped forward in time just over 2 months. Then there's nothing else taking place in the timeline except for this one debatable thing that happens 7 months later. The Simpsons episode, Bart Gets Hit by a Car, originally aired on January the 10th of 1991. Now obviously the TV recording that we see in the unlisted video The Simpsons doesn't necessarily have to be the first date the episode aired, but this is the earliest point it could have happened. 5 months later, archive.tar is compiled, and as a slight correction, I think I said that the archive.tar up here was compiled at that date on March the 11th. In actuality, clips from it were recorded on March the 11th, and the video was put together during June of 1991. So, while we don't have a lot of information yet as to what Async is doing in this whole bubble of time, they are together enough that they're making a cute little scrapbook of building images for some reason. And then while this next thing is a really big jump on the timeline, I think it's just because we don't know what happens through all of this yet. But the next thing that we have is that found footage, the first video in all of this, was recorded on July the 4th of 1991. We can tell because whenever the cameraman is in front of the clacker board and sees the date, that's the date that we have. So he starts filming on July the 4th. However, it says the footage was recovered on September the 23rd of 1996. So this guy jumped forward a little over 2 months, and then this guy jumped forward a little over 5 years. So now we're getting into the theories, and the first one builds off of this. Whenever Async originally opened up the complex, we saw that the immediate effects of it were missing people and earthquakes. Async catches on pretty fast to the concept that people are going missing from the events of Autopsy Report. However, at least as it seems to us, they aren't privy to the whole time skip thing. So what if the complex is kind of like a sleeping bear and Async just keeps poking it over and over, opening the portal, turning off the portal? And what if that's causing the effects of the complex to become more and more drastic? See, a time skip takes place that lasts 2 months, and then we see another one that takes place 5 years. Maybe continued interaction with the complex is making it become more unstable. Now, it's also totally possible that we've only seen 2 different time jumps. Our sample size isn't big enough to draw any real conclusions. What leads me to think this might be the case, however, is because of The Simpsons. See, that was not in the complex, that was taking place in our world. So Async has definitely messed something up enough, as seen with the earthquake, that it's affecting our world around it. So just as the earthquakes and the television recording messing up during The Simpsons, maybe increased time differences are a symptom of Async's meddling. The other theory I want to mention is what takes place during the events of found footage. So we have no idea what happened to the cameraman of found footage while he was in the back rooms, or more specifically, we have no idea when it happened, because he goes in 1991 and comes out in 1996. So whenever he passed into the complex, is that when the jump happened, or whenever the camera fell out? Which, yeah, he didn't come out, his camera did. He ended up being not so okay. So what if he goes into the back rooms and then 5 years happens, and that's why we see all of the industrialization that we come across? See, every time we see something that is naturally made or naturally made by the complex up until this point, it's so weird and out of place. There's backwards road signs and houses. There's paintings on random walls. But whenever the guy in found footage went through them, all of the signs were where they should be. There was natural geometry in ways that at least more so make sense to humans. And the massive gaps in the hallways could just be the fact that it's unfinished. And we know that last time we saw Async in 1990, they were planning on making these massive expansions into the back rooms. So what if what our cameraman was seeing in found footage is Async's construction? And I mean, hey, we don't know what Async was doing anywhere past 1990 at this point. Even if he was still in the complex in July of 1991, that's still over a year later. They still could have started building. So if that is the case, that leads to two questions. For one, how are they able to build these massive shapes and structures inside of the complex? And two, why is it completely empty? I'll let you ponder on those while I get to my final theory. And that theory is regarding the life forms themselves. Every time we see the life forms, there are these giant amalgamations of metal that make these scrawling, broken noises. However, every time you look at them, no matter how broken or messed up they are, and I do believe it's them, not it, for reasons I'll mention in a minute, but every time you look at them, there's still a vaguely human shape about them. Even the one that peeked its head around the corner and motion detected, those still look like human limbs, even if it's like legs creeping out from behind the pillar. So let's think about the other things we know about the back rooms. We know that there's a disease of some kind, as determined in autopsy report, that is causing the body to rot and decay in various ways. We know that it seems anyone who spends any amount of time in the back rooms is susceptible to it, as we've had 3 different people who we've seen travel through them begin coughing, 2 of which were wearing full body hazmat suits. They just spent a little bit longer in the back rooms than the people they were with. We know that there are a lot more people coming into the back rooms than Async's aware of, as given by the messages seen on the wall in found footage and of course the body and autopsy report. And we know that the life forms can make human noises. So my current theory regarding the life forms is that people, most likely the people who come in by accident as they no clip or just fall into the complex, contract this disease that slowly erodes at their body and kills them, again as seen in autopsy report. After that point, the disease begins to amalgamate the body and cause it to mutate, and I believe eventually turn into the life forms. Whenever I first heard the wailing of the life form as shown in found footage, the first image that came to mind was the head crab from Half-Life 2. For those that don't know Half-Life 2, there are these things called head crabs that jump on people and essentially make them into mindless zombies. However, if you read into the game's lore, the head crabs don't kill their host, they just hijack them. And inside of the body, the person is still experiencing pain and misery as they're forced to be this walking monster. And while I don't necessarily think the life forms are still living people inside of all of that, although that would be terrifying, it wouldn't explain a lot of their motions or why they attacked the guy at the end of found footage. I think that the disease is killing people, and then by either the disease itself or some other entity we're not privy to yet, their body is being transformed into the life form. And then while we don't know exactly what they do yet, it seems from pitfalls that they can mimic human speech patterns, perhaps to draw other people in. And perhaps as these mindless creatures, or even an immune system for the complex itself, they roam about the halls chasing down anyone who enters in. There's something about the way they move and something about the noises they make that make me feel like there used to be a human there. And to me personally, that's been one of the most terrifying aspects of the story up until this point. Now, I could be totally wrong on that theory or any of the other theories I mentioned. It's very clear that there is more information and guidelines and data that we haven't got from the series yet. So again, I say this a lot, but I'm trying to put together a puzzle when I don't have all the pieces. So just pretend that these imaginary pieces may show up one day or something. But at the moment, with what we have to go on, those are my current ideas. And after looking over the entire story, the timeline, and my theories of it, I just have to say, I love this stuff. The backrooms are some of the best application of internet cosmic horror that I've ever seen. The combination of the unknown and the mystery and monsters within the complex is compounded by the ignorance of the people stepping into it. And while this ignorance may not be vitriolic or evil in a sense, it's most certainly dangerous. And again, while I'm just theorizing up here, perhaps the empty complex as we see it, if I'm right about found footage, could be the result of that ignorance. Point, we don't know, but I am certainly excited to find out. I talked to Kane for hours about movies that inspire us and stories that inspire us and all these different ideas that we've had for how stories can be put together. And I gotta say, I have more faith in him to do right by this series than I would anyone at the helm. He is a fantastic creator who I am so happy to see succeed in this field. Because with it, he single-handedly not only gave life to a concept that desperately needed meat on its bones, but he also further reaffirmed the purpose and the concept of the internet horror. And I am incredibly thankful that Kane made this series, and I'm so excited to
The apocalypse is coming. Your family must choose to sacrifice one of the three of you, or the world will end. Make a choice.
Knock at the cabin. Rated R.
A leader in cybersecurity education, one of the largest cybersecurity programs in the country, ECPI University, a smarter, faster path to your career in cybersecurity.
I knew what I
The Dennis Martin case is one of the missing 411's most unexplainable and most terrifying.
From natural explanations like unseen predators to the possibility of supernatural entities beyond our comprehension, nobody's really sure what happened that Father's Day weekend in 1969.
Today we're going to break down the clues, stories, legends, and nightmares of the Dennis Martin disappearance. Also, subscribe to his channel, The Lore Lodge on YouTube. If this video interests you, then you'll love what he's doing over there. Check them out at The Lore Lodge, link in the description. That's him.
That's me.
It's this guy right here.
And
check him out, Lore Lodge.
Yeah, it's me. And of course, I have to give credit to my videographer and editor, Aidan Thornbury, who couldn't be here with us tonight, but is an integral part of what we did this weekend, as well as what we do every day at the Lore Lodge.
So go subscribe, link in the description, immediately. I'm checking.
So, we are driving from Phoenixville, Pennsylvania to Gatlinburg, Tennessee to do a video on the disappearance of Dennis Martin in person, where he went missing, like the exact location, with Wendigoon.
You can get why people were so superstitious about these mountains upon settling them. They're enormously beautiful, but at the same time, they're really, really dark. And the mornings they'd sit basically coated in mist half the time. I mean, there's a reason they're called the Great Smokies, but I mean, you look around and you're like, okay, I can see why any bump in the night, any twig snapping out of place would probably set somebody off a little bit.
Also, when you get to like a mountaintop around here and like look down, it is insane how many valleys there are. Like the mountains just keep rolling.
Oh, it's beautiful.
It's gorgeous. Doctor Enough, I will give you my firstborn. Sponsor me somehow. I don't care. Doesn't have to be a lot of money. Just send me a free one. I need to be sponsored for my own principle, please. Was that them? Was that the Doctor Enough? Drink that.
Okay.
You don't have an option.
Ooh,
I know.
that's tasty.
It's tasty. It's refreshing.
Focus
Give
out.
it a try.
Those are two
And speaking of sponsors, I want to take a moment to thank the people who made today's video possible. The home of audio entertainment, Audible. Audible offers a countless selection of books, podcasts, live shows, stand-up shows, and anything else you like. And thanks to catalog. It wasn't cool if you want a selection or free.
Audible.
It's not right
It's an
for you
Audible
to
ad.
get in for free. Check them out. Link is in the description.
That's all.
Now, I know you want to do this, but when we walk up to the park person,
Don't immediately question them about dead people. I wasn't going to. I wasn't going to. Trust you. I have boundaries. I don't trust you at all.
The Aidens are in the bathroom right now, but I just need everyone to know I'm being held captive. I'm here against my will. They've had me at gunpoint talking about missing persons for days now. Someone's, oh, hi. Hello. Hi.
All right, so we're here. Question is, where's north?
That way.
You guys
that
have...
way. Oh. Alright, so if you're from the region, you don't step onto a pile of leaves on the water.
But other than that, very nice.
I didn't know, like... I'm getting made fun of.
And this trail is not mapped. That's cool. It's based.
There's a window.
I think we should go to the creek. Just follow the creek.
All right, back up that way?
I think so. You think?
Yeah, makes sense. All right, so did we come up around here, or?
Oh, come on, really?
This is like scary bad. This is like grandpa with dementia bad.
I used to be a lot better. How many squirrels do you think you could take?
Do I have a weapon? I feel like this is the trail.
It says do not enter, but I really would like to enter.
I'm sure this won't come back to hurt us in any way.
It's gonna be fine.
This definitely won't be a testament to our own hubris.
Oh, wow, okay, so we really just went in a big circle.
Yeah, but we burned 100 calories.
Go ahead, Lewis and Clark.
Well, what other option do we have? Think we cross right there?
No, go for it.
Where do you want to go?
I insist. Just tackle this the way you think is best.
That's because you just want to watch me fall in the water again.
Yep.
Yep.
Sure is.
Well, joke's on you. I have learned from my experiences, and I will not be falling in the water again.
Now he's all defiant.
That was crossing the water to you? It's that way. You walked on the bank. We're trying to get footage of you falling in.
A lot of dry rocks. Well, speaking of falling.
I didn't fall in, I fell out. We all did it. We're all even now. We found it. Look, we discovered the lost trail.
Well, yeah, I mean,
with people
yeah.
dying and
Yes.
411s this way. Yeah.
Russell Field Trail, here we go. Right now we are following the trail to Russell Field, the Russell Field Trail, also part of the Anthony Creek Trail. This was the first leg of the Martin family trip. Dennis Martin's family did an annual Father's Day trip, and this was the first year that the 6-year-old was included. His older brother Doug had done the trip, his dad, his grandfather, a number of other members of the family. To my understanding, this segment of the trip was just Clyde, the grandfather, Bill, the father, Doug, and Dennis. Dennis was 4 feet tall, 55 pounds, 6 years old, brown hair, brown eyes, and he was slightly developmentally disabled, but not to any critical extent. He was, by all accounts, a functional young boy, just a little bit slow. There's really no reason to believe that he would have wandered off for any reason, but on this first day, this first leg, they made the trip from the trailhead up to Russell Field. From Russell Field, they took the next step of the trail out to Spence Field, which is where we're headed right now, and I'll tell you a little bit more about that when we get there. Be getting close to the Russell Creek.
It's been about a mile and a half, I think.
Yeah, we should be getting close to the Russell Field, and then Russell Field will take us about another mile to Spence Field. That's where we'll be able to take a look around, show you guys where the kid actually went missing, kind of give you an idea of why search efforts were so hampered by terrain and weather. And the only reason that a kid would head off into the brush would be if they were scared. So, due to weather conditions, we're not going to make it all the way to Spence Field today. But what we were able to find is a bush similar to what we would have seen up at Spence.
I mean, it was a bush somewhere on this trail, and the bush itself isn't marked, so...
Yeah, I mean, honestly, us picking a bush was going to be as good as doing this.
Yeah. So.
The point of the matter is, what happened is that on the second day of this adventure, the Martin family reached Spence Field, where they decided to set up camp, and Bill Martin found some other parents of other children and said, hey, the kids should play together. So while the adults did what the adults had to do, setting up tents and all that, a group of these children went and played hide and seek and, you know, various other campsite games. At one point during these games, Dennis and his older brother Doug popped themselves behind one of these bushes along the edge of a trail. Now, their plan was to scare some family members, adults, as they came up the trail. The adults, of course, not being born yesterday, saw the kids run behind the bush and didn't really have a problem with it. So Dennis's father, Bill, saw him go behind the bush, saw Doug go behind the bush, wasn't super concerned. A lot of versions of the story that you hear are going to say they were playing hide and seek. That does not appear to be the case. It appears to have been specifically that Doug and Dennis were trying to scare their parents.
Right. So
Yeah.
their father, Mr. Martin,
Yeah.
is back at the campsite. He watches his two sons, like from his point of view, crouch down behind a bush, and they're going to jump out and scare him. But the entire time they're in his line of sight.
Yeah. He had his eyes off of them for maybe a couple of minutes. And when they called everybody in saying, all right, time to end the game, let's come back to the campsite, regroup, dinner, all that. Doug came back. The other kids came back. Dennis did not. Bill thought, you know what? He's probably just continuing the game. We'll give him a couple more minutes.
Maybe he's still trying to scare me.
Exactly. But after a few minutes, he got a little tired of waiting. Went to check on Dennis. Dennis was not behind the bush. So the very first thing that Bill does is shout, I can't find Dennis. Everyone starts looking for him. Adults, older kids, and Bill himself bolts down this trail about 2 miles looking for
So
his
he
son.
would have ran right along here
Yes.
on the way down.
Or possibly.
One
A
of these
different one.
trails.
Yeah.
He ran down one of
Yeah,
them.
it's unclear exactly which trail he ran down,
Right.
but he ran down the trail.
If you're running down a trail, it would have to be this one. 'Cause
Yeah.
The others are lateral. So
Yeah. Now, he did not see Dennis. Nobody coming up the path saw Dennis. And after a few hours of searching the immediate vicinity, they decided to contact the Rangers. Rangers launched a search. This was, again, June 15th. Rangers launched a search.
right.
What transpired over the next approximately 10 days was one of the largest organized manhunts in a national park. They had over 250 search and rescue volunteers. They actually had to cut off the number of volunteers because they couldn't actually wrangle them together and appoint enough leadership to get these groups to be successful.
There's
So,
too many. Yeah.
they cut off the road that comes up where we parked. They cut that road off. And then they called in the National Guard. They called in Rangers, police, basically anyone they could get their hands on. A couple days in, I believe the 17th or the 18th, the FBI got involved. And on the 17th or the 18th, again, it's one of those 2 days, approximately 24 Green Berets who were training locally were dropped here. Now, this is prior to the Green Berets becoming quite what they are today.
Right.
Back then, they were a little bit more of guerrilla warfare reconnaissance kind of
Right.
deal.
Cooler.
So, but still, this was their jam. This is what they did.
Right.
So, called in about 24, and that number over the course of the next few days would increase to over 70. It was 72 to 74 Green Berets.
So we've got 250 official volunteers.
Yep.
The road's cut off. Lord knows how many random people walking through the woods, and 70 Green Berets.
Yep.
All looking for this one kid.
Yep.
Who couldn't have been away from his dad for more than at
Couple of
most
minutes.
5 minutes.
Yep. And if you look around, if you want to pan and show the people, the brush can get pretty thick
Right.
around here.
Yeah.
And where we are right now is actually rather thin for how this trail has been.
Yeah. This is one of the more open areas.
Yeah.
By far.
But again, we're talking about a 4-foot tall 6-year-old.
Right.
He's not going to have the upper body strength to climb these nearly vertical, hillsides. We're
Right.
looking at 60, 70 degree slopes here.
Yeah.
He's not going to have the upper body strength to climb up that. So he's going to have to be, basically going down, if anything. They did not find him. Now, what they were able to do was have dogs track his prints, his scent, down to a creek. I don't think it was Anthony Creek. We'll
You'll
show
see
you
what it is,
You'll
yeah.
see. The creek will be somewhere right here, probably.
Right.
They traced him down to the creek, and after the creek, dogs lost his scent. Now, there was a group of Boy Scouts in the area aiding the search. One thing that is important to note about Boy Scouts, they follow the buddy system at all
Right.
times. You will never have a Boy Scout wandering alone unless they have
They
done
don't
something
just
wrong.
send children out
Yeah.
into the woods. Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds here.
Yeah.
So, the Boy Scouts are looking around. The dogs trace Martin's scent down to a creek. And what they find in the creek bed is footprints. One barefoot and one shoed foot. The sole imprint matched Dennis's shoes. However, the Rangers said that according to Dennis's father, and there's actually no record of this, they just say in their report.
In the Ranger's account.
Yeah, there's no external record of Dennis's father ever saying this. It's just in the Ranger report.
Right.
They say that Bill Martin said that shoe print is too big to be Dennis's.
So, the official account is that the Ranger said the father said it, but you couldn't find anywhere that the father had actually stated that the shoe print was too big.
I could not corroborate the National Park Service's story on that.
And the barefoot shoe print, was it like a child's?
It was definitely child size,
Okay.
but they argued that it looked more like a 10-year-old than a 6-year-old.
Okay.
And they said it was probably just one of the Boy Scouts. Now, here's the problem with that. They had all the Boy Scouts accounted for, and for every Boy Scout, they had 2 shoes.
Right.
There
It
wasn't
was
a single Boy
unlikely
Scout
there-
missing a shoe.
It's unlikely one of the boys was out looking barefoot.
Alone, half barefoot, like,
So were the 2 footprints side by side to imply that the barefoot person and the shoed person were walking together?
or no, it was 1 foot was bare, 1 foot had shoes.
Oh,
Yeah.
Now I'm learning. Look at that. Okay.
Yeah, so
Interesting.
it was 1 set of footprints, 1 with a shoe, 1 not. Right sole pattern to be Dennis Martin's shoes.
Okay. The Ranger's report is that the father said the feet were too big.
Yes.
Okay.
They did not pursue the trail across the creek, officially. From the 22nd to the 25th, when the search was suspended, there is no record of what the Green Berets were up to. Their communications channel was completely separate from the National Park Service and the National Guard, which is standard.
Correct.
But,
Yeah, the Green Berets do that.
but there's
But that
no
means
record.
there's no record of
yeah.
it, yeah.
For the first 5 days the Green Berets are involved, there's pretty meticulous recording of everything that's going on. And then suddenly, on the 22nd, reporting of the Green Berets activity stops.
And when did the Green Berets actually leave?
The 25th.
So there's a 3-day period of time where the Green Berets were still looking, but
Nothing is
it's
recorded.
not been logged.
One of the theories is that the rest of the searchers were basically told, "Oh, don't worry about the creek. It's a dead end."
It's a dead end. Gotcha.
And the Green Berets kept looking on that other side of the creek.
Hmm.
That is, again, the theory. So, the same day that the Green Berets leave... Oh, I did forget to mention a little tidbit here. It didn't really help with the search because they couldn't find anything, but a man by the name of Tony Stark supplied 2 helicopters to the search team, which I just...
You have to mention that.
You gotta mention. You gotta bring it up.
Iron Man went looking for Dennis
Yeah,
Martin.
like, we had the Green Berets. We had Iron Man.
If anyone was going to find this kid, they
It
would
would
have been
be
the
Iron
ones
Man.
to do it. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
okay, Iron Man too. But the people they had out
Yeah.
here would have done it.
Yeah, it would have been the Green Berets.
Especially considering we're talking about a 5-year-old kid in foliage like this having 5-minute head start.
Yeah.
But all the adults are the search rescue crew. Couldn't find him in how big of an area?
It was, I think, approximately 20 square miles.
Yeah, that's like the next hillside over, the parking lot's over, pretty much the entirety of Cades Cove and the region around it.
And to tie this into another missing 411 case, there is a story, I believe the name is Keith Perkins. I might be mixing up my names here, but I believe it's Keith Perkins, who was actually younger. He was about 3. And in his case, he went missing and showed up 22 hours later, 12 miles away.
Right.
Nobody's sure how he did that. And Les Stroud, Survivor Man, tried to recreate that trek and could not do it in the same time period. So, adults can't cross that distance. Now, apparently, 3-year-old Keith Perkins could,
Right,
inexplicably,
apparently, yeah.
which suggests that perhaps he was. He mentioned a cat. Perhaps he was dragged off by
Cooper
something,
just,
you know, and
carried him 12 miles.
small
out.
child traumatic experience.
Yeah.
That's basically the only way it could have feasibly happened. But again, a cougar dragging someone 12 miles is
Weird.
still weird.
And then dropped
So,
him.
yeah. But
Yeah.
point of the matter is, in brush like this, you know, even adults can't make that
Especially,
distance.
like, the kid was in the line of sight.
Yeah,
right?
if he had gone down the trail, which again, going through the brush here is
Hard.
near
Yeah.
impossible, especially for someone that small.
Right.
So if he was to escape, he would have been going up or down the trail.
Right.
Nobody on the trail saw him, which
Especially-
means the only option is he went into
Even
the
if
brush.
he was to, like, make a break for it, right? The father's, like, seeing the bush over there.
Yeah.
And he's, like, walking towards it. It would have had to be, like, directly away from the family into the thicket. So
Yep.
that leads people to think, well, maybe it was, like, a kidnapper of some kind, right?
Maybe someone took him.
But even then, the child didn't make any noise. People were searching everywhere for him. And then, like, even if it is one dude who kidnapped this kid, the idea that 250 people and 70 Green Berets, that he was
70 Green
good
Berets
enough
on
to
top of
outtrack
the
them.
250
Yes,
people.
yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Like,
And that he left no tracks,
yeah,
that nobody heard him. They,
dogs couldn't find.
Yeah, the dogs were able to trace him to a creek, and that was it.
No evidence, yeah.
Yeah. So there's a couple of stories that spring out of this, because on the 25th, search was suspended.
Right.
They could not find him. There was essentially no chance that after nearly 2 weeks, he was still alive out there.
Right.
So unfortunately, they had to make a very difficult decision to suspend the search and presume him dead.
Right.
For the conspiratorially minded, there are a couple of things that come up here. There is first and foremost that 3 days where the activities of the Green Berets on the ground are not reported.
Right.
So some people suggest that they did think something was over there, and they thought it was something that the public was not in a position to accept, whether that be Bigfoot or, you know, feral wild men out in the woods, whatever it was. The idea is that the Green Berets directed everybody away from that area so that they could focus on it and handle whatever was going on in there. We don't have any record of what happened. Obviously, there is no way to corroborate that theory.
Right.
But a lot of people do look at it, and when you think about the way Special Forces operates, it does kind of work.
Right.
What would they have been after? Who knows?
Who knows?
Another thing that comes up is another couple sometime later mentioned that while they were camping nearby, they spotted something strange up on one of these ridge lines. Honestly, considering this was June, I don't know how the hell they saw anything past these ridge
They
lines.
would have to be pretty close.
Yeah.
There are a few places through these hills where you can have a sort of embankment where you can look up at a ridgeline, or
Yeah.
they could have just been close to the ridgeline.
True.
So it's not impossible, but it would have to be an ideal line of sight.
Yeah, exactly. So what they reported was that they saw what they described as either a large hairy man or a large, unusually hairless bear running on 2 legs, upright, with something slung over its shoulder up a ridgeline.
Neither's a good option.
Neither of these things are good options, and even if you go with something very mundane, like the unlikely event that a cougar came up, snacked on him, and got away without leaving a single trace, that's still awful.
That's still
like, there's still
horrific.
no good
It's
situation.
still like, yeah, the most plausible scenario is still horrifying. The idea that a 5-year-old boy within eyesight of his dad on a very well-hiked and documented trail, that a bear, a cougar, or a person could come up behind him, grab him to where he makes no noise, even with his brother right next to him, as close as we are in the bush together, and that it could drag him away and not be found by a frantic sprinting dad,
Yep.
the entire friends and family who searched over the next days, 250 rangers, 70 Green Beret, whatever it is, can elude all of them and wipe this kid off the face of the earth.
Yep.
Is terrifying. Even without bringing in any conspiracy-esque ideas.
Exactly. You can leave the paranormal completely out of this. You can leave
Right.
aliens out of it. You can leave Bigfoot out. It's still inexplicable.
Yeah.
And I think that is the core of these missing 411 type cases. It's not necessarily that there has to be something paranormal going on, but they are completely unexplainable in so many cases. There are some, where there is a plausible explanation, but it seems unlikely.
There's a few that you could imagine, maybe if someone wanted this person got, or maybe just a random kidnapping, it makes sense.
Yeah.
But even if this was a random kidnapping of some sort, the things like the dogs not being able to find them, the half-shoed set of footprints through the river,
That's the weirdest one to me.
and no one being able to, like 70 Green Berets being unable to find a clue about this person, except for a supposed 3-day blacked out history report.
It really is. They find those tracks. The
That's
Park
it.
Service says, nope, can't be him, and then the Green Berets go silent.
Walked into the river and off the face of the earth.
To me, I will be honest, to me it does sound like when they found that shoe mark and the Green Berets went silent, that doesn't seem like a coincidence to me. Again, I don't know. I have no proof of what happened, but that seems odd, in my opinion.
You're thinking the national parks are up to no good.
I mean, that's why I'm here.
All right, fair
That's how we
enough.
got here.
That's why I'm in the woods with wendigoon right now in front of a random bush.
That's why I'm here.
Stop that.
To date, Dennis Martin is not the only person to go missing in this park. There
Right.
have been adults, there's actually been a number of adults. The National Park Service does say that they don't keep a list of people who go missing in the parks, except for the list that they keep of people who go missing in the parks that's published on their website. What they don't do is keep a full comprehensive list.
Right.
They really only keep the
It's
ones
just
that
for
are
active
public.
missing persons
Yeah.
and people who be on the lookout for, so
Yeah.
to speak. Yeah.
What they like to do is have a list of the widely known public cases, and then if you call them and say, hey, can we get a list of people who went missing in the national parks, they say, well, that's going to cost you $20,000, and it's going to take us several months to compile. And then when that person puts up the money, you tell them you're never getting that list and hang up the phone. And by you, I mean the National Park Service's lawyers.
It's interesting that's gate kept that much. We're going to get blacklisted from national
Oh,
parks.
absolutely.
It's going to get to the point where it's like, oh, let's get a map, and they're like, if you'll be shot instantly. Yeah. It's also a known thing, it's just someone who's local to like the Smoky Mountains, that you do not come into these woods alone.
Yeah.
Not just like, oh, Bigfoot, UFO like you were talking about. There are things that go bump in the night, most of them natural, at least all the ones we know of are natural. None of them good. None of them something that you want to deal with.
Yeah.
Not to mention, as we mentioned earlier, the elements can be very unfriendly out here.
Yes.
You'll get very hot and very cold. It gets very dark.
As
and
you
very
can
wet.
see,
As you can see, yeah.
this is not from rain. This is sweat. And then we stopped for a minute to rest, and I very quickly got very cold.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
even though it's probably about 65 degrees.
Let's get it. Make sure everything's unmuted.
Oops. Oops. Spike down.
Right now?
You're cold, you've got a breeze coming down off the mountain, you've got the river right there. And what happens is you get water all over your body, and then as it gets darker, it gets more and more cold like it is. What eventually happens is you're soaked from sweating during the day, and then you're freezing at night, which is not a condition anyone needs to be in, especially several miles out, a hike away from the road. These woods are not kind, even if you do everything correctly. And I think it's a testament that, with the case like Dennis Martin, you have all these people out here, everything to prevent something bad from happening in place. Something bad still happens.
The world is cruel.
The world is cruel. The woods are nice, but they're not kind.
He would have been, basically he would have crossed to the eastern side of Eagle Creek.
And been somewhere around Jenkins Trail Ridge. In this area. Sorry, somewhere in Jenkins Trail Ridge.
Wherever Dennis
We're still in the search area. This is like
yeah,
the
Dennis's
place, yeah.
last suggested location would have been somewhere about 2-3 miles southeast of where we are right now. That's
that is
possible.
following the prints.
Yes, that
in
is
the water.
assuming the prints that are his.
Yeah.
One thing I found odd was there was disagreement over what kind of shoes Dennis was wearing in the reports. One suggested he was wearing loafers, and the other suggested he was wearing tennis shoes. Tennis shoes seem significantly more likely.
Then why would you wear loafers up here?
Yeah, so I don't know.
Well,
Shut up. Pay him back up. This is called drip. It's different.
The point is, that's a weird inconsistency,
Right.
and if they couldn't be sure what kind of shoes he was even wearing, how could they possibly be sure if they were the right size?
Yeah, right.
That seems
Is
fishy
that
to
what
me.
further makes you discount the idea that the dad was like, these are clearly not his.
Yeah, because like the dad would have been able.
Yeah. Also, why the dad who's like running through these hills, freaking out, trying to find his son,
be like, nah.
Why would it then? It's like, oh, this is an exact match to your son.
Yeah.
And he's like, looks more like a 9-year-old to me.
Yeah, like no, it just doesn't make any sense.
We should leave this. Come on, guys, let's go back up the hill.
It seems to me like they had a feeling Dennis was on the other side of that creek for some reason or another, and that the only people they could trust to keep whatever they found secret were special forces.
Be push, obviously.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining. That sucks. Spike spotted B.
Wonderful. It's great to see how frightened they are.
All right, so I'm
whether
going,
it's again, even if that means it was just a mountain lion that dragged him off.
I'm going to offer a counter theory just
Okay.
so we don't get executed by park services. Perhaps with cases like this, say it's national parks, right?
Yeah.
What might have happened is they get to that stage and they see the shoe print. For whatever reason, they think it's not a missing person anymore. They think it's a...
Joke's over! You're dead!
Stay down. My ult's ready. Spike down A. Sucked. Let's do it again.
I need a drop. Cheers.
I have extra money if anyone needs. Spike down A. Last player standing.
murder. They think it's a abduction. They think it's something along those lines.
Right.
Something that the national park doesn't want to deal with,
Yeah.
right? Because that's police problem.
Spike
That's like the
planted.
county.
The FBI was involved.
Okay, yeah. So what might have happened is they're doing this search, and then they see that, or they find some clue that it was a human abduction, like an adult grabbed them or whatever, and they are like, let's go this way, yeah. Because
let
then,
law enforcement
and
handle it.
I'm not saying that they like hid information.
Yeah.
I'm saying that perhaps they passed the information on to the local authorities,
Yeah.
and we're like, you should do an investigation in that direction, because legitimately, not even conspiratorial, that is out of their jurisdiction,
Yeah.
a
Oh,
human
yeah.
kidnapping. So maybe it's just something they wanted to pass off to the police instead of handling
It
themselves.
was within FBI jurisdiction. 'Cause
Correct.
It was on federal land.
That's true.
So, what I'm thinking is they probably did continue searching that side of the creek, and it was probably Special Forces and FBI in tandem.
That's more than likely.
Yeah, that seems like the most rational.
That's also
explanation
more
to
than
me.
likely why the comms dropped.
Yeah.
For
Bomb buddy out.
Come on, baby. Put your head right here.
Satchel out. Give me those back.
Joke's over! You're dead!
One enemy remaining.
Just
Last
Phoenix left.
player standing.
Nice.
I didn't even know that was the last guy, not gonna lie.
This is crazy. It feels like we've been doing this forever. Anyone else feel like that?
Okay. Pocket so deep, it's a trench coat. You're being red, I got trench coats. You know I shouldn't do it, I'm so stuck. Make that check on. Usually like what I'm doing.
I've got your trail. Caution here. Caution here.
Who's next?
Reloading.
I don't like this feeling.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
For those 3 days. And the FBI is also very bad, about my own personal experience, very bad about releasing information, especially when it comes to missing persons and murder cases. So perhaps over those 3 days it moved into an FBI jurisdiction, and they just kept it to themselves, which is why the Green Berets records were no longer logged. However, what did they find in those 3 days?
That is the question.
That's the question.
That's what we don't know.
And also,
what we know they didn't find is Dennis Martin.
we know they didn't find his body, because if they would have found his body, that would have been the end of it.
Yeah.
If they would have found him, regardless of their, looks, people were still searching, regardless of how much they were looking for him. So the FBI would have been like, here's the body, or we found.
Spike down B.
They're both on B.
One enemy remaining.
Whoops.
Found him alive or whatever, so we know they didn't get that. So what was discovered in those 3 days?
Why wasn't
Player
it?
standing.
Those are the questions we're not going to get answers to.
Yeah, but this is phase 1.
If you're an FBI whistleblower and you're watching this video,
No, I have
contact the lore
I have
lodge at
enough weird
gmail.com.
emails already. Stop. All of the people who are in my emails periodically asking me if I want to do something like rob the Pentagon, email him from now on.
You
I'm
so
tired
are.
of
and
these
I will get in
blowies.
touch with Isaiah.
Stop. Don't show my face. Cut this out.
What are the scenarios that you think would have been the case for them to, even if they had found him, to not inform everyone else that they had found him and continue the search? Not necessarily in terms of like letting them keep looking because like they need to find him, but more because they don't want anyone else knowing what they found.
Right. I can't think of a scenario, as much as I despise them, I can't think of a scenario where the feds found a kid and were like, we'll just keep this to ourselves. Unless the kid some like had like the national treasure key to him or something. I don't think there's a way.
Only feasible reason I could see is that it was something so absurdly horrifying for whatever reason that they decided it was best not to inform the public. It is, of course, possible that they privately informed the family of what they found.
That is true. There are some cases where people are found and they just tell the family.
Yeah. So it could have been that they found him in such a condition that it would have been upsetting.
So it does go both ways. There are cases where the FBI, Park Service, what have you, will alert the public to a super grisly occurrence. It could be where it was a 5-year-old, a minor, who the family was searching for, that something was found, and they went and told the family, we found this. That could be what's in the 3-day report.
Yeah.
They could have found the body in such a condition. And that would also make sense because it was 1969.
Yep.
It's not like there would have been, television cameras and a big press release. Despite over 300 people being involved in the search.
Yeah, no TikTok, no Twitter.
Yeah, they could have just privately went to the family and said, we found the remains, it wasn't good, it wasn't pretty. Yeah. And the family, I mean, maybe some of the people involved know. I do think it'd be weird that 300 people were involved and no one ever had clarity and then spoke about it later. But perhaps in those final days, just the family received their answer and didn't make it public. However, that still asks the question, if he was found dead, something still took him away from the trail and all those people that quickly and that quietly, and what was it?
That's the thing about this specific case is every time you answer a question,
there's another question. Yeah.
So
if he was not kidnapped.
Have a good day, guys. I'm leaving. Au revoir. Boner weekend. But my teachers think I'm bad at French, so I always. My bad, public chat. My bad.
I hate French people.
Nice. Hey, nice trade, nice trade.
Spike down B. See ya. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Good try, dog.
Last
Wait,
round
next time,
in the
kill
half.
who's far
Use
and then
everything you
transfer
have.
back to the
We
guy
lose
who's
it anyway.
close. You know how to use your brain, Matthew. You're supposed to do. Let's try it. Let's make sure we can do it. You should have gone. Or walk out there with it, actually. One of the two. You're better than that.
I've got your trail.
Who's next?
Spike down A.
Joke's over! You're dead!
One enemy remaining.
No, don't kill him, 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 don't kill him!
Skillers!
No!
Yeah!
The ace! You ace!
Switching sides.
Why? That was your A's?
Yeah!
Ain't no
Yeah, who
way,
cares?
dude.
Tarzan!
Can I get
Would that
Reaver
have been
Sheriff?
your first one?
Can I get
Yeah, it would have been his first one.
It wasn't for me, it was for Epic.
Can I get Reaver Sheriff?
What's an ace?
Give me Reaver Sheriff!
I'll request. Oh my god.
Give me Reaver Sheriff, over here, over here, over here. Thank you. You are my friend.
Yeah, my fault, dude.
Yeah,
I
man,
didn't
your
know
first
that.
one.
I love you. I love you.
Left, right, left, right there.
Spike down B.
Now, which he still could have been kidnapped. But if he was murdered, if he died of exposure or what have you, something still took him away from everyone that fast that over 300 people couldn't find him.
Exactly.
And that's the thing, because it's like when you follow the story all the way through to the point where it's like, if they found him and didn't acknowledge it
enemy
to the
remaining.
general public, if it was a bear or a
Yes,
cougar or
yeah.
something,
Good
it's
job.
already known
Yes,
that
sir.
that
Yeah, the
exists here.
caption
The
looked
point
at
is
me and
immediately
I-
going to, if the public found out about this, they wouldn't come to the park anymore. What might be that scenario?
Could also be inbred cannibals and the Tennessee wild man.
Yes.
Yep.
I'm not sure I believe in the inbred cannibal stuff.
But the wild man.
Possible.
This state is full of cannibals, incestuous monster men,
Alright, everybody
and
go be out.
lice. So
Please.
don't move here. If you're not from the region and you
Please,
come here,
man.
you will die every day. Like I had to kill 3 this morning. They'll try to eat your dog. Don't come.
Alright,
I'm
Phoenix, here we go. Round 2. I win this one, bud.
And now it's too late.
Now, the Dennis Martin case, as with any case of disappearances in Appalachia, of course, has some scary stories attached to it. Those are what we're going to talk about here.
Shortly after Dennis Martin disappeared and after the search had been suspended, a couple reported seeing what they claimed was either a very hairy man or an oddly hairless bear running on 2 legs up a ridge, and slung over that bear man's shoulder was what appeared to be a small child. The police and the park rangers couldn't actually corroborate this report, but it does tie in fairly well to local Appalachian folklore.
See, stories of hairy people or these humanoid figures in the woods kidnapping someone, especially children,
30
is
seconds
sadly
left.
nothing
One
new.
enemy
Now, while
remaining.
creatures like this have many names in the Appalachian wilderness, one of the most famous, especially for the state of Tennessee, is that of the Tennessee Wild Man. Legends of the Tennessee Wild Man date back to the 1800s, with stories from the Civil War of soldiers coming across this 7 to 9 foot tall, hairy beast with deep, piercing red eyes running through the tree line. Early sightings of the wild, early stories of the Wild Man hold everything.
You got this.
Thank you. Early stories of the Wild Man showcase him
That's how you waste
as everything
king.
from a creature that steals the wounded off the battlefield or food from storage houses to something that simply just stands
I didn't
in
even know
the
I had a
tree
specter.
line,
Whoops.
watching for some reason. Accounts of the Wild Man can vary from specifics, like the color of his hair being anything from gray or black to a light blonde or brown. But some of the consistencies throughout the sightings are that he is, of course, very tall, possesses deep
Someone's A.
Last player standing. One enemy remains.
He's bad, bro.
can't rush this. There's still work to do.
Busted that boy's ankles.
Red eyes, has a horrific smell as blood or something dead, and lets out these deep, guttural shouts. I'm at my limit. Now, the earliest story that specifically gives an origin to the Tennessee Wild Man comes from the 1870s in McNair. Erie County in the southwest corner of the state. According to this story, as legend has it, a carnival was making its way through the southern part of Tennessee when one of the members of its freak show act, a tall, hairy man, escaped from its enclosure one day and has roamed the countryside ever since.
The story even made its way into the media, with local newspapers discussing a tall, hairy wild man who was out and about looking to kidnap local women. There were legitimate warnings going around all over southern Tennessee, and it seems like they were taken seriously in many cases.
Now, while this account of the wild man relegates him to a single individual acting alone, several of the other stories suggest that perhaps there's several wild men out in these hills. Sightings of the wild man date as recently as 1995, and as far east as Elizabethton and the North Carolina border.
The most recent account comes from Rob Phillips, and he told the story in 2015 to several media outlets, including a couple of TV channels who were featuring the story. But most importantly, he says that everything took place around 1995, which would explain why there weren't any, cell phone camera videos or GoPro footage of it. But what he described was that he and his cousin, Randy...
I've got your trail.
Who's next?
Sparks were on a hike to a set of cliffs, and what they came across was a nice little rainstorm, the weather getting a little chilly, and it must have been pretty dark because from what they said, they started to hear twigs snapping, and then they started to smell something dead, the scent of rotten flesh or old meat, something along those lines. Then they heard something scream, and at this point they booked it. And according to Rob, he actually lost his cousin somewhere in the darkness of this rainstorm in the midst of the woods. And he found himself huddling up against a tree, hoping not to be found by whatever it was that was stalking him through the woods. Unfortunately for him, when he looked at the tree in front of him, about 15 feet away and 20 feet up, what he saw was what, by his estimation, was a 7 to 9 foot tall, charcoal gray colored, hairy beast of a man with bright red eyes, fur that he described as neither coarse nor fine, and a pretty horrifying screech. It scared him so much that he just booked it for the car, where he actually was able to rendezvous with his cousin, and they just immediately got out of there.
What's interesting about the Tennessee Wild Man is, for one, you're probably thinking to yourself, that sounds a lot like Sasquatch. And yes, that's true. The primary difference between the two, at least through most local accounts, is that while Sasquatch is often described as an ape that has the form of a man, the Tennessee Wild Man is more so described as a man who has the form of an ape. What I mean by that is creatures like Sasquatch typically have this connotation in our mind of being a sort of primate-like creature, but sightings of the Tennessee Wild Man are very particular in that it has the face and eyes of a human. And what's particularly interesting about the Tennessee Wild Man, to anyone who's familiar with folklore of Appalachia, is that while this is one name given to a creature of this description, there are several other creatures that fit this description as well. One of these examples is that of the Flintville Monster.
It says it up at the top on the counter at the end of the round. It either does how close you were to defusing it before the bomb went off, or how close the bomb was to going off before you defused it. It shows both of them, depending on how the round
I thought that, but I wasn't sure.
You're really smart, bro.
Yeah, got those two eyes, and they're connected to a brain.
The hunt begins. Enemy spotted
Our spike carrier is killed. Spike down A. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Target down. Watch your eyes.
No. A creature that, according to a woman in the 1970s, she witnessed running across the field in front of her house up to her front door trying to snatch her young child. The mother quickly barreled out the front door and grabbed her kid before ducking inside and quickly caught a glimpse of something that she said was covered with black fur, ran like a dog, and had the face of a man. After calling the police canvassed the area, and all that they found were large humanoid barefoot footprints and blood soaked on the tree line. Again, the
I got the spike.
Enemy spotted B.
Flintville monster matching this description
God.
of the Tennessee Wildman. It seems that, depending on when a creature was found and who attributed a name to it, some of these things are treated as entirely different entities, at least in folklore history. But, as it seems, there's nothing saying the two can't be one and the
No
same, or at
way,
least
that-
the same
oh my
kind
God.
of creature. Another example of this is a creature known as the White Screamer. According to one account, in the 1920s, a farmer in Middle Tennessee reported that over several nights he heard some kind of screaming or whooping coming from the tree line outside of his property. Night after night, his wife and children would complain that they couldn't sleep because it sounded like whatever this thing was kept getting closer. After a week, the farmer was tired of it, so he grabbed a shotgun and decided to chase into the woods after it. However, after following wherever this noise was,
Rain doesn't drop.
Spike
What
down
was?
A.
was coming from, it kept getting further away, like it was trying to run from it. The farmer doubled down and began to sprint through
Last
the forest,
player standing.
desperate to stop
Dude, I
whatever this
cannot
thing
kill
was,
this Yoru, bro.
kept his family up at night. What he didn't realize was happening is that this screaming was leading him in a circle, all the way back to his home. And whenever the farmer realized that the screams had turned from the screams of whatever this creature was into the screams of his dying family, it was already too late. He ran into his household to find that his wife and kids had been eviscerated, torn apart, the white walls now stained red across their house from whatever this screamer was. And the farmer said that as he stood there in agony, he looked out the door and saw something he described as an ape with the face of a man running into the hills.
These legends aren't limited to white settlers in the area, though. Back
Guys,
in
let me go
times
in
before
first so I
European
can check
colonization of the
something, yeah?
American continent, the Cherokee
You
had
have-
their own
you have to
stories,
mark if somebody
something
did
they called the Sulkalu. Now, one of the most prominent versions of this story describes a young woman who needed to get married, but she would only marry a great hunter. It was all
Oh my god, I'm aiming.
her mother would accept. So,
Right when I
one
ult,
night,
right
while
when
she
I
was
ult,
sleeping
right
in
when I
the
ult. Right when I'm
outhouse,
about to hit
as
my
they
chicken.
called
I
it.
cannot
not
kill
the
this guy.
Outhouse you and I might understand, but sort of a cabin outside of the main building. She woke up to find a giant sitting in her room. And the giant was kind, it was friendly.
Yes!
It was hairy and large, and she was a little bit scared at first, but it promised her that it was a great hunter. And it proved it. And eventually, the young Native American girl decided to get married to the giant. But its appearance was so fearsome that it scared the mother, and the giant's feelings were hurt such that it took his wife and went off into the mountains to live with its own kind, suggesting that the Cherokee natives did believe that there was a race of beings out there who match to some extent, the description of the Tennessee wildman.
A large creature, this time
Still inside.
sometimes described as carrying a weapon and stealing cattle from local farmers that picks things up out of the valley and carries them into the hilltops. And honestly, if anyone's familiar with the region, you know that we can go all night. Everything that's named from the Sasquatch and the Tennessee Wildman can also pick up names like that of the Roamer or the... Help me out here. There's more.
There's a skunk ape down.
There's a skunk ape. It smells bad. It's tall, red eyes. That sounds like a skunk ape to me.
Andre the Giant. I don't know if he smells bad. He seems like he was a nice guy.
I hate you. Local legend also tells of these troglodyte creatures. Things that may have been human at one point, but after years and years of living in the caves of these hills, have adapted to grow hair all over their bodies for warmth, and these deep white faces with big glowing red eyes to see at night. When the sun sets, they arise from their caves and go out into the hillside to hunt down animals or potentially people before dragging them back to their nest and to feed during the daytime.
And the stories really aren't limited to Tennessee. Much of the Old South has similar stories to this. For example, the Seminole people of Florida had the Esti Kapkaki.
Yeah, guys, we win. We win this.
Who's next?
He's gonna ult, he's gonna ult, he's gonna ult. He might ult, he might ult.
One enemy remaining. Blocking sight.
Good game.
GG.
Attackers win. Was that supposed to be a fight?
Which was described as a large, hairy man who carried a club and smelled foul.
Furthermore, descriptions like that allude to concepts that we know today, something like the skunk ape, a creature that wanders the swamplands of Florida and terrorizes animals and people alike. And for those who are familiar with American folklore, you know that we can go all night. Stories range coast to coast of these hairy, glowing-eyed people who come out at night to terrorize those of us who are awake during the day. Several of the local legends that I've grown up with personally are the stories that my grandfather would tell me, that of the tree people. When I was young, he would tell me that there are these people, a little bit taller than humans, that exist among the tree line. And they were also known as tree knockers because you could always hear them coming by the distinctive knocking noise they would make on the trees to communicate with one another. My grandfather told me that if I ever came into contact with one of them, not to trust it. They'll offer you gifts and give you promises of anything your heart could desire, but they'll never offer it. All that happens is they take young children who give in to their whims, take them into the tree line to never be seen again.
Which falls quite in line with Celtic folklore and stories of the Fae folk. Will
That's
often
true.
offer gifts and whatnot to people in exchange for their thanks. That thanks, of course, forever indebts you to the Fae. And that would make sense because a large percentage of the Appalachian culture, the people who inhabit this area, comes from places like Wales, Ireland, and Scotland, where these legends originated.
It's interesting to see how concepts from the old world, so to speak, and places like the United
I say
Kingdom,
lineups, I mean,
whenever
I throw
they
the
came
knife in
over
the
here,
air and
it sort
sometimes
of
it comes
merged
down right when
with
it
legends
do.
that already
Yeah.
existed
Yeah.
to these entirely new creatures.
Exactly.
Legends between my friends of creatures like the Roamer that stalks the rivers and tree lines of Tennessee and North Carolina, looking for those who decide to travel alone. Now, something that's interesting about legends I grew up with, like that of the tree people or the Roamer, or tales of things like the skunk ape, Sasquatch, and the Tennessee Wildman, is that while in some stories, the creature seems to be this hostile entity, it's not in all of them. Some of the most common stories I've heard of the Tennessee Wildman is that he'll simply wait in the tree line outside of people's houses, and that whenever the person goes to the window to look outside at night, for a quick glimpse they'll see two red eyes looking back at them before it turns and darts away into the tree line. This narrative continues into several tales that relate to the Wildman stealing women and children, perhaps not out of some act of malice, but as some act of companionship. Several of the legends, like that mentioned in Native American folklore, paint the creature to not be this hostile entity looking to destroy man, but as some lonely creature looking to build a family. Now, while this offers little reprieve to those who may fall victim to these creatures, it does paint the idea that perhaps the creatures, just like the mountains they inhabit, aren't so much evil as they are forgotten. Now, with the case of Dennis Martin, we're not implying that he was taken by the Tennessee Wildman or the Roamer or some form of bipedal primal creature. But what we are saying is that it's not the first time that someone's gone missing in Appalachia, and the stories just kind of seem to write themselves. Details like the couple seeing a hairy man carry him into the tree line, details like the feet that have one shoe and one bare foot, a little too large
Give
to be
him
that
the
of Dennis's.
wheezy.
The 3 days of radio silence from the United States Army Special Forces
also doesn't help. All paint the picture of something that people from the region have seen before. And
So I pause it when I'm in game, so. But we're watching wendigoon videos.
Who is wendigoon?
He makes, like, creepy documentaries. I guess unsettling documentaries. Like,
See?
the first one I found of him was him talking about the back rooms.
What are the back rooms?
It started out as a 4chan thing, but it evolved into like this extended universe of terror.
Huh.
You know those?
They're going area 3B.
Matt, come join us.
Where?
Spike planted.
I'm
Hello.
close left, I think.
Holy shit, do I have my fucking... Oh yeah, I have my HD
Reina's also
fucking
lit.
headset on right now.
while
Reload for
again,
bullet.
it doesn't necessarily provide an
Like,
answer
why
to
is-
what
why does it
happened
sound
to
so
Dennis
weird?
Martin. It definitely shows people are desperate for one, and perhaps desperate enough to conjure up
And
their
once
own.
Matt is unbanned, it's gamer time.
It's not a ban. They said
You
they're
banned it.
copying
Regardless
my
of your
ban.
own beliefs about
Competitive
Dennis Martin,
cooldown.
we can all agree it's an example
told
of
me
America's.
that it was calculating something. And I was like, that doesn't make any sense. I still have 5 more to go. But I'm halfway through my placement matches.
He
So I'm
literally got
wondering-
banned again, bro.
I'm wondering
Can
if
you
it's,
only do like 2 a day or something?
I don't know. I'm wondering if it's making me, if it's calculating like what level of player I should be playing against for the rest of my placement matches, if that makes sense.
3 suppressed.
On the skill curve do you fall? Oh, hi, Abby. You're laying
Yeah,
my
how's it
feet.
feel at the top of
Sure.
the bell curve?
Man, it's too goated.
I'm no longer poor, Logan Green.
Oh no, you're a fucking millionaire.
Well, like half of my auction is sold.
Ah.
So. And it's not for the price that I wanted to, but it's still like 100,000 profit. So.
Not bad,
We
not
take
bad.
those.
Unexplainable.
Spike planted.
These hills, with their hopes and horrors from generations
Girl, I'm here ready to
long
do some
since
fucking M+.
past, seem to come up with their new form of monster every day. And perhaps the most disturbing thing about the Dennis Martin case isn't the unfortunate or unlikely nature of it, but the fact that it will almost definitely happen again.
Actually, while your
And
game
as
is
nature
launching, I'm gonna grab a
continues to
towel.
show us the
I think I'm gonna mount some of
it's
these.
only natural that the people of these mountains
Yep, until
build the legend
yeah.
of America's book.
I might stop
But
and play
even
like
if
a
you think
game
I'm
about
ridiculous
it.
and all this talk, Wild Man and Dennis Martin is also
Yeah,
ridiculous.
I'm not as
I can't do that. If I could do that, I would
I'm
actually
still
play.
glad you're here. 'Cause you're still watching, and I greatly appreciate that. And to everyone who's
I wonder
here,
what's the
just
level
wanna
required
say
for ranked.
Thank you for watching. For those who saw my original Missing 411
Can you see
video
what my rank
and
is?
were upset that I didn't make a follow-up quickly thereafter, I apologize for the hiatus, but as you can probably see from this video, I wanted this series to be something special. I make
Is
enough
it- I think
videos
you are-
sitting
I
in
don't
the
know.
corner
You
and
know what?
talking
That's
about
okay.
things. So if I have the opportunity to explore something like this on location, then I might as well go out and make it mean something. So if you enjoyed videos like
I'm gonna watch the complete Five Nights at Freddy's story explained by wendigoon.
Not that.
FNAF. I'm scared you. Now you really that afraid to call it what it is. Something beverage. It's not
Vandal on my body. Vandal on my body.
Enemy spotted. Bomb grenade out.
Oh, right now.
Spike planted.
75 Miranda, she's healing though.
like this, then let me know, because I would be more than happy to do things like this.
How? And other two are on the other side of boxes. Other side of boxes.
The Dennis Martin case is one of the
Dinner. It's more than just a meal you make every night.
Nice try.
Hello everybody, today we are going to be discussing the
fucked up. I didn't
conspiracy
check how fast
and
enough.
mystery of the boys on the tracks. One night in August of 1987, two boys, Don Henry and Kevin Ives, would meet a tragic fate when they were hit by a train in the outskirts of Saline County, Arkansas. Normally this would just be a gruesome and sad story of two lives that were cut short. However, that is until the bizarre details come into play.
Not the ad.
No ads. No free
My push to
advertising.
garage.
Through medical examinations, it was determined that the boys had been murdered prior to the train hitting them. And as a matter of fact, it seems that the boys were placed on the train tracks in order to cover up evidence. What would follow is a series of murders and cover-ups that involved the local police, the FBI, the CIA, and even a United States president. So why so much carnage over the deaths of two young boys?
110
And furthermore,
Sage. Fuck,
what
I
did they
fucked up.
see that led to their fateful
I
end
know
in the first
exactly
place?
where.
This case has been 35 years in the making, with revelations coming out even to this day. And today we are going to be taking a look at the entirety of this case, breaking down several of the leads and theories about what happened, and we'll try to connect some of the dots to figure out why this became so much more than two boys on a train track. So if that sounds interesting to you, stick around as we unravel the mystery of what happened that night in the Arkansas wilderness. But before you get your daily dose of internet scares, let's set the mood for those scares with today's sponsor, Galaxy Lamps. Galaxy Lamps off of the Galaxy misses the video. Allegedly on top of everything.
Okay, that's two frags glued down.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
They're just batteries.
Thing I'm about to say, especially with some of the people implicated. I feel comfortable with several of these allegations because, as you're going to see, the legal system does as well, but this is not meant to be a witch hunt. At the end of this video, I'm going to talk about how you can help the correct way. On that note, I want to give a massive thank you to another YouTube channel known as Carnage on Ice. Baz Dane, the guy behind the channel, has done a phenomenal job at piecing
There we go.
together the massive narrative that
Oh, this might make this frag a little bit upset, but he'll get over it. God, I hate how super glue cures in salt water. It's really fucking annoying.
Backside, Omen.
They're into this like ugly glue ball.
That this tragedy has created. So much so that he has become personal friends with several of the people in the case. So not only has he compiled information, but he has gone to the source and gathered first-hand accounts. And if you think my videos are long, this guy has 10 hours of material dedicated to this topic. So if this interests you, I really emphasize that it would not have been near as easy to find this information, and some of it wouldn't exist at all without him. So his channel will be the second link in the description just below the ad. Head over there and show him some thanks.
The hunt begins.
Bro, oh my god, this sage was literally staring there.
The dismiss disappeared right as I used it.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
I think he just sent in.
Alrighty.
Alrighty.
Alrighty then.
I'm trying to break this frag off of.
Sorry, I don't really play
Frag plug.
smokes or anything. I just play duelist.
Oh, well, you didn't have to pick smokes.
I think it was the best thing for the team. Not gonna
Come on,
lie.
little guy.
Well, I could have played smoke if we had talked in the
Nope,
lobby.
he's not really happy with that. Okay. I'll put
By
you
the way,
back.
I'm not bronze. So.
Sorry. I made my mushroom very upset.
That was a bad smoke.
He put his slime on me.
Oh my god.
Yo, Omen mid, Omen mid.
24 hour cooldown.
Okay. And that's just what happens when you get your rank.
You can only win 2 games a day.
Huh.
To get ranked.
What?
Is it to prevent smurfing, I guess?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Spike planted.
Yeah.
Dude, my friend is playing a different version of World of Warcraft. Bro, what? That's what it says. Yeah. That's what it says.
Try to close it.
Because I really appreciate it and hopefully you do too. With those disclaimers out of the way, let's get into the story. Our story begins at about 4 in the morning in Saline County, Arkansas, specifically on a section of railroad tracks known as the Crooked Creek Trestle. At 4 a.m. a Union Pacific locomotive was making its way through the area. The train was about a mile long and was traveling at about 50 miles an hour. While traveling through this area of Saline County, one of the train operators saw
God, I
something
got this
ahead
really
on the
cool
tracks.
yellow
They
mushroom.
immediately began blowing the horn and
super
braking the
excited about.
train. However, a mile-long
picture
piece
of
of metal moving at
colors
50
of the-
miles an hour doesn't have a lot of
coming in
room
well.
to stop. Because of this, the train hit
You guys
whatever
are
was
going
lying on the
to
tracks and continued
if I
to
can
travel
capture
for
it well on
another
my
several
phone.
hundred feet. Between the time that the initial lookout saw what was coming ahead on the tracks and
Which
the
one?
point where the train actually hit whatever was on the tracks, all 4 men aboard the locomotive said that lying in front of them were 2 boys seemingly
buy you.
asleep
Take it.
with a green tarp draped over them. And despite the rattling of the tracks and
This is pretty good.
Cover going out. Shadows traveling.
I heard knife B.
planted.
Shoot him, shoot him. Yeah.
There we go. Section that. Now we're reminding you to get online.
Behind.
Good shit.
I somehow lagged the second that breach came in. I really thought I lagged.
I had to buy a new keyboard yesterday.
Wait, who was holding for me when I was defusing?
I spilled salt water in the other one.
Oh, because.
KJ, you're gonna have to buy for someone.
Pretty much. That's exactly what I did. So I just have it sitting in there.
There's the vandal.
This new one, I got it from
The noise of the train and its horn,
Target.
the boys never moved.
And
Right
it's a
before the
Steel
train hit
Series
the boys,
keyboard,
the
which I've
people
never
aboard the
had
train-
before.
Interesting.
I actually didn't even know Steel Series made keyboards. And it was a $30 mechanical keyboard. And it was the only one they had. It was that, or there was a $130 HyperX one.
You telling me you didn't go back
And I was like,
targeting with the Logitech
you know what?
G413?
How bad can this one be? So I bought it.
You're really trolling me for the Logitech G413.
114 on that shade.
Keys are pretty fucking awful. They're pretty bad. It's like, well, that's the one I had, and then I spilled salt water on it. And I wanted to buy another one, but they didn't have it. That was fun.
Brent, oh my god, he's camping all the way in our spawn.
Matt,
What?
You're only allowed to win 2 games a day.
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh,
You could've killed him, you could've just
bullshit.
sucked.
I mean, I understand why it's there, but that's
Anti-Smurf, yeah.
That's so
I'm
weird.
just surprised that they still have it. Like, that was the thing when we started back in 2015. Kind of expected.
I don't think sound was.
It's only for like new
Helps
accounts too.
anything there.
Like I don't think I've ever actually
It's the.
been. I don't think I've ever actually had a problem with that. Like when I played, like even like back in like 2014. Yeah, it's like the first time ever getting ranked, and that was fun. In fact, I was back in high school.
It's the fact that you need 10 wins, but you can only get 2 wins a day.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah.
What it does the most is discourage the grind.
Correct.
Like,
But you can grind in other modes.
I was middle casual. You want me to
Do
grind
you
a
like to
10v10?
push A?
Well, can you play ranked, unranked?
No.
C. B or C.
You can't play competitive unranked? I think you can.
No, I tried it.
You could.
That sucks.
I literally tried
It's
it.
not letting you play the competitive rule set in unranked.
Correct. You can't play competitive at all. My option was casual. I had to play casual.
Your option was casual.
I had to play a 10v10. And so what I did instead is I went to bed.
That's so fair.
I'm not playing a 10v10. That's not even.
Okay.
That's not even the same game.
Player standing.
Bro. Don't let him plant, just watch the spike.
Down. C. Spike planted.
Nice.
One left, one right.
Placing alarm bot.
Wait, Andrew, don't actually sign up for the thing I just sent her. Don't actually do that.
Nice try.
Do this one.
We can still come back.
Yeah.
Last round before the switch.
Last round to use our crits and abilities. Don't waste your firepower.
What tier pieces do you need from
Is
normal?
it the
That's a
make
great
it
question.
8-4 or something?
Yeah.
I have head, chest, and legs. I don't know what the other ones are.
Need shoulders or gloves?
My chest is a heroic raid set piece.
Nice.
2, 3.
Why is this just not playing audio?
advantage.
Options, output device.
Yeah, you gotta be booking it.
There we go.
Last player standing.
Oh my god.
Alright, talk for a second.
Yellow.
Cool. Making sure I can hear everything.
Remaining.
So I guess fucking heroic guy didn't want us.
Nice try.
Alright, dungeons.
I hit their
Let's
omen
do 13.
144.
Yeah.
12 beat
I
timer
can't
on
believe that
Shadow
was
Moon Burial
144. He
Grounds.
should have
We've already
died
done
too.
that.
I should have been able to defuse.
Halls of Valor.
Bro,
He
listen.
should have fucking died.
I'm pretty bad, not gonna lie. Even though I'm silver, I feel bad.
Ruby Life Pools.
It's not my game, okay?
We gotta rush together. Same site. Let's go B first. Everyone goes B.
I'll try.
One surprise on it.
Be in sight. Plant the spike.
Bro, they know everywhere I'm gonna teleport. It's like crazy.
Algathar Academy.
Effective.
One enemy remaining.
Blind spike someone.
But yeah, the keys are like mechanical but mushy. It's real brutal.
That sounds like brown
Nice.
switches or some shit.
There we go. That's what we gotta do.
Like they
Rush
take
together.
effort to press.
Right.
Alright, I'll try. I try
And
not
they
to
don't
be
they don't
negative.
feel very responsive. It's like a dead keyboard.
Sounds like it's not a Logitech G4.
I'm gonna use Vandal. So just stay right next to me, everyone.
What can you do?
Saw what was coming ahead on
It's
the
the Honda
tracks
Civic.
and the
Wrong
point
seats?
where the train actually
have, like, a
hit
Best
whatever
Buy
was
around?
on the tracks. All four men aboard the
I
locomotive
do, but it was way
said
farther
that lying
away.
in front of them were two boys seemingly asleep with a green tarp draped
Right,
over
no,
You guys
them.
have
And
Guardian
And despite the
and
rattling
I
of the
wanted the
tracks
easy
and
way
the
out.
noise of the
So I don't get to complain.
Come garage, Raina, come garage.
That's what I was gonna do.
Alright. Summoned in, baby.
Send the spike somewhere we can see it from long, somewhere out in the open.
Oh my god, I'm so
Spike
bad.
down mid.
Wait, why did you go mid?
I thought you were right next to me.
No, we were going B.
Even their team's asking you what you're doing
Yeah,
We were
there.
going C, Matt.
Last player standing.
I was clearing garage. Because we had C clear.
Gives me an Agi buff. Right. Our healer is a paladin.
30 seconds left.
Alrighty. Easy puzzle box, right?
I mean, in theory, I already got the 408 one, so I can get another one.
Oh. Hello, somebody for a puzzle
Right.
box.
Hey, wait a minute.
And then
my
monk.
dick is open.
Hey, yo.
Nice try.
He was on there.
Colin owes me two, so I'll just like
Good
trade
shit,
it off.
though.
Give you one of them.
Can't say the same for you fragile humans.
Good shit on those taps.
Oh yeah, tree boss vibes.
Reloading.
Here.
We rushed
But
B
our
again.
DPS seems
I
to
know
be
we
more
rushed B.
than effective to deal with these guys.
Shutting them down.
Cutting their vision. Multiple enemies B.
One suppressed.
I know what site I'm supposed to go.
Don't push, don't push.
The train and its horn,
There's gonna be some
the boys
fun.
never moved. Right before the train hit the boys, the people aboard the train thought that these were two people who were doing it on purpose. While tragic and
Don't get hit by the
relatively rare,
seeds. We're doing
this
big
is a
polls
method
today,
that
baby.
isn't necessarily unheard of.
bumped
However,
up in the air.
the first note of suspicion came
Okay.
whenever the train made
Yep, I did
contact
too.
with the two boys. So, whenever a train hits something, it's pretty grisly, if you could imagine. And while it isn't common with people, hopefully, it is pretty common for train conductors to hit wild animals such as deer. So while gruesome, people who operate trains are pretty familiar with it. And not to get too graphic, but this is necessary for
Big
the
bolster coming
conspiracy
in.
I'll explain in a moment. Whenever something is hit by a piece of metal the size of a train, the pieces of whatever was hit
I'm passing in.
disassociate at a very rapid pace. And again, while grisly, the fragments of it are particularly aerosol
actually go
in
right this
nature.
time.
Think like when a water balloon gets thrown at something really fast. Train conduct
Cutting their vision.
We do a little bit of kiting.
Imposter kill. Plant the spike. Placing swamp grenade.
80 Reyna, she E'd. She's left, at the door.
Reloading.
On your left side.
That was simply not even an issue.
One enemy remaining.
Last one on your left
Except
side.
for the fact when we got
Oh, she wouldn't
disoriented.
have it,
But
she wouldn't
No,
have
no, 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 no.
besides
no,
that,
no. What disorient?
it only literally
She's
did
low.
kill me.
She's hit at least 80.
Just come down.
That line. Good shit on me.
conductors are pretty used to this, and that's why they immediately noticed something was off with the two
It doesn't
boys.
even use
Instead
much
of the
granite,
normal
so fuck
reaction,
it.
the residue from this instance was more purple and thick compared to normal. This is something commonly seen with deoxygenated blood. See, whenever blood is amped up on oxygen and running through your body,
shield as
it
well,
stays
Sage.
red and thin, but if the person or animal dies, the blood
can't afford
begins
to
to
save, like,
turn
any
a
rounds
darker
at all.
color and
There's no
become
point.
more thick. The instance with these two boys followed the last.
I think we just leave that cage, not gonna lie. Sage is gonna be there, watch out, she's gonna rotate.
Oh, Sage! Watch your left, Chaos.
One suppressed.
Why is there one fucking dude over here?
Yeah.
I'm going to see with it if I can.
Reyna hit 80.
108 on breach.
Spike down, C.
He's right there. Big, he pushes. Flip left.
Oh.
Match point.
Let them try to get
Oh, if you never get hit by it, it never wakes them up? Huh. I did not know that.
We had that, and then our Sage somehow lost the fight to
you
their
know that,
Sage
Andrew?
close range on top of her
what you're
wall.
talking about.
And then we lost Spike up.
During he does the burst forth,
Like, we
right? And he does
just-
all the little
Yeah,
brown
I'm not
houses
gonna
on
lie,
the
it's not even
ground,
her
some of
fault.
the
It's not
the
even her
trees.
fault.
Yeah, no, it's not her
If you
fault.
do
What
not
we-
get
what we
hit
need to do,
by
though, is
any of
kill
the
her,
brown
back off
circles,
her
they
wall and
don't
go to
wake
another
up.
site without losing anyone. With that one.
And they just sit there forever and take
Oh,
damage.
that's not good. Very.
I learned that because was like, why are none of these things attacking? And then I fucking stepped in it the second time, and then they woke up.
You see, I thought they always woke up the second time, because I've never seen them wake up the first time. They always wake up the second time.
Huh. Maybe it was just pure luck.
He's. Oh my god.
I hope no one's trying to fucking purge me.
Cypher 95. Cypher 95.
We both had negative.
Yeah, I'm like, man, I hope no one else is purging.
I don't like fucking hate these stupid ass tornadoes.
Yeah.
Why did you smoke off your entrance?
Oh, you motherfucker.
Ladder scenario. So after the train hit them, the people aboard the train said, "Oh, I guess these two were already dead." So the train stops, they call the local police, and within 30 minutes, the
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save who you can save.
So,
oh my
doing
goodness.
the thing. Unlike most of the horror series that
I got hit by 3 of the fucking tornadoes in a row.
Today's horror series needs no introduction. Five Nights at Freddy's has quickly become one of the most popular video game IPs ever. Five Nights at Freddy's currently has 9 games in its main series, as well as over a dozen books written about it and countless fan games. Not only that, but even people who hate the games have to admit that it was probably the most impactful indie horror series of all time. And the craziest part about it is, to this day, no one really knows what happened. Like, if you play through the games, it's very clear
What are
that
these
there's
birds
a story
doing
happening
here?
in the background. However, the gameplay always takes center stage. And despite the countless Reddit threads and YouTube videos made on the topic, there still doesn't seem to be a clear answer of what happened in the games themselves. So I'm here to throw my hat in the ring and present to you what I believe to be the story
Matt,
of the
that is
Five
so
Nights at
true.
Freddy's series. See, this video started out, I just wanted to cover the FNAF
Yo, Matt, after we
VHS
play
games,
some
because a couple people,
some WoW for a bit,
specifically
I'll play
Squimpus
some Valorant with you.
McGrimpus,
I think
which is
Andrew
a
will
funny
too.
name, has made fantastic horror set within the universe of Five Nights at Freddy's,
Just 'cause we can't
but
play
taking
CS.
its own story direction with its own characters and events. However, after getting all of my research done for that,
Not that
and then
bad of a
thinking
game.
how I would describe it to you all,
It's
it
mid.
wouldn't make a lot of sense.
It's gonna
to
feel
someone who
so
wasn't
fucking
familiar
slow
with the Five Nights
after
series.
playing
So
CS.
I asked
I feel like we're
myself,
moving
what
through
is
fucking
the
tar.
minimal amount of
Yeah, that is the
information I
interesting
need to
thing.
tell
CS
you about the
feels
Five Nights
faster,
series
which
in
you wouldn't
order for
expect
you
it
to
to.
understand
It feels
the VHS
way
tapes,
faster.
And that eventually devolved into me breaking down the entire story with all of the characters and major
Like, it
events.
definitely feels like you take the
So,
training wheels
I'm
off.
doing great. However, I'm only partially joking on that, because I do believe that the Five Nights at Freddy's storyline is
Dude,
a
this
very interesting
monk is
story that
pumping
deserves to be
99,000
told.
damage on this
However,
fucking
if
guy.
you're familiar with the
Actually
series
fucking
at all,
I don't know
then
how
you
I beat him in the
probably
first
know that
boss.
the problem
Actually, I
with
do.
telling the story.
Oh, that might have
is
been Touch
the
of Death,
story
actually.
itself.
That's probably
See,
why.
the story of the game takes place across the first 7 entries. The
Yeah,
games
Touch
in
of Death makes it so it's not really
chronological
fair.
order,
Instead of
or
they
at
doing
least
like a
my
million HP.
chronological order, because we can't even agree on when the games
Hey.
happened. But in
Sports.
my chronological order,
It's in the game.
it goes 4, 2,
Yeah, Matt, we'll play with you
1,
after this
5,
dungeon.
3, 6, 7. Yeah. And the reason that it's so confusing for
So if he does
newcomers to
die
the
all the
series
time, though,
to
this
try
guy's
to
kind of a
figure out what's
shitter.
going on is because anytime you search something like
That's talking
Five
about
Nights
you.
at Freddy's Theory, you're greeted with videos from 5 years ago. Whenever
Yeah, as
the
long as
third
Duck's
game
not
was
in the
out,
party,
so
I'll
we
play
didn't know
Valorant.
the events in the 4th game were going to happen.
My very,
but then
very
the theories
specific.
from the 4th game didn't know that
and
the
hard
events of the 5th
requirement.
game were gonna happen. So people kept trying to
Bro,
glue
just
together
lag,
a
bro.
puzzle because
Bro,
the
I'm like so
pieces
good,
weren't
bro.
out yet.
Bro,
But
it's
now
not my game,
I,
bro.
in the future, with the privilege
Dude,
of
just shut
hindsight,
up and play the game.
can put together
Fuck.
the puzzle the
I
way
think the
that
best
I
part is
believe it
the
was
one time
always
you
meant
weren't
to
in
be
the party,
viewed.
you was
And I'm going to do
actually
that in a
doing well.
kind of controversial way. I want this video
Oh
to
my
serve,
God,
again,
dude.
not only as my take on
I
the
just
timeline
just
for
can't
those
deal
out
with
there
that
who are
shit.
a fan
I'm
of
just
the
like,
series,
dude, I don't
but
really
also
care how
as
you're
an
playing.
introductory
Just like
point so
shut
that
the
new
fuck
people
up and
coming
play.
in are able to view all the information and better understand the story. And when you look at the entire series as one narrative, I think it becomes far more interesting and
Shut
far
the
more
fuck up and
terrifying.
play the
So
game.
in order to achieve both of those ends, and again putting emphasis on the fact that this is a cool story that deserves to be told, I am simply not going to explain myself. At least not entirely explain
Come here,
myself.
bitch.
Like, several of the things on this board go against the majority of the community's interpretation of what happened. So whenever I have a real controversial take, I'm going to explain that. But like over here, I have one of William's children listed as being named Evan. In order for you to understand the story, I don't need to sit here for 10 minutes and tell you about we got the name Evan, because in the survival book, which is an accompany book for the games, they found a series of numbers on one page and then added them together by the page number at the bottom, and then went over to a letter grid and input
I listened to my
values
podcast the other
and got
day, and
the name
apparently
Evan.
at higher level
Because
keys,
if you're not
because the
familiar with
tornadoes
series,
are so fucking
that's how we found out
or do so much damage on
everything.
this fight.
And again, while I think
Apparently,
stuff
it's
like
a
that
it's a
is
meta
cool,
strat
more
to
people, at least
ignore the
currently,
goals
are focused
until the
on if his
stacks
name's
of the
Evan or
debuff
not,
get to
rather
be
than
like
the
4,
entire
and
plot
only then
and
do you
story
burn the
of what
first goal,
happened. And I
and
think
then
that the
you
latter is far
carry the
more
first goal for as
interesting.
long
So I
as
know this has
possible,
been a
and then
long
you
introduction, but there's
hopefully
a lot
never
to
hit the
explain.
wind goal at
As
all.
always, there's going to be timestamps in the description
Yeah.
for what I'm describing, but I'm going to go through the timeline, or my opinion of the timeline,
I didn't even
for the
realize that
Five
you got
Nights at Freddy's
stacks of
video
play,
game
too.
series, as well
Yeah,
as talk
it's
about
the
characters.
sonic
And then from
vulnerability. It makes it
there,
so
we
deafening.
will begin
Every time she
talking
does
about the
deafening
VHS
screech, it
tapes
does more.
and the other YouTube horror shorts based around Five Nights at Freddy's, because I think they're really cool. And if any of this sounds cool to you, stick around after the ad, as we're going to get into pretty much the entirety of the Five Nights at Freddy's series. But before you listen to me ramble for an absurd length of time, let's make sure you're listening the right way with today's sponsor, Raycon Earbuds. With over 48,000 5-star reviews, Raycon is the best audio quality and the best package available. Thanks to the rubberized oil design of Raycon earbuds, not only do they fit comfortably in your ear, but as you can see, they're very slim and discreet while you're wearing them. And thanks to that design, whenever I sit down at my computer to play video games or edit videos, I can just leave them in and it's never a problem. Not only that, but as you can see, Raycon earbuds latch comfortably into your ear, because them on it really does mean the most. The thing to understand about the Five Nights at Freddy's series is that at its core, it's the story of two people. And those two people are William Afton and Henry Emily. Henry and William were business partners, and they went in as partners together on a new branch of children's entertainment. This new style of children's entertainment would be demonstrated on their first business venture together, a restaurant known as Fredbear's Family Diner. With later entries of the series, as many people have pointed out, you could think of the restaurants as a sort of Chuck E. Cheese establishment. The kind of places that would have singing animatronics, as well as arcade games and pizza parties for children of all ages. However, at least in the beginning, Fredbear's wasn't like that. It was a much smaller establishment that boasted 2 animatronics. The down-to-earth, homey nature of it is even present in the name of Fredbear's Family Diner. It certainly seems like a passion project, not only in the name and very nature of a children's entertainment business, but also in the attitudes of the 2 owners. From everything we see later in the series, it seems like Henry was the business and managerial side of the partnership, while William was more interested in the day-to-day operations and specifically the construction of the animatronics. What made these animatronics unique, and the thing that set their business apart from other competitors, was the addition of something William dubbed as spring lock suits. The core idea behind a spring lock suit is that it is initially a normal animatronic. However, if someone were to twist the gear on the back of the costume, the animatronic parts would slip to the sides and allow a worker to step inside of the animatronic itself and use it as a costume. Whereas at other establishments, the children would see an
This monkey's dead
animatronic
again.
on stage, and then a worker would come out to serve them pizza.
Oh, my
in the
key's
kind
done,
of
but
dollar
shit.
store mascot version of the costume. At Fredbear's Family Diner, they could watch the animatronics get off stage themselves and come play with the kids. It seems like in the beginning that was part of the goal for William, to keep the magic alive in the mind of a child. And in the beginning, it seems that they had such humble beginnings
second to
that
rest.
William and Henry were the people running the costumes themselves. Despite being owners, they would take the time to step into their own respective spring lock suits and go play and entertain the children. Henry would pilot the restaurant's namesake, the Fredbear suit itself, whereas William would slip into the secondary mascot of the business, a golden rabbit costume which would later be known to the community as Spring Bonnie. Perhaps part of this dedication to the project came in the form of their own children. William having 3 children himself, Elizabeth, Michael, and Evan, and Henry having 1 daughter by the name of Charlie. I know that in the books it mentions Henry has a son as well. However, he's never mentioned anywhere in the games, so again, I'm just talking the games, he doesn't exist up here. Something that I want to mention really quick on this timeline is if an event is inside of a red box, that is a definite year that that event happened. There's not a lot of surefire times we get in the series, so the few that you see with the red box are times we know this happened on this day. The blue boxes are more so guesstimates. In other words, the thing I'm about to talk about says 1980, but it could have also been 81 or late 70s, or the year doesn't really matter, 1980 is just a guess. Looking at the timeline, we can see that William and Henry started Fredbear's Family Diner around 1970. And then, thanks in no small part to the dedication of the owners themselves, as well as the invention of spring lock suits, a decade later they are able to expand their brand, as around 1980, William opens Afton Robotics, and William and Henry continue to expand the business itself with Fazbear Entertainment, which becomes a sort of industrial chain of Freddy Fazbear restaurants. Things were going great for the two. Henry was continuing to manage the brand as it was expanding, and William continued to create more odd and interesting robotic figures. One of these inventions that we see in the games is a small Fredbear plush that seems to have a camera inside of it, as well as a series of animatronics later dubbed Funtime animatronics that it seems William was building during this time. Everything was going great, and it seemed that nothing would stop the pair from accomplishing great things in the realm of children's entertainment.
Okay, Paladin, there you go.
Accident that happened
Do some healing, buddy.
in 1983. For whatever reason, it seems that Evan was particularly
I'm on the far unruly
terrified
textbook.
of the animatronics his father was building, and no one's
closest to
really
the
certain
outside,
why.
or-
People who have
Yeah, the one I
gathered
just
information
interrupted?
from the books have speculated that
Yeah, the one you
perhaps
interrupted?
William was
Yeah.
purposefully making
Okay.
his child afraid of the animatronics because William knew that they were dangerous. Because, you know,
We just kill the other
animatronic
one.
suits that have, like, wires and gears holding the animatronic pieces from
That's
flying
what it is,
back
guy.
into place and impaling you, it's called foreshadowing, would be dangerous to go around, especially if William is building them in his house.
Best solution to a
From what we
problem is
see in
always
future
outsourcing
games,
it.
even seems that William had put cameras throughout his house so that while he was working on his animatronics, he could monitor exactly what his son was doing. In the meantime, Evan's older brother, Michael,
Logan, you kept saying
began
you
to
had an
torment
MP9, but
Evan
mine's an
over his
MP7.
fear of these
Should I-
creatures.
should mine be
See, at
switched?
this point, the brand had
The
extended
MP9
from not
is
only
the
Fredbear's
first
Family
gun
Diner,
available,
but
and
there
then
was
MP7 is
also
another gun.
Fredbear
They're
and
just different
Friends,
guns.
and there were several other mascots
so it doesn't matter.
that would stand on stage.
Well,
along
they're
with
they're
Fredbear.
very
One
different.
of these was a character by the name of
Yeah.
Foxy. So
You
yeah,
you
I
definitely
know
have an
we
MP9
know
equipped.
Foxy mask and began
Yeah.
tormenting his brother because he thought
They're
it was
not the
funny.
same guns.
William didn't seem to mind this, perhaps even encouraging it, as he saw it as another way to keep his son safe. The events of Five Nights at Freddy's 4, which again according to me is the earliest game in the timeline, followed the nightmares of young Evan Afton. The reason the animatronics look so over-the-top creepy and terrifying is because these aren't real animatronics. These are the nightmare imaginations of a young child who's afraid of his father's creations. And Evan is spending these sleepless nights trying to evade these creatures
Probably
of
not
his
the-
imagination. That is until
Yeah.
the end of the week,
Definitely not
whenever
the-
Afton
the
and his
one far
family
back.
go to
Yeah.
Fredbear's Family Diner.
Is that a-
While there, Michael
3
and his
books is a bit
friends,
much.
all wearing the mascot's faces,
Which one's better,
begin to
MP9 or
torment
MP7?
Evan and make him
MP7 is a better
closer
gun.
to the
Okay, yeah, it's more
animatronics
expensive.
But you
themselves.
typically don't
Until
really
Michael
want
makes a
to
joke that
buy
Evan wants to give
SMGs,
Fredbear a kiss,
pretty much
Yeah,
ever.
I do
put
it on
Evan
accident
into
sometimes
Fredbear's
somehow.
mouth.
Like you buy them on
Fine.
eco rounds, and then you are buying them assuming the enemy doesn't have armor because they shred you if you don't have
Evan
armor.
doesn't
If you have
die,
armor, they're
at
basically
least not
useless.
immediately. His family
So,
rushes him to the hospital where he
and
remains
if
comatose
somebody doesn't have
for the next
armor,
couple days.
they're all
In the
basically
final levels
going to
of
be
Five
goaded
Nights at
anyway.
Freddy's 4, it's
So then that's why you buy the
possible
MP9
when
because
looking
it's the
back at
cheapest. And I think
bedside,
it also gives you a
things
lot
like
of money
hospital
for getting a
IV
kill
bag
with it.
or flower pot. Not
Because
only
it's so
that,
cheap.
but the nightmares within the final nights
So it's like,
of Five
basically,
Nights at
SMGs are only good if they have armor, and if they have armor, that means they'll die to fucking anything, so you might as well get the weaker one and save the money.
Himself. While Evan is lying in the hospital bed,
MP7 is better,
we
but
hear
buy the
Michael tell
MP9
Evan
anyway.
that he's sorry
Yes.
and ask for
Thank
his
you.
forgiveness.
That's
Until
all you
the
had to say.
Fredbear plush itself
Yeah, well, I like to give you the process so you can understand why.
Well, so here's the thing.
Because in
I
different
was in the mood,
situations, you
if I
might
was in
get
the
sent these
mood-
episodes.
If I was in the mood, I would have gone, well, why?
In
And
his
then you
final
could have
moments, we
explained.
hear William say that it's going to be
So
okay.
basically, Matt, have you heard of the
and he's gonna
Fibonacci
put
sequence?
Evan back together before everything fades out.
Bro, why'd you pull that,
Evan
you fucking
seemingly
DJ?
passes away. Now, if
I'm
you're
gonna let you-
a
I'm gonna let
big
you die to that.
aficionado
You're gonna
of the
want to
series,
apply that to
you may
the,
disagree with
your
that placement in the
purchasing
story.
decisions in CS:GO,
However,
essentially. You
this,
know?
as well as the events that happened directly afterwards, are so debated, and there's so many different options of when this happened, or this happened before this, or blah blah blah. But again, as a story, this makes the most sense to me as the catalyst that began everything. William, a man who wanted to entertain children and managed to do so for decades, began his mad descent when one of his children used one of William's own creations to kill his other child. And then in that father's desperation, he begins experiments and procedures to try to maintain the soul of a child. See, that's where the horror comes from. For those of you who may have not known anything else about the Five Nights at Freddy's games, you've probably heard it has to do with dead children possessing animatronics. And while the rules of it aren't explicitly
I would've
made
triple
clear,
pulled it.
at least on the video games themselves, it seems that if a child is killed by an animatronic or a piece of their body is put into that animatronic after death, that their soul possesses the animatronic itself. You can essentially think of it as a haunt or a haunted house. If someone dies in a derelict mansion, then they haunt that derelict mansion. If someone dies and their body is put inside of an animatronic, then their spirit possesses that animatronic. And that is exactly what happens here. While we do not know the details of how or why or what happened, either because Fredbear killed Evan, or potentially afterwards, William put pieces or all of Evan's body into Fredbear, Evan's spirit possessed the Fredbear animatronic. See, now the color coding makes sense. This wasn't just a Sunday school teacher gimmick to make the letters look cool, it had a purpose, because now Evan is the spirit of Fredbear. I don't know if you can see the Fredbear.
Don't stand in the whirlwind,
If I
kill
turn
the
lights
evoker.
off,
It's
the
all fine.
reflection isn't
Stand in
there.
the whirlwind.
So yeah, Fredbear
Focus the
is
Echo Knights.
Evan, at least for
Understood.
now. I'm not sure how, perhaps just being around Fredbear and seeing signs that his child was still inside of the suit, or maybe even some kind of weird signs that William applied to the suit itself whenever he made it. Either way, it seems that William figured out his son Evan was inside of the Fredbear suit. As you could imagine, not only the death of William's child, but now his child being trapped in a suit of his own invention changed William's life forever. It seems that from here, William wanted to better understand what had happened to Evan. So he began to modify the aforementioned Funtime animatronics with the express purpose of trapping another child so that he could figure out how the whole soul possession works. His primary contender in this being an animatronic known as Circus Baby. Circus Baby was specifically designed with a giant claw inside of its chest cavity, as well as sensors that would always calculate and determine how many people were currently in the room. He did this with the intent of Circus Baby managing to
This will be
get a
enough time to
child
kill boss.
alone all
Hopefully
by
we do.
themselves so that its claw could then come out and grab the child before dragging it into its chest cavity to be killed.
She can dance. She can sing. She's equipped with a built-in helium tank for inflating balloons right at her fingertips. She can take song requests. She can even dispense ice cream.
With all due respect, those aren't the design choices we were curious about, Mr. Afton.
This is, at least according to my timeline, the beginning of William's evil and murderous intent. It seems that the death of his own child pushed William to such extreme lengths that he was now willing to kill another kid in order to either see what happened to his son or perhaps even find a way to bring him back. During the construction of Circus Baby, William's daughter Elizabeth was in love with it, probably because it was an animatronic that looked like a young girl and had the ability to serve ice cream. On the opening day of a new Freddy Fazbear's sister location known as Circus Baby's Pizza World, Elizabeth managed to get away from her father and go see Circus Baby all by herself. The Circus Baby animatronic, calculating that Elizabeth was the only one in the room, put out a piece of ice cream to serve her before grabbing her, bringing her into her chest.
This is such an
Elizabeth
easy
was
group.
killed.
Did you know that I was on
Big
stage once?
bumpers.
It wasn't for very long, only one day. I would always count the children. I'm not sure why. I was always acutely aware of how many
Probably could
there
have silvered
were
it
in
if
the
I
room
pulled
with
harder.
me. There were 4, then 3, then 2, then 1. Something happened when there was 1. A little girl standing by herself. I was no longer myself, and I stopped singing. My stomach opened, and there was ice
Three, that
cream.
spawns one, right?
I couldn't
Yeah.
move, at least not until
Yeah, I'm
she
just holding
stepped
mine.
closer. There was screaming for a moment,
Guess I
but
just gotta
only
throw
for
it
a
on stuff.
moment. I still hear her sometimes. Why did that happen?
We're never shown exactly how William reacted to this, although I imagine this is never what he wanted. In Five Nights at Freddy's 5, also known as Sister Location, Elizabeth mentions many times that her father tried to keep her away, and she
Oh, that's not good.
specifically went against his will in order to go see Circus Baby by herself. It seems that he didn't want Circus Baby to kill his daughter Elizabeth.
Yeah, I'm
However,
trying.
that's exactly what
She
happened.
ain't moving.
Despite this, however, his plan seemed to work. The soul of Elizabeth
Yeah, I'm like, I'm literally trying to
began
fucking
possess
move it,
the
but she won't
animatronic
move.
known as Circus Baby. Now, whenever Evan died, it was simply
Andy.
seen as an accident. While Michael and his friends caused the death of Evan, they were children as
Oh my
well,
goodness.
and it could be seen as a bullying incident gone wrong. However, when Elizabeth disappeared, that raised a lot more questions. We're told in the games that the sister location
Oh, I just had
known as
all
Circus
3 of them hit
Baby's
me.
Pizza World, again the place where Elizabeth was killed by Circus Baby, we are told that it was closed due to gas leaks. This obviously being a cover-up for this event here. However, there is no way this could have happened without Henry knowing. He was essentially the acting CEO over Fazbear's Entertainment, and there's no way that they would close down the brand new location on the first day due to gas leaks without him knowing any better. What I think happened, and this is supported by
the
things that
fucking
happened
Lord.
shortly after this, is that Henry found out what William was up to. Whenever William sees that Henry has created a robot whose sole purpose is to bring in children and then kill them, it probably raised a lot of red flags. We're never told
Everyone's
this
like,
in-game,
"You
but
need that
perhaps at the same time, Henry also saw that William was
Oh,
trying to
thank
rebuild
God.
his son
Alright, that
Evan,
was nice.
or put Evan
That was
back
so nice
into
and
the
easy.
Fredbear
Alright, what's
costume,
my keys
or
to?
whatever,
No
I will put
defensive.
you
I would
back
like to
together,
exchange.
please. Either way, Henry
Holes
was so
invalid.
disgusted, at least by
Alright.
what he saw with
Okay,
Circus
that-
Baby, that he kicked William out of the company. Potentially, Henry never alerted the authorities because, for
Well,
one,
dum-dum.
him and William had been
That should be
friends for at
super
least
easy.
10 years, and two,
Oh,
William's
Matt,
actions
you out of your
has
game?
caused the death of his own daughter.
That's
So
fucking
perhaps
I've
Henry
been
saw
vibing
that
for a
as
while.
punishment
I'm actually
enough.
running around
Either
and
way,
seeing
Henry
stuff
didn't
casually.
alert the authorities, but he did
Nice.
kick William out of the business. There is a scene within a minigame in Five Nights at Freddy's 6, also known as Pizzeria Simulator. The minigame's called Midnight Motorist, and there is a part in it whenever you're playing as a little sprite that is believed to be William Afton. Again, everything in this entire series is entirely circumstantial. And while playing as William Afton, you walk up to a building called Junior's. Now, a place called Junior's is never mentioned anywhere else in the series. However, general consensus is that Junior's is the first offshoot location
Open
of Fredbear's
Valor
Family Diner,
Can't.
which is a place known as Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. So whenever William goes to the door of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, the worker at the front door says, "You know you can't be here. Don't make this any
Nice.
harder
Was
than
it
has to
411?
be."
408?
Which means the person at the front door, either Henry
Just like
or
mine,
an employee
baby.
of Henry, recognizes William and says, "You can't be
Are we playing
here.
video games
Don't make
together?
this worse than it has
I'm
to be."
watching
A lot
Valorant
of
for you,
people
bro.
say that minigame takes place during the events of Five Nights at Freddy's 2. However,
Literally
I
just
don't
for you.
agree due to something I'll mention in a
All my
minute.
book
In the
boxes
rest
sold.
of that
I'm a
Midnight
millionaire.
Motorist minigame, it
Nice.
seems that William goes home,
I'm
to
a
which someone
millionaire.
on the couch tells him, quote,
Is that your first
"Leave
meal?"
him alone, he's had a rough day." Before William goes to someone's room, yells at them to let him in, before he walks outside and sees that whoever was in the room
reckon I can
broke
get
the window and went to
whole
quote
other
that
million
place again. Now this is all speculation
Great.
because
If
most
you
of
ever
the stuff
don't
in
want
the
a mill,
series is
just, you know,
speculation.
I might have a.
What are you gonna do?
Might have a
It seems to me
place that I would
like
take some, I
this
guess.
person sitting on the couch is
Yeah, I can
probably
move some
William's
stuff around.
wife, and although
Yeah.
she's never seen in the series again,
I
that's
could-
the only
I could-
character
I
that
could
can
live
make
with
sense
that.
here. And the child that he
I mean,
is
all I'm
berating
saying
is his
that
only
there is a
surviving
gold cap
child,
on your
Michael.
character,
Michael is
so-
now terrified by his father
So after
and
you make
remorseful
that-
for the actions that he
Then I start
himself
feeling
committed that led to the
killed
death of
the
Hey,
Abby.
wait, whoa,
Perhaps
whoa.
whenever William says that Michael is going
Can I
to
withdraw
that
out of
place
Guild
again,
Bank for, like,
he's
funds?
referencing Freddy Fazbear's
I
Pizzeria
thought you
because
were
maybe
romantic. I don't know
Michael's
what
trying
that
to
is.
figure out
Oh,
what
nice.
happened to his sister. Like I said, that was
Good to know.
speculation, but it makes the most sense to
Good
me.
to know.
The core takeaway from it is that William is
Maybe I'll
now
make
being
burgers
kicked out
today.
of the locations that he helped create
Ooh, I'm gonna make
by
salad
his
burgers.
business partner Henry. And while Henry was in
I'll
his
roast
right
some
to do
broccoli,
so,
maybe?
I mean,
I
he
do kinda
found
want some
William
roasted
with
broccoli.
a child scooping animatronic.
Although
that
because
he
I'm
built. Like, you
fat,
can't let
I'm
that
gonna
guy
eat
keep
some
working
ice cream
around
right
children. Henry
Well,
becomes
well,
paranoid
actually,
of
maybe
the
not.
idea that William will try to retaliate.
'Cause I'll be a
During this
skinny
time,
queen.
William makes a
Oh,
new
that should be
animatronic.
Skinny Queen Slay.
An animatronic known as the marionette
Slay
or just the puppet.
Skinny
This puppet
queen, girly
is
pop
designed
slay.
for the express purpose of
Can't really-
protecting
Like you, Addie.
Henry's daughter,
You're a
Charlotte,
skinny queen, girly
also
girly
known
pop
as
slay.
Charlie.
You know that?
One day, William,
You know that,
perhaps
girl?
in the midst
Yeah.
of a rage towards his business partner Henry,
So slay.
William decides that he is going to take from Henry what William had accidentally taken from himself. Again, as we can see from many games placed throughout the video game series, one day Charlie is locked outside, to which William Afton pulls
Alright.
up in his vehicle, kills
My
the
level
young
is
child
13.
before driving away and leaving her body in an alley. Now, normally, the marionette puppet
I
would
made
have stopped this from happening, as its entire
118,000
purpose
gold
is
out
to
of that.
follow Charlie around and protect her.
It's more
However,
gold
during
than I
this
have in
event,
my
it
account.
seems that the puppet was trapped and unable to get
And
to
it
Charlie
only-
until it was
it
too
cost
late.
me an
Eventually, the
investment
puppet
of
works its way outside in order to
970,000
find the young
gold.
girl,
Jesus.
to which whenever the puppet gets there, the deed is already
Hey,
been
but money is
done.
money.
The puppet, unable to do anything else, lies down next to Charlie, to which it seems through
12%?
whatever
That's not bad.
supernatural means is filled throughout this narrative, the spirit of Charlie possesses the puppet.
No!
Perhaps William killed Charlie
My
outside that
God.
day because it was just a moment of opportunity, or perhaps he did it away from the
You sound like
animatronics
fucking
because at this
Scooby-Doo.
point 2 of his own children had been killed in the proximity of an animatronic and their soul had been taken into it. And perhaps William killed Charlie outside
any
in
of you
order to
seen,
prevent
um,
her from
Velma?
possessing an animatronic.
No, but I
However,
only heard
despite
terrible
his
things.
efforts, as noted here, the spirit of Charlie now possesses the marionette puppet. I like the idea of Charlie being the first murder victim
Watched
of
the first,
William,
like, 5
not
minutes
only because it
and
matches the
wanted to
story
die.
more and it makes the first intentional kill more purposeful, but in the events that follow, the animatronics
guys
are
heard
only
about,
possessed because the puppet
name?
attaches that spirit to each
the-
animatronic.
one of the-
So
the
in
founders
order
of
for
Rick and
any
Morty,
of the
by the way,
victims to possess future
his name,
animatronics,
not
the
Dave,
puppet has to be dead first.
Oh, David Rowland?
Not only
Yeah.
that, but a line that Henry
whole,
says
like,
in Pizzeria Simulator
essentially
heavily
kidnapping people.
implies that his
Huh?
child was the first victim of
he's had
William's
a-
killing spree.
Not until I
a case
undo what
going
he has
on,
done
and the
and
charges are,
heal
like,
this wound.
a
wound first inflicted on me, but then one that I let bleed out to cause all of this.
So due to Charlie's death, the restaurant is shut down. A couple years later, it reopens
kind of,
as
like,
the new and
illegal
improved
imprisonment,
Freddy
which basically
Fazbear's
means,
Pizza. I think it is shortly
somebody
after the
hostage.
reopening of Freddy
Love
Fazbear's
that.
Pizza that the missing
And a bunch of
children's
these, like,
incident
weird
occurs. For those that
sex
don't know,
things
there
and
is a
whatnot, so-
mention in the first
dude got
5
fired,
Nights at Freddy's game,
and he's
and
literally
at
the
the time
voiceover
this was
and
the
Morty,
only lore
so-
for the overall series
That
that
show
we
was
ever
better
got,
fucking
in
water.
which a newspaper clipping says that 5 children
Apparently a
went
bunch of other
missing
people
at
Oh, have been
Freddy
doing the
Fazbear's
voice.
Pizza, and that's the reason
really?
it got shut
Yeah.
down. That Freddy
They're
Fazbear's
like
Pizza
that
that
he's
got shut
been
down because
like
5
they have
children went
replacements
missing
on track,
is
but
the current
it was
pizza
a little
place
funny.
that I'm talking about in the timeline. And I'll pull the timeline back up in a second to look at, but I want to add the final names to this board first. But in short, we have the original Fredbear's Family Diner, and then we have some restaurants like Circus Baby's
one
Pizza
count
World
of
that open then get closed,
felony
and maybe
domestic
some other
battery,
projects that we're not told about in the
one
series.
felony
But
count
after
of false
Fredbear's, we get
imprisonment.
Freddy Fazbear's
Yeah, that's
Pizza.
what it was, false
Charlie is killed outside of it,
bad.
So it is shut.
Careful of the edges. Not sure if I could catch you in time if you fell off.
You're
I
taking
mean,
some pages
I
out of
tried,
Andrew
of
Tate's
course.
book.
Yo, he's in jail for a long time now.
Oh.
Tate?
Tate.
Isn't he just
He got
like,
convicted.
Oh,
He
hell
got
yeah.
convicted? Oh,
Yeah,
I
to
thought
my
he was
understanding, I
still
thought he
just-
got convicted and he has 17 years.
Hey, yo.
That was the last I saw it.
Let's go.
What a fucking dub.
That might be what he's
You maybe was facing it? I thought I saw something that was like, he is in jail.
He's in
Or like,
jail?
no, but like that he got sentenced, I should say.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I thought I saw something that he got
Are you
sentenced.
gonna leave spawn with the bomb?
No, because I have fucking blitz.gg on and I'm trying to close it. Even though I literally fucking ended the process. It's still up.
Hell yeah. It's like I never bought armor. Ooh. I forgot
But
that
yeah,
bomb
I thought he got
came up
sentenced.
again.
What was that guy doing?
Last player standing.
I'm fragging. Where are my teammates?
Dead.
Oh, there's my teammate.
He said, "Play."
For how long is that shit on you?
Until you remove it.
Oh. Well.
You can't bang with that.
It's about to say.
Just play time.
Yeah, I just want to hear when she jumps down.
Calculated.
That's my Logan.
Literally shit on.
Alright, I take back what I said about those bots. They're pretty good.
Like I was gonna play time, I just wanted to hear if he fell. So I just wanted to know if he was gonna fall down.
Man, I resorted to memeing in chat.
The American way.
Truly.
That's what it's about.
What do you normally buy second round when you win, Matt?
Phantom.
You do whatever you want. My econ, the way that I do first rounds is the first 2 rounds I don't buy anything, and then third round I go all out. Because third round is normally the round that the enemy
I mean, it's
team...
CS:GO vibes, right? You're either half buy or you send it.
Third round, the enemy team is gonna go all out, and I like to counter it.
It's the same sequence in CS.
I'm just asking because I've seen people.
Ooh!
Jesus, see you later.
What?
Holy fuck. What? Did you forget to buy armor?
Yeah, I think I forgot to buy armor. I think that's why.
Oh my god. Yeah, I've seen people after winning first round buy the like USPS, and I've seen people buy fucking Phantoms, and I've seen people buy Spectres, so I don't really know what the fuck you're supposed to do.
Yeah. I assume it's CS, you just
You do
buy
whatever, you
any.
do whatever the fuck you want, really. Normally. Poop.
Huge.
Nice poop.
Good poop.
Good
Just
poop.
gotta play around the slow
Don't forget
fields
to wipe.
and we're fine.
This time I'll actually buy armor. No, yeah. I really like my sense in this game, and I need to figure out how to convert it to CS, because I really like the
Yeah,
sense
good
of
luck with that, bro. Doesn't work.
What do you mean doesn't work?
I tried to convert mine and it didn't feel right. So I like converted it and then lowered it still. Now I just have them written down so I can't forget them.
Interesting.
My Valorant
How'd that get behind us? What the fuck just happened? How'd she throw it behind us, but I didn't see it traveling the whole time? I was watching the fucking window where she was shooting. That was the dumbest shit I've ever seen in my life. Alright, what this Raze just did was even fucking stupider, actually.
What happened?
She dumped an entire mag into the Raze, didn't hit a single other bullet while they were both shooting bombs at each other, and then she switched to a weapon on the ground and instantly headshot her. And I was like, bruh.
Love.
Yeah, I like that, Andrew. It was clean.
plays with the Phantom?
One enemy remaining.
Out of charges.
Didn't know I was playing with a nerd. A Phantom fanboy.
Scoreboard, scoreboard, scoreboard.
Hey, wait a minute. Vice Phantom. Andrew, wait, take mine. Swap skins. Over here in Gelato. It's the water. Logan would like that skin.
Well, that makes sense. CSGO. Alright, so my sense in this game is 0.9, and in CSGO it is 0.4, and the conversion rate is 0.9 in this game is 0.2 in CSGO, and I was like, CSGO felt really twitchy.
Where was that, Matt? Was that Cat?
Yeah. She's right there.
She's fucking there.
Okay, another one.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
Player standing.
Why don't you make swing while looking at the ground?
I feel like you almost never get body blocked in CSGO, but it's impossible to go around without getting fucking body blocked
I got
in this
banned
game.
from a game yesterday because people were body blocking, but I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean...
Logan was there, he can attest.
What?
I got banned from a game because people were body blocking.
You don't know what you're talking about, you just walked around us.
My ult's ready.
We don't have a healer!
My ultimate is ready.
I'm hanging out. I'm gonna play flank.
Alright, Matt, they can only be in one corner. Walk it in. After we fuck them up.
I'm scared!
Thanks.
Logan, were you gonna stab him?
He was trying. I was just trying to put down a fucking gun.
Hey, hurry up, Andrew. Your teammate's gonna need help soon.
As long as he just doesn't immediately die, we're good.
He has maybe 2 HP.
I know very well.
One guy's above, one guy's below. Last guy below.
There's 2 more?
There's 2.
Nah.
One enemy remaining.
Probably below.
That's a negative.
Fucking fine, bro.
30 seconds left.
Plant that shit. Don't be a bitch.
Plant.
I have the spike.
Put down your shotgun.
Shotgun. Okay, so they're telling you how this guy's rotating. So he came from B, now he's in spawn.
I would just back off, and if she's just refusing, ult it.
Oh yeah, you have your ultimate.
Oh yeah, shoot that.
The guy was already dead.
Oh, and put a fucking Hanzo arrow in there.
Standing ahead.
Yeah.
If she goes for the
Seems
defuse,
easy.
just ult her.
She just backstabs you right now. Don't be a thrower.
Don't throw.
Don't be a thrower. I think it was just spike sounds.
Clutch.
Clutch.
Good thing I was with you. Yes?
Yes.
I've been itching for a fight.
I'm gonna moves. Hey, look at these fishing rods. Nice little ambiance.
Shit, bro. What if we played Apex?
We do have 3 people.
I need to blow something up.
I do.
Yeah, wait a minute. I'm down.
I have an update actually download. Give me a
Me
little
too,
bit.
me
You
too.
absolute son of a bitch. Cat.
Meow.
Huh?
What's that cat?
Clean. 3, 2. Oh,
baby.
man.
That scared
That's
the crap
not
out of me.
good. You beat Sam and then did a double take.
Yeah, I was about to walk past him. I was like, wait a minute.
Something's going on over there. Something getting a little spooky over here.
Turret's destroyed.
I think he's above you.
Alright, he's about to drop right
Oh
in
my
front of you.
goodness.
3, 2, 1. Go.
He's dropping now? Ooh!
I don't run a bit, just drop left.
One enemy remaining.
Are you looking at your screen?
I mean, I was, but I wasn't in the right area. I was slightly to the left of him.
Did your headset on backwards?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I like how you moved seconds before. Like seconds before he dropped.
Well, yeah, because I wanted a different angle.
Okay, we know the drill. Stick to your roles and we'll crush it.
And he was watching the other way, so it was right. Gamer.
Gamer word.
Didn't mean to use the hard R there. Gamer. I peek cat. I take this guy's head off. Oh, I'm downloading Apex. I don't do that.
I got you, I got you.
Food.
Narrow that down. Alright, so we're telling you where we're
That's lit. There's one coming through mid. Got 122.
Coming mid from cat, or?
Oh, you killed him,
Okay.
The one cat has...
There's another guy mid.
One enemy remaining.
Other one has 20 HP.
He's on cat. He's in the cat area.
He's
like in the room to your left, Matt.
Yeah, through there to the left.
I'm just gonna go to the spike.
But you could just kill her and win.
You're gonna go to the spike, you have the spike. Oh wait, no.
I don't.
The spike's planted indeed.
Never mind. I'm dumb.
Tripwire.
Tripwires don't do anything once the guy's dead. That's why they're illuminated. Because it's like, why...
You're gonna get fire in the hole!
She doesn't have it.
What if she does?
No, she doesn't. I'm looking at it right
Fire in the hole!
Blocking sight.
Oh.
Be coming. Our guy's actually just...
Our guy left sight!
he was literally looking left and you could hear her sprinting to the right of him.
That was funny. Bro, put him on hush mode.
Downloading Apex in between rounds.
Let's fucking go.
Yep.
Look up Hickory Tavern. Catch mom what you want from there. And then once I have this, y'all go.
Ow.
Enemy spotted mid. Party's over.
Alright.
Just like that, Logan. You're supposed to do it like that, Logan.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
One enemy remaining.
Fucking bitch.
I wanted to ult her.
Matt, that guy, I swear, his whole fucking goal in this game is to stand directly in front of where you're aiming.
Did you see that? That was so funny.
Oh,
I still got the
I've
kill
done that to me
too.
so many times. I'm like, what the fuck?
I still got the kill as well. Cause he's bad.
So bad. There's no awareness.
Anyone want my Vandal? We're all Phantom gamers, never mind. Mine has a cute bunny on it though. When you shoot, the bunny changes colors. Shoot it now, before you're in a gunfight, because you won't be able to see. When you're too busy aiming at the end.
I mean, maybe you can.
Spike down A.
That's an interesting wall that you can bang through.
Isn't it?
Solid brick. Dude, that's a 50 cal. I got into
The raise, when you see yours, hit 40.
Who's Raze?
Orange bitch. Grenade.
Where's she at?
Here comes the party. She was
Where's
a
she
main.
at?
She was a main.
That upper section?
That was the no. That would be the entrance to A.
Which is that?
Even I understood that. Where we come through.
Oh.
You're right.
It says it on
That
the
makes
map as
sense.
well.
Right
Right
30 seconds left.
Look at the bomb. Don't be.
Player standing.
Ah.
One enemy remaining.
Dude, I got the network problem, alright? What am I supposed to do? I'm downloading Apex.
That's not how you peek that.
Dude, I'm literally downloading Apex. I was on one side of it, and then I teleported to the other
Okay,
side
fair
of it.
enough. You beat some and then just like react. Just like, okay.
That makes sense, because I'm still, look at my, I don't know what my ping says it is, but my thing in the top right says network problem, high average ping, high average ping.
Yeah, yours is fluctuating, which is the scary part, Logan.
That's a new way
I
to
see like
play the
48
game
and then
generally.
111. Did you like the bunny rabbit?
Bunny. Bunny rabbit, give me a kiss. Remember, your mother doesn't love you. Oh, Addie's sleeping. She's so cute.
How'd I end up way down here at the bottom of the board?
Nothing new.
My man Wheezy fucking floating in. Where was he?
Dead.
Dead.
One's connector mid. Got him.
One enemy remaining.
Good job, boys.
He's stuck. I think he's connected.
Light 'em up, light
Like
'em up.
90% sure.
Hands up,
I'd be
light 'em
correct.
up,
He's
light 'em up.
connected mid.
Hands up,
Where is
light
he?
'em up, light 'em up.
Okay.
Hands up, light 'em up, light 'em up. Put your hands up. Let's finish this up. I'm trying to go play Apex.
I still got that downloaded.
Mine's about to be finished.
Yeah. Well, mine's 1.2.
I'm just leaving
gigabytes
it
out
on.
of 5.7. So.
Oh, mine's 4.2 gigabytes out of 8.1. So,
Yeah, live shit internet. So.
Shit on.
Imagine having an Apex update. Not be me.
Ooh, cringe. We're gonna play Apex and we're gonna be like, fuck.
Wait, this game sucks.
Yeah. No, we're gonna be like, shit, dude, in this Apex.
Let's stop. Let's jump right into it.
Give me broken moon or give me death. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree.
I do like that map. I actually forgot about that map, yo.
That map is the best thing that ever happened to Apex. Yeah, as he should. Shit is mad good.
Goaded. Goaded.
Light.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
If you lose this, you're a yellow bellied coward. I couldn't come up with anything.
Last round
That
in the
was,
half.
that was embarrassing. I couldn't come up with anything. I'm sorry.
You are dumb.
You are a stupid idiot.
Exactly where you go.
You guys are bad.
Oh, stay fuck. Ay, 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 ay. Okay. This game is absolute fucking dog shit, terrible ass. That Raze needs to kill herself. I said it.
Switching sides.
I hate to say it, but probably best to play as a team. So, what's the plan?
Dibs on Pathfinder.
Go.
What?
No.
That's it.
That's it. I'm killing myself.
I'm not even gonna download the upgrade. It's over.
No. Well, whoever gets first pick gets to play Path. Like it's always been.
One enemy remaining.
I'm embarrassed
Strike
for
down
them.
mid.
Bro, I was halfway through typing it.
Embarrassing. Yikes.
Uninstall. The trifecta.
Real.
Don't overthink it. That's my job.
Damn it.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Uh-oh. Ran out of ammo. Shame.
I like the uh-oh.
This dude's embarrassing.
I was like, I'm just not even gonna fucking like remotely control it. And I was like, I'm just gonna let it happen.
The bulldog is horrible if you don't even try. Like the recoil.
I was like, I'm not even gonna try, and it should like enough should hit, and then it just it didn't. It didn't.
Why are you leaving Spike? Oh, what?
Defenders win.
The fight is over.
GG, but not. Apex.
I wonder how much social credit I'm losing from flaming people in this game.
Down and now reopened. It is shortly after this reopening I think the missing children's incident occurs, and here's why.
Like
Whenever
my
you are
hidden
playing
MMR
as
is
the
going up
security
on my
guard, a man by the name
socials.
of Jeremy
It's going
Fitzgerald in Five Nights at Freddy's 2, phone guy, or the guy who is giving you the instructional messages over the
Well,
phone,
only one thing to
says
do
that
now.
you are at the new reopened Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Time to play a good game.
Hello and welcome to your new summer job at the new and improved Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
And over the course of
25
that
minutes remaining
week,
my download,
he says that an investigation is taking place.
Okay, so just to update you, there's been somewhat of an investigation going on. We may end up having to close for a few days. I don't.
Now we know that the events of Five Nights at Freddy's 2, that week that you're playing as the security guard, take place in 1987. Most people say that the missing children's incident happened before the old restaurant was ever shut down, or in other words, around the same time that Charlie was killed. However, That wouldn't make sense if it's a current ongoing investigation. Think about it. If the children disappeared in 1985 and all that time had passed, why would the investigation now just be starting in 1987? We know that the investigation is not over the bite of 87 because that happens at the end of the work week. Also, to make sure everyone's still in the loop, in the original Five Nights at Freddy's game, which takes place after the events of Five Nights at Freddy's 2.
It's about to get
I know there's
funky.
prequels and sequels all over the place.
Oh my god,
the phone
wait, guys,
guy
there's an
in the
LTM.
first game mentions that...
And it looks good as fuck. Hardcore Royale is what it's called. Hardcore Royale is trios with higher stakes and harsher punishments. You'll have less information on your HUD, and any mistakes made could be your last. All legends have level 1 armor, non-evo. No helmets, and armor swapping is disabled. Choose your fights carefully. The ring does maximum damage from the start of the game. Position yourself accordingly and stay ahead of the wall of death. Jesus.
Sounds kind of dog water, not gonna lie.
Oh my god, stickers? I could put stickers. What's my store look like? Dog shit. Collection store? Oh, there's a collection event on right now. Oh, wait a minute.
We remove limits from pubs and ranked while we work on a fix for crashing. Huh? This shit's crashing.
Hey, I got new skin.
Wait, we get a gun if you complete the collection event?
That's what, yeah.
What?
Yeah. That's why I stopped speaking once
what?
I got in there.
Excuse me?
I'm getting 2 skins from the collection.
You're joking, right?
They look good. The Octane one. Runny Babbitt.
Looky Babbitt. Cosmic skin is garbage.
Yeah, I saw that.
Honestly, all those skins are dog shit too. Oh, dude, I got the welcome to Apex. Let's go.
Andrew, how long?
Like half an hour.
What?
Jesus.
Joking.
Ready
25
up.
minutes.
Wait,
this fucking
why
guy.
Why can't I get rid of the... Oh, it's because you're in charge. I'm paying attention. I know how video games work.
Hardcore Royale is trios with higher stakes. All legends have level 1 armor, non-evo. No helmets, and armor swapping is disabled? Ring does max damage from the start of the game.
Yeah, he was here and paying attention.
Yeah.
Oh my
you
God,
can't
what?
see how much
Armor
ammo's
swapping's
in your
disabled,
gun?
bro?
Dude, you can't see how much ammo's in your gun. Scanning survey beacons reveals the number of squads remaining. Alright.
Wait. We don't know how many teams there are left unless we scan a beacon?
Dude, bro. You don't know anything.
Oh my god, bro. Inspecting your weapons will show your weapon HUD. You can't see your weapon HUD without inspecting your gun.
Dude, isn't that crazy?
I was like, why do I
Fucking
feel like...
80.
Okay, hold on. 1 second. Why do I feel like that's how it should have always been? Like, I understand why it's not and why, like, you know, games and all that stuff. But, like, why do I feel like it would have been kind of cool if it was a little bit harder?
Dude, all I know is, imagine not starting with Evo. I literally cannot ever imagine a time in the game where we ever start without Evo, you know what I'm saying? Shit is literally game breaking. It's like not even the same game actually anymore. Like how could they do this to us?
Alright, I bet one of us is the champion. Logan, if one of us is the champion, I'll win you $5.
Alright.
And if one of us isn't the champion, you Venmo me $5.
Good morning, Addy. Good morning. Hi. Hi. Good girl. Hello. Welcome awake.
we gonna have a map? I wonder. I bet the map's gonna be the only thing we do get. Otherwise, I wouldn't be surprised. Yes, sir. Maelstrom. I'm prepared for my sins to feel bad.
Only what your future can be. With the right moves.
Blue tier Wraith. Damn, banner's looking good, Logan.
Look, bro. Look at that, dude. Goated.
I hate my life. Why did that happen?
I'm the jump master. No pressure,
Bro,
me.
come on, I've been knowing you, idiot.
It's time. I'm the jump master.
Brush it off. You lost it.
Dropping in. Hang on.
Wow, I hate my life. How did that actually work?
Let's go over there.
Easy money. You didn't have to do a damn thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I wanna dance with somebody. Oh, wait a minute. We don't get to see anything. I don't know how much health I have.
There's a bitch underneath me. Her name is Bangalore.
Help!
First blood on the enemy.
I need health. Oh, we spawned some. We're good.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you're full HP, you don't need to see your health, so it's fine.
Right. Bro, you're so you're so trash. What the fuck?
Our teammate is not looking. I'll give them a piercing.
Matt, you left?
No.
Oh.
Right here.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Crack the Bangalore. Look, I'm getting finished.
That is violent.
The old location.
And it's almost scary, but I like it. I need to turn the quality of my graphics up a little bit, because like I was having trouble seeing the enemies.
Now we need Andrew.
True.
My sense feels so perfect. Oh.
This is the perfect skin for me because it's covered in dragons.
Oh yeah, Seer got his fucking heirloom.
Yep. And it's dog shit. Actually, is it? I don't know. I haven't seen anyone use it.
His pose is pretty good.
I agree.
My heart beats stronger with
Presumably you can pull up the map, right? why, like, you
No, Matt, you must navigate based on vibe.
Why do I feel like it would have been kind of
Breaking. Like, how could they do this to us?
Understand every inch of the map.
$5.
Go.
And why, like, you know, games and all that stuff. But like, why do I feel like it would have been kind of cool if it was a little bit harder?
Dude, all I know is, imagine not starting with Evo. I literally cannot ever imagine a time in the game where we ever
That
started
skin looks
at
like
Evo,
garbage.
you know what I'm saying? Shit is literally game breaking. It's like not even the same game actually anymore. Like, how could they do?
The champion. Logan, if one of us is the champion.
Like, how could they do this to us?
What the?
Alright, I bet one of us is the champion.
Where the hell did Logan go?
Alright, I bet one of us is the champion. Logan, if one of us is the champion, I'll give you $5.
What the hell are you doing over there?
I'm just trolling Matt's Discord for a second.
You Venmo me $5.
Brooke was like, "Come play Valorant," so I told her I was gonna come play.
Good morning.
And then I didn't. Oh, got him.
Oh my god.
I fucked on him.
You Venmo me $5.
Good morning. What the fuck? Why are we going here? Then, bro, this drop sucks.
Do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ?
Hey, suck my dick. I actually like the fact I don't have a HUD. Look, I can see so much more.
Look at the map. The next ring is far.
Oh, tap strafing. Ugh.
I need my sense to go up a little bit.
First blood on the enemy.
Wait, I get muted?
Don't forget about dinner.
Me? Oh.
I think I got muted.
You want to just look at my phone?
Yes, please.
1 minute. We have time to strategize.
What?
Extended sniper magazine here. Extended sniper magazine here.
The ring isn't very.
Damn, I want to play Broken Moon so bad. Alright, so you can see your inventory.
Let's do some shopping.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
New kill leader appointed. New kill leader. Surely you can take the title from them. Mama's got a brand new
Oh, my sense
bag.
feels really high.
The ring's moving, friends.
Remembering to sprint, be like.
A champion just.
On us?
They must not be very good.
What do you mean? I just grappled.
No, there's someone on us.
The enemies are shooting at me.
Crack that octane inside the train.
I'm dead.
Crack two.
Octane's on me in this corner. I actually have him pinned in a corner. No, I don't. He got away.
He moved.
Enemy down. The enemy is moving.
Cracked him.
Reloading. Target landed near me. Bold move.
Oh my god, wait, I can see the game now. Here we go.
Enemy taken down.
Enemy close. Finding them. Recharging shields. Reloading. The entire squad. Hold on, I need to heal. Putting the Phoenix kit to use.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Oh, so I can see you when you're low.
Yeah.
I am repairing myself.
Remembering what buttons to hit is like the craziest feeling.
Huh? Just you, bro.
I am repairing myself.
I turned my quality way up.
Mama's got you now. I'm going there. Optics here. Would be wise to follow.
I'm grabbing light ammo. One sec.
Materials secure.
Just try to hit B to close that menu.
Is B your buy menu?
In
Oh, I guess it is.
CSGO?
Oh, I guess it is, yeah.
What is yours?
I think it is B. I just never like actually realized what key I'm pressing.
Yeah.
I just had the muscle memory of I go to this area on my keyboard. I was like, that sounds like a weird key. And I'm like, nah, that's probably where mine is.
Let's head that way.
Now, Matt, since you died, I permanently have your HUD on my screen.
Cool. That makes sense.
Yo, Loba, can you also see fucking Pathfinder's HUD on your screen now since he went down?
I didn't. Oh, I did go down. I didn't even go down.
Because I can.
See what?
Can you see his HUD?
I wish I could see how many kills.
Like his fucking health bar and shit?
Yeah, for some reason it's just showing me yours though.
Oh. Yeah, I can see Pathfinder's ever since he went down.
That's weird. Oh, little tap strike on him. Oh, hit me with one of these. Oh, fuck, I fucked that one up.
Ain't nothing like a broken game, you know what I'm saying?
Crafting. 1 minute, friend.
I wonder how many crafting materials I have. Oh, none.
How do you check?
You go into the crafter.
Oh, I guess I'll do it.
Did you really just take the backpack I made? Logan? Logan?
What backpack?
Logan? Give me the backpack.
The next thing's far.
Give me
I
the
don't know what
backpack.
you're talking
Give me
about.
the backpack.
I don't know what you're talking
Give me
about.
the backpack. Give me the backpack.
Bro, I'm just getting
Give me the
ammo.
backpack.
I'm just
Give me
getting
the backpack.
ammo. Oh, here's an arc star. Okay,
Gonna hurt
I don't know what you're talking about. Where is the crafter?
Give me the backpack. Are you gonna make me
Oh,
one?
yeah, I'll just make you one.
You're gonna make me one?
I will.
Good.
Like where's...
It literally,
That
the
is
crafter
so
opened,
funny.
and I was like, ooh, and then it went away, and I opened my inventory like, I don't think I got it.
That is fucking hilarious. I love that. I was like, huh, what's this purple bag? That's sick.
Item belongs to another
Yoink.
player.
You didn't even say that. It was
This
just
purple
like,
bag just popped up.
oh, purple bag.
How crazy.
Matt, you'd done the same thing. You're like, ooh, purple
No,
bag.
I would have gone, Logan was just talking about the crafter. A purple
Brooke
bag just popped
is
up in my
playing
inventory.
with Duck.
Who?
What's her name? Brooke? Kayla? Kayla.
Kayla. Oh.
The gamers over here.
What? I would like to put my foot in their mouth.
Alright.
Sensually. Yeah?
What?
What?
Phoenix kit here. Enemy
It's going away.
Don't let them slip away.
Cracked one over here.
Enemy shield.
Can't see him.
Before the ring closes, we have time.
Reloading.
Where's that drone?
TBD to that.
I need to put my monitor closer to my face.
The ring is in close proximity. Less
I
than
need
1
to
minute.
look like one of those real gamers.
Yo, let's go to this rock.
I'm dabbing the Sphinx kit. I'm coming.
The drone's above us too.
30 seconds left on the clock. The ring's close.
I see it.
Not so fast. Time to find you. The enemy stands
I'm flush. I'm flush.
25 on Horizon.
Take my port. Take my port.
I remember going to need.
Where'd she go?
Up top. Floor.
Upstairs.
30. Hit somebody else 14.
We're all outside
Down below.
the wall of death is coming our way. Hotstar out. Hotstar out. Let's put you in a bind.
Hit her 22 flesh. I'm naded out.
Reloading.
Bitch.
Shields are depleted. Recharging.
Oh yeah, people just don't even drop their armor at all.
Yeah. Someone had a red box down here.
Shields are depleted. Recharging.
Key?
Maybe.
Has to be. Or a Kraber.
Shops open for business.
RE.
RE45 here.
You are coming home with me tonight.
Yeah, I have a 3x now. I can see
Oh,
the enemies.
fucking zone. This shit hurts. Ooh, a bounce pad.
We're good. We're right here. Your head's on my screen for now.
Nice.
I'm going there. You will be blind.
Do we want to make it all the way to Climatizer and scan?
Yeah. I think we do.
Figure out what's going on in this in the lobby.
Yeah, what is poppin'? So do other than white shields ever drop?
No.
Gotcha.
Maybe in a care pack. But it said every person has white armor.
Right, it's every person in white armor, but like, I mean, that can't drop and like loot other armors. But I certainly haven't seen it, and nobody I've ever shot has had anything else. So let's just go Climatizer. We got a care pack too. I'm halfway there, boys.
I know. They're just fucking with those guys.
Recharging shields.
Seer Q in front of you, Logan.
I heard it.
Be ready.
Got him right here.
These bonds aren't easily broken. I shattered an
Cracked one. On ping.
Another squad is
We're gonna kill him quick, get quick. Come to me. That Valkyrie's one. Shoot him. on the first fucking ping, dude. Valkyrie's one on ping. He is not healed yet. He's coming towards you. Still 1 HP. You guys just heal. You guys are totally fine.
recharging my shields. Enemy at that location.
One guy's dead on ping, the other guy's still on the roof.
This is such a big little thing. How are we
Yeah.
all alive behind it?
Putting a Phoenix kit to use. Hold on, I need to heal.
I'm gonna get those thirsts in a second. I'm gonna slide down to the right.
Wow, this guy didn't have anything for me, bro. I might as well be looting a loot bin.
Not so fast. Time to bind you. Recharging my shields.
There's another little wall near me.
Are they still on the roof, Logan?
Yes, one. Only one.
Are think I just heard someone near me and saw that.
Using my Phoenix kit.
Got roof. There's a low bolt in this direction. We'll come hit beacon.
I would love to. I'm trying to get my fingers in Apex mode. Moving around feels really funky right now.
I snared that person over there.
Three squads.
Yeah.
I'll fucking take that. Did you take it?
Yep. Cracked one.
Did you drop that 2x? Cracked one. Do you have port?
Got her. Got her.
Do you have port?
Yep. Do you have a zipline to get us back?
Yes.
Alright, go. As close as I can get it.
We not? I'm not dead.
Yep. Got his ass. Last guy here.
I'm knocked, I'm knocked.
One. Oh, that there's another team. They're from that direction.
Oh, I just got knuckle clustered.
Alright, shoot for me, brother.
Ooh, she shit on that guy. Fuse is up there. Fuse about to die to the ring.
Hey, we got swung on by everybody. Yeah, I feel like we could have just held up there, but
Yeah, that knock was so good.
Well, the portal just didn't go far enough.
Yeah, having to re-knock was rough.
We have our Apex champions.
It's alright though.
Damn, Matt, 300 damage.
Damn.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Where's the blue bomber?
Opening the game.
Nice.
Ranked?
Straight in it. I'm gonna put some rice in the rice maker.
Rankaroonie. It's time. Hello? It's time for ranked. I'll play Newcastle.
You play what?
Newcastle.
Newcastle. Hey, fun FPS moment.
Alright, well.
Newcastle low-key kind of mad hype though.
He's fun. He's Gibby but better. He's better balanced, Gibby.
Yeah. Do I play my nice trans girl catalyst?
Nah, play Ash.
What? Catalyst so good.
Ash good.
But Ash so good too. Well, then what's Andrew gonna play?
Whoever he wants.
Compiling shaders.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna go get more
Kinda
water
funny.
while I wait.
I find it funny that I just made like 5 times the amount of gold that Colin has while you guys played Apex.
You're just gold farming?
Yeah. I don't need bandwidth to buy shit off the EH.
Fair enough.
Like 35 grand.
Jesus Christ.
I am literally printing money.
How do you know when to buy and sell? You just following the Undermine journal?
Undermine journal doesn't work anymore.
Oh.
Do you know that they combined the AH?
Yes, with all the servers. For only
Region.
regions, yeah.
Yeah, and it's only for commodities, which is like pretty much everything on fucking AH.
Gotcha.
So for whatever reason, Undermine doesn't work anymore. Don't really know what that's about. I don't know. I guess it's impossible to gather that data. Who the fuck knows? But I just know because I've been looking at the prices for a while. That's pretty much it.
Oh, so you're literally modeling the prices. You just like check multiple times a day, and you're making your own Undermine journal, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
in that
not
rank
recording the prices. I just know like what they normally hover around, and then if it's below that, divided by 0.95, because that's you have to pay the AH tax. Then easy money.
Damn. All right. Sorry, man. I'm getting my rice together.
This guy. If I'm not in the
Man's
ring
gotta
queue
eat.
in the next 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
White rice activated.
I was being lenient.
Alright, now I'm gonna click Q, and then I'm gonna cuddle my dog. Hi, Eddie. Oh my goodness, hello. Good. Oh, big stretch. Big stretch. Yeah, I'm silver 2. Kind of hot shit. Oh, hi.
How did you guys not derank as much as I did?
Because we hit plat.
Win.
First split, we hit plat. First split.
You guys played this game this year?
With you! With you! Not 2023, but in 2022.
Huh.
We literally played it when it first came out. This is Catalyst's season.
Oh my god, it is.
Yeah.
You're right, you're right, you're right,
Hi.
you're right.
This is Broken Moon.
This is Broken Moon season.
This is not Broken Moon.
Well, no, but this is Broken Moon season.
Broken Moon season. That is correct.
Right. We're first rank split was on Broken Moon, so it was fun to play.
Logan,
Now
you
it's
should
on
peep my
World's
stream.
Edge. Peep your stream. I'm petting my dog, but I will. Good girl. Okay. Now I got a game out.
He's like a
Crustacean frustration. I'm peeping the stream, baby.
I definitely don't need these 2 columns, but welcome to hell. Item name, quality, quantity, price per fills with the whole equation for that.
What is this? What am I looking at?
And then this is, I have, this calculator is super handy. I can just, like, each time I buy something, I just enter it in here. And then it automatically calculates my average and then my break-even cost.
Huh.
And then I just record it all here.
So this is what you learn as a finance major?
Is this WoW?
Something like that, yeah.
Yes, this is him making money in WoW.
Yeah, I just started the spreadsheet, so this is...
I hate you.
That, plus there's some other stuff they didn't
This should be illegal.
He's literally playing virtual stocks.
I'm literally a commodities broker inside of World of Warcraft.
You were the worst kind of person.
You just start selling your services. Be like,
I mean...
I make you this much gold in a week.
Just become an investment guy.
Yeah, you can literally be a fucking broker.
That's the word I wanted.
Yeah. I'll give you, 5% or something a week.
Right.
For your gold. I don't know. I mean, it's not like infinitely scalable. But it definitely is scalable with gold.
Yeah.
I literally, I ran out of gold. I had 1 million in investments last night, and I was like, shit, I don't have any more gold to spend. How the fuck do I play this game?
Right.
Shoot
them. I have a
Get
gold
my
knockdown
longbow
for you
back.
for picking y'all up. Because it's like the golden bag used to be.
Another team landed with us, right?
Yeah,
Am I?
Yeah, they're over here. Over here.
I don't remember the map at all.
One guy in the middle. Can you shoot this guy?
Hold on. I
don't see him.
He's alone over here.
Anyone.
Let's walk on this guy. He's completely alone.
75 on path?
Is that the guy I pinged or a different guy?
I don't know. Yeah, on your thing. I don't know if it's the
Okay.
guy that you pinged, though.
There's only one guy over here. Another guy zipping up.
Hit him
There's a
35.
Pathfinder with purples. So.
Oh, I'm getting naded.
Pathfinder hit
Cracked one,
24,
cracked one,
Pathfinder
cracked
15 flesh. Pathfinder's flesh. They're going down, I think.
Almost cracked Valk. She's on purples.
I'm not certain there's one team.
She's inside here. It's one team.
She's walking out.
Pathfinder 3 flesh.
I had to
Ash
fall
20,
off.
30 flesh.
Valk's cracked. I'm out of
Where did Valk
shields.
go?
Grouping with her team.
Are they back here?
30
We forced them to
flesh.
run.
45 flesh. Got her. Enemy taken down. I'm out of
Got her.
super ammo. They're inside.
Yeah, I don't think they're all.
Oh yeah, they are inside.
I'm looting this dude for a sec.
They're swinging left or right. Sorry.
Oh, come. Oh, I got shot.
Ash 40.
Hello.
I'm using 2 syringes.
They can't walk out of there. They can't walk out of there. They're fucked. Come this way. 55. Got him. Other one's here. I'm purples.
I hit him 14.
Keep him down.
I'm so low. I'm finishing.
Yep. I need ammo. You can take the loot. I'm gonna take a quick bat. Where'd he go?
Over by me.
I see him running.
Running.
Box.
22.
Push him off that box if you can.
I'm out of ammo.
I'm gonna come on the zip. Just keep fighting him. Hold the tension.
Cracked him. I'm literally clean out of ammo.
Go for the punch. Keep distracting.
Missed the punch.
He
Got
didn't
him.
get off that box at
Nice.
all, bro.
I need that armor.
Come grab the loot, baby.
I was like, if you get him off that box, I have an angle. But then he hugged it. I
clean.
swear he climbed into it.
I was clean out of fucking ammo, so I was just scraping him around the box.
Hey man, if it works, it works.
True.
Wish I had a better sight for my longbow, but
I
you're doing
need
good.
these like crazy.
I got a phoenix and I got
I have
2
one
bats.
syringe and that's it.
There's perps there. They're pretty low.
Broken.
There's perps on everyone, I think. They really got the fucking shields.
Yeah, there's like one.
I haven't found an enemy's box yet. Like even that.
There's an
Pathfinder.
There's an ash by where we killed her, and there's a Valk box right here.
There's a Valk where we killed her, and there's a Ash
Yeah.
where we killed her.
Right. You know what I mean, dude?
You're figuring it out now.
Also, just mirrors the R9. Fuck.
I was fucking with the R9. Also, Logan, that's like what I've been saying this whole season.
Yeah.
I see it this
I
whole
was like,
season.
I see that.
I need
Can I
ammo
get
and
some
heals.
light ammo, please?
What?
Light ammo? I've got 0. 0 storage, 0 in gun.
Okay.
Oh, he dropped you some.
So?
I was gonna give you some, but
And then I have a completely loaded charge rifle. 4x8.
I need everything for my longbow.
Stock. It's literally like we never fucking left this game. This is the loadout that I was running in the
Yep.
first split of the season.
my teeth hurt.
You should go to a dentist.
That one.
Oh, I got a super glide. Shit. Maybe I never did leave the game.
My movement's kind of dog shit, but it's coming back.
I'm not going that way. I'm going this way. I'm gonna go towards the ring.
Yeah, we just wanted to check the loot. We just wanted to peep the loot.
I'm sure.
Watch out for the new kill leader, friend.
Imagine if they added fall damage in the hardcore.
Landing on us, right here. Bro, I can't hit shit.
Not as good as the
I didn't hit a single shot.
My tracking is dog.
I didn't hit a single bullet. Because the 2x on the longbow is not it.
No. 3x or bust.
Yeah. Well, it's all I have, so. But maybe you would have crafted 3x low key.
It's actually the turbocharger right now.
Well, that's hype, but not what I need.
But what if we find a havoc right here?
What if?
Oh, you know what gun absolutely fucks this season? Alternator.
This season? Why do you say it like that?
Nah, it always fucks. It always fucks.
It's demon mode, bro.
We're going underneath? Okay.
Oh yeah, I forgot you were playing. You were using alternator a bunch.
Cause dude, I was fucking kids with it.
It has a higher
used it a
win
little bit
rate
too.
than the R9.
That completely makes sense.
But the reasoning for that is if you have an alternator late game, you're gonna win with it because you're using the alternator. You know why you're using an alternator, etc. Whereas the R9, everyone has one late game, so 50-50 people are dying. I also need a backpack.
Can you just see sniper ammo? Please, no, thank you.
I need sniper ammo.
Any more ammo? Cause I'm gonna miss more of my 2x.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
Oh, on my right, I think.
I heard something. I feel like.
Swear to God, I heard something.
I'm pushing.
Okay.
I mean, it's unloaded up here. So
Yeah.
This where we landed.
No, it's not. You're high as fuck.
What? Where did we land this game?
Very similar, but it's
or not
we
countdown.
landed at
Yeah.
Countdown.
Or the other one.
And then
We landed the other one.
came here.
Yeah. Understandable
Wow.
mistake. But
It's
like,
the same POI. And also to what
Like, yes,
Logan
but
said,
no.
Yes. Yes, I am.
Oh, we got a fucking shield bat.
Shield mat?
Shield bet.
Gathering loot over here.
Shield mat.
Do I carry more than 120 bullets in my R9?
No.
What do you think? No?
You have a longbow.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Now I just need to find more bullets.
Sniper stock here. Level 3.
Increases handling speed. Why do I feel like Bangalore would go hard today? Anyone? Anyone feel
No.
like Bangalore?
No.
I'll play her next game.
Alright.
I feel like she would go off.
But we need the res though.
She can res.
No.
I don't know if you know this, but every character can res in this game.
No. Listen.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
We do all be rocking the digi
backpack
though.
Game.
You guys, what if we went tree? Like right now. Like we don't have time actually. We must run. Let's do it. I think tree is better than launch site because launch site is gay. Please come with me, boys, before I walk through here.
I'm with you. Oh, I'm living. Help! I'm dead.
Yeah, you are. Our Andrew just abandoned us.
Oh my god, that Pathfinder has reds.
Okay.
I'll meet you on the other side, brother.
It's okay. Andrew has a vault key.
Yeah, thank fucking Christ, right?
I didn't
To the vault that
actually
we
pick that
can't
shit
go
up.
to.
I was memeing.
I have
We
a
fucking
vault
died
key
for it.
If anyone wants to carry it.
Goddamn, let Matt die for it.
You're damn right.
Imagine if I was playing Bangalore.
He'd still be dead.
No, I wouldn't get out of there.
Maybe true, maybe true.
Maybe true, maybe true, maybe true.
We're going in
Let's
tunnels?
go inside.
I wanna take you away.
Hello everybody, today we're going to be exploring an abandoned nuclear facility. I'm on the set of the upcoming
Alright, now
film
we gotta get to
Stalker
deep
Shadow of
launch
the Zone.
site.
And while we're
We're
trying to
playing
put your
ranks,
much
definitely.
appreciated Kickstarter money to good use, I have full access to an abandoned nuclear facility, so of course I'm gonna
Team's there.
run around and act a fool in it. In the beginning of this
the
video,
team
I
that
will
killed
be
Matt.
joined by my friend, Operator Drewski,
Let's just
and my
walk
other
straight
friend,
into launch
my
site and see what
cameraman,
happens.
Chad. And then later on in the video, you and I will be accompanied by two of the actors from the movie itself, Charles Albuerta, and
I think I hear
James Choi.
footsteps.
Not everyone has access to just roam around an abandoned nuclear power plant, so I wanted to
Maybe.
show you all what it's
I'm
like.
not convinced.
And hopefully you enjoy and
And it's
decide to
unlooted.
stick around as we rummage through the remains of humanity's construction and try to not let us overwhelm our thoughts with feelings of our own immortality and insignificance. But before I come at you with another existential crisis, let's make sure you're being terrorized the right way
Craft?
thanks to
I guess
today's
I can craft,
sponsor,
fuck it.
Raycon earbuds. With the best audio quality available at half your this microphone for all the time. Just go to
So here's kind of where it just begins. So have a gander.
Yo, that's crazy. Yo, dark hall. Yo. Yo. What's the name of the ghost in here?
I don't know what we named it. Jake from State Farm.
Let's get it.
Perfect. What? People have seen him? Yes. Okay. Alright, Jake.
Sounds like up and to the left.
Yep.
Go into a room that's like all lights off.
That's so cool.
Oh yeah.
Yo.
Okay.
This guy. Alright, let's keep walking to the right.
You and
Oh,
I
okay.
pretty much
That works
everywhere.
too.
Cool, but
Yeah. So many pipes. Look above us.
Yeah.
Let's go to the right. Go to the right.
Four.
But I hear gunshots.
Yeah, but Zone's gonna pull this way.
Look at the ceilings in these, and there's multiple floors.
Dope. That's so
Ceilings this
cool.
tall.
That's so cool.
Nice 4x8.
Oh, I love it. Where's his ladder go?
I don't know.
How many nades you got?
Oops. I got 2.
Ah.
But I have
I
room
don't
for
know,
more
but-
now.
Not sure how far up it goes.
It goes. So there's a catwalk right here that leads to an exit. There's, I guess that leads outside. Ow.
You can get back to your God Gamer.
We need to find that big room that has the just giant machine.
With the glass that's like thermally, like it looks like an oven was baking in there. That's cool. Cool.
Oh, last squad is fighting. Alright. We'll walk this way.
Dude, this hall is the most liminal.
I actually want that, but I'm not
cool. I
gonna
love
take it.
it.
If I can get this side of this.
Yes.
Yeah, what is going through here?
Oh, these are the
Yeah,
stairs.
we'll just
that we
poke
didn't
them
go
up.
down, Chad.
Oh yeah.
We didn't go down this.
We didn't go down here. I think because I was scared.
Come on, don't wipe the squad. Don't wipe the squad. Don't wipe the squad.
Yo, it keeps going down.
Okay.
It goes
We
up
actually just
too.
can't see them.
Yeah. We can hold her here though.
Chad for
Found him?
showing up.
No worries.
If we don't let them
This
know that
camera
we're
is, like,
here, then
cheating
maybe
'cause
they'll
it
walk
does
to
not
us.
do
If not, they're gonna go the other
vibe,
way.
like the
that.
darkness
It's like-
justice.
Does it keep getting brighter?
It gets like nice and bright so you can see, but it's like, man.
To let everyone know, it's super, super dark right now. Yeah. Man.
I want to see if they
Wild that the
maybe
power
resetting or something.
Door. TITG. TTG. That sign won't stop me because I can't read.
Oh, it's a very similar room to what we
I think they're all connected in the ladder.
Am I here?
between them.
Yeah.
I think it's near the control room is where.
Cracked 1.
Control room. I like the
Crack
sound of
2.
that. Is that a dead bat?
They're behind this pillar.
Can you show that?
Yeah, I guess. Well, I'll decide later. Just film it now.
Remove for a second.
Oh, that's menacing.
Walk in here.
Door stop?
Whoa.
Correct.
Which one? That hound on the back here?
Yep.
Is that where we started?
Like 30 flush.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
so we're
weird.
just a level down.
I think that was just an optical trick.
Let's
I got hit by a mirage and hurt.
let's go upstairs.
I gotta back up.
Whenever I pulled, something went into the door down there.
Can you zip me out?
I'm sure that was just like the spots, but
It's.
let's just keep walking. Drew, you're behind me.
Oh, is this? What? No, this isn't it.
I just got taken off the zip. Woo! 106 on the hound.
God damn.
He's over there.
That was a hell of a spray, Logan.
Thanks. They don't have much zone down here.
It is.
You can hold
yeah,
that.
check this out.
Yeah.
Come look at this.
How are you not fucking...
Old school computer system. When was this facility built? 79, okay. So this is
With the rampage.
late 70s tech. No, that sounds right, because I remember it was like... I know it was post-Vietnam.
One burst right here.
This one's all ripped out.
You'll go with the rampage, on God.
Yeah.
Oh, goated! Mad goated! Oh shit!
Movement legend. Movement legend.
Woohoo!
That room we were just in was an elevator shaft. We'll go back to that.
Yeah, let's go back to the stairwell.
It's fine.
Let's try either A, try and accidentally find the big room, or B, find the
Brutal. Tough.
Coordinated push, bro.
I'm sure
That's kind of cringe.
That would have been fine if I pushed
I'm
down
sure,
earlier
yeah,
with you.
Well, I mean, some of
Oh man, if we killed the Mirage there too, shit.
I thought I knew some of these words. Yeah, it's talking like temperature. There's Kelvin, Fahrenheit.
I'd probably get a
stuff
game
like
read
that.
on the Bloodhound
These
a
are
little harder
probably, like,
too.
alarm- Hello, everybody. Today we are going to be talking about the true story of the assassination of civil rights
I spent
leader
half the game
Martin
dead.
Luther King Jr.
Yeah.
Along with the assassination of John F.
Imagine.
Kennedy, this is one of the most highlighted examples of state corruption
Should've
and
found a vault
conspiracy
key card.
in all of
Probably would've
American
helped.
history. So I thought that we would take a look at the information today,
Vault
and
key
I can
here.
tell you why I myself, as well as the family of Martin Luther King, do not believe that James Earl Ray was the shooter. And furthermore, why in 1999
Wraith
the King
or other
family
one?
sued the
Bangalore.
government for a wrongful death and conspiracy to kill Martin Luther King Jr.
What do you think?
and won. Which let me highlight now to cover all of my bases.
What are we
These
doing?
are all jokes.
Wraith or Bangalore?
Everything that I'm saying is a joke. This
Bang
is
the
all
door?
irony and satire and in Minecraft.
Bang the
and
door.
if I ever unalive myself, no I didn't. But before we get into that big pile of awful, let's talk about something not awful, like saving money. Specifically, saving money when it comes to online shopping. And you can make your online shopping experience even better with today's sponsor, Honey. Honey is the free internet shopping tool. Make sure we're all on the same page. I'm going to
thanks, babe.
start by giving the
fucking tiny
FBI's
looked at it.
official account of what happened, and then after that I'll explain why it's all a lie. As a joke, of course. For starters, Martin Luther King Jr. was a civil rights leader who was not only an effective speaker and leader within the civil rights movement, but was also no stranger to death threats. As a matter of fact, in 1958, he was stabbed in the chest and was nearly killed, and in 1963, after the assassination of John F. Kennedy, he told his wife, Coretta King, quote, "This is what's going to happen to me also. I keep telling you, this is a sick society." King would also travel with other members of his organization, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, and go to different cities across the U.S. where King would speak at different rallies and protests.
Unloved
In 1968, King, along with a group of members from that association, came to Memphis, Tennessee as part of a sanitation workers rally. Now, there had been a long history of black city workers within Memphis,
I'll finish
Tennessee,
my tea on the way
being
down.
underpaid and put into harsh labor conditions. However, the event that sparked this particular rally was the death of 2 sanitation workers who died while on the job, and their family was not given any insurance payout for their death. So King led a march in Memphis on March the 28th, and then planned to lead another march after that during the following week. On April 3rd, King stood in front of the Mason Temple in Memphis, Tennessee, and gave his famous "I've been to the mountaintop" speech.
To do God's will. And He's
like
allowed
last
me
game.
to go up to the mountains.
Yep. It's also hot last game. Alright, I have a flatline alternator.
I got my fists and a grenade.
Should fire up here.
You know, it'd be so cool to be a flatline this game. Like,
Shit.
It'd be so pog.
Over here. 2 teams. Can you open up the inside, Andrew? Press the terminal. Oh, god damn it.
I got it. I'm up here.
Thanks, bro. What'd we get? Nice.
Purple bag.
They're down with us. There's shields down here.
I'm coming.
One down over there.
14.
18.
On me, on me, on me. He's behind this crate. I'm getting naded.
Yep.
I'm backing up, backing up, backing up. They're behind us, they're behind us. Over here.
Smoking that.
Right here.
Yeah, but let's walk to the left over here. Watch for smoke.
Resing on me.
10 seconds. Rings
Can't do anything for you.
Downed.
Nice.
Re-knock
Are they in the
first
stairwell?
Finished.
The guy's dropping on you. I hit him 18.
Alright, 50 push.
He's hit 50.
Got him.
Flowing.
15
Come up,
on,
come up, come up, Andrew.
I'm good, I'm good.
Cracked him.
I hit him flush. Nice.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take the time to heal us up for a second. Since we seem to be okay. I don't have a ton of ammo left.
Can we stabilize, boys?
Yep. I got some nades.
I can also leave at any point.
I think we definitely kill these guys. We ain't bitches.
Let me heal, let me heal.
Oop.
And NBC is sniper.
I want to try to bait him over here.
Drop your armor, take 2 bullets, and then hide again.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Anybody have more shield cells?
I have 1.
55 on one of them.
Okay, there's
I'm
whites on this
actually
box.
thinking WD.
No, no, no.
I mean, they have snipers and they have Watts, and they're probably not gonna push us. I don't disagree with this, but they might. Let's wait right here. Just wait over here, right where we are. And someone might come. They might get impatient.
Yeah.
They're
they are.
coming.
Yep.
Got Mirage down.
Inside.
Inside. I'm closing the door on him. Kill him inside. Kill him inside. He's the last one. He's the last one. Stabilized. Completely fine. The other 2 are down.
Reloading him.
She pushed me. She's locked in.
I got you up for you.
Oh, she's not even.
Close the door. I'm like, guys, we can just close the doors and full heal. We had 2 dead. You just lock her in there.
I was trying to get to the door to close it when she opened it and shot me in the face.
Shot you in the face. The shooty face.
She had the crazy strategy. Shoot them.
Headshot, headshot, headshot.
Kachiga.
What?
Kachiga.
I actually cannot figure out what character I would have played.
Good luck, have fun, don't die.
Time to end this.
Time to end this.
And I've looked over and I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land.
The next day, on April the 4th of 1968, King was staying in room 306 of the Lorraine Motel. Another pastor who traveled with King, a man by the name of Ralph Abernathy, said that they stayed in that specific room so often whenever they visited Memphis that it was nicknamed the King Abernathy Suite. The group was getting ready to go to dinner before King was set to deliver another speech that night, and his final words, officially at least, were to the musician Ben Branch, in which King said, "Ben, make
Andrew's
sure you
got
play
the
Take
drop.
My Hand, Precious Lord in the meeting tonight. Play it real pretty." King then leaned over the balcony on the second floor of the Lorraine Motel to speak to Jesse Jackson, who was standing.
Gibby.
I got a gold mag.
Find me a PK.
No.
Okay. Or an EV.
Okay. Okay. How about a mastiff?
No.
Go. Anybody got a longbow? No. But like, what if you did?
Goes in the crap.
Armors.
Like shit, bro. I need
Armor up,
a
Anderson.
longbow.
I go over.
1 minute till ring close.
Me too, me too. Did anybody land with us?
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, Mastiff's goated.
Oh, one over here. Wow.
I have 20 reserve light.
Alright, I'm dropping down.
Oh, you're dropping
Oh my
down?
God, I realize that my Logan's up here.
You're
That's
dropping down?
I'll be seeing you later.
You're dropping down.
I didn't realize you were up there. I was like, I'm outta here.
You're
I'll
dropping
come back up when my Logan's up there. Oh, wait a second.
You dropped down.
Logan, I think he went down.
Oh my lord.
Here's, by the way, Logan, I'm dropping down.
Oh my god.
Don't shield out.
Come here. Wait. Did you went down there?
Just 10
Oh
seconds.
no, she's
No,
above
he's
me.
above you.
Trying to remember how the character's ability works.
You really did me like that.
He's dropping down.
Whoops.
I die by my own terms. Wait, I bubble.
Throwing some cover for my brothers. Got a
Oh. I didn't even get
Bunked.
a shot off. Okay, so he's dropping down.
Apparently.
In the parking lot beneath. At that moment, at 6:01 p.m., a shot rang out which struck King in the right cheek. It immediately broke his jaw and several vertebrae while severing the veins and arteries in his neck. King was immediately knocked out.
Deep breath.
However, one of his colleagues, who was holding his head as he
Yeah, you
was
should have dropped
bleeding,
too, Logan.
found that he had a pulse and he was immediately taken to the St. Joseph's Hospital.
That's some
However,
L
there,
communication
Martin Luther
from my
King was
teammate.
officially
At least I
declared
told
dead.
you
I
what I was
literally
September
said I
5th,
was coming, and I'm with you. I
1968.
literally said I'm with
Police
you.
were quick to arrive on scene and concluded
And you
that
said
the
I'm
shot
dropping
had been
down, and I
fired
said,
through
"What?"
the
Some L
bathroom
communication.
window of a boarding house across the street from the Lorraine Motel. Immediately next to the boarding house, the police found a bed sheet which contained someone's personal clothing and a sort of overnight
Yeah, I
bag,
don't know.
as
This
well as a
Logan guy's
Remington
trolling me.
760 Game Master rifle. Within the pump action 30-06 was an empty rifle casing, indicating that someone had fired the gun and not ejected the old casing. The rifle, as well as the belongings in the bed sheet, were covered in the fingerprints of someone identified as James Earl Ray. James Earl Ray was an escaped convict from Jackson City, Missouri, who was arrested and serving 20 years for robbing a grocery store before he broke out of jail. Not only that, but in the aforementioned boarding house, one of the rooms was being rented by James Earl Ray. He was on the run for 2 months before he was caught in London at the Heathrow Airport as he was
This game
trying
sucks,
to
by the
board
way.
a plane to Rhodesia. After his arrest on March
Oh,
the
this
10th
game
of
kinda
1969,
fun.
Ray, in order to avoid the death penalty, pleaded guilty to the first-degree murder of MLK. The FBI concluded that the reason for this murder was that James Earl Ray was poor and there was a bounty put out by racist Southerners for the killing.
Hey, yo.
Hold your breath if you have to breathe.
Got some hot take drop spots.
Oh, you know it.
Round one. Beginning ring countdown.
Alright, I'm loaded.
Is the 30-30 Shatter Cap buff going?
Maybe.
Like the random hip fire isn't Shatter Caps anymore. It used to be.
Got a double EVA.
Let's go third party countdown. I've got a P2K and an L star.
Spitfire. 30-30.
Got some goated loot, boys.
Got some mad goated fucking loot.
My god, this is the spot to be.
I mean, it does have a gold mag on it.
Uh-huh.
So it's pretty mad goated P2020. Alright, now I got a Volt.
I have a Hemlock and a Spitfire. I need shotgun ammo. Why you have 96 shotgun ammo?
Because I have 2 EVAs.
That's fine.
I don't
That's a fair answer to that question.
Here.
I have a shotgun bullet. You
Oh my god, do you have 2 shotgun bullets?
Can we both on the same page? You have 2 shotgun bullets?
Alright, let's go kill him.
Okay.
Clearly something's going down. Oh, it's like literally right here.
Oh, perfect. I kind of need them to be close.
It's right here. Walk up the stairs.
Oh, everybody's looking at me. Everyone's looking at me.
Come behind my wall, bro.
I'm all the way at lobby.
Good one.
I'm healing.
Might I?
There's the one.
You know?
Crack that guy for you.
2 shotguns, but I can't hit bullets.
2 more coming this way.
I gotta reload both my
I'm
shotguns.
trying to get across for you. Oh shit, bro, one on me. I'm scared.
Come. Help her, Matt.
I gotta heal.
It's okay, I'm with you, Matt.
I'm back inside. I'm healing. Logan, now you're the one who's left.
Oh. I just cracked Seer. Shit on him, actually.
I'm trying to come.
Seer dead. Yeah, the one's walking on him. Got him.
Easy snipe to the EVA.
I dropped too far.
Another team.
I need heal.
Hey, buy somebody back.
He's below us? No, he's on me, actually. Over here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yo, Matt, you guys are all about to get shit on.
I didn't have a single heal.
Hold on, gotta switch to my second EVA.
Switch to my second EVA.
Yeah, I mean, I got 2 kills.
Surely there's some form of CSGO that we can play.
Probably. I'm going to make my dinner and then I'll come back. See if you guys can find some CSGO we can play.
Of Martin Luther King Jr. In a book titled He Slew the Dreamer, which came out shortly after the death of MLK, the author says that James Earl Ray was a very racist and hateful person who was trying to collect a bounty from members of the KKK for the murder of MLK. So this all sounds pretty cut and dry, right? A civil rights leader was killed by a racist person trying to collect a bounty, and his fingerprints were found on all the stuff, and he pleaded guilty to it, right? No, and here's why. 3 days after he confessed to first-degree murder, Ray fired his attorney and said that his attorney told him that if he does not immediately confess to killing MLK, they'll either give him the death penalty or someone will kill him quicker.
And then with the paper, one of the signing saying that, you know, we enter a guilty plea. He gave me a list of reasons why we should enter a plea. He also said the newspaper doesn't protect me by pretrial publicity. So I told him I didn't think that was the grounds for entering a guilty plea because I thought we could overcome some of this adverse publicity during the trial. His next gambit was that if I didn't enter a guilty plea, they might put my brother Jerry Ray in prison for as a co-conspirator.
Put me in the...
He also indicated that if I forced him to trial, he wouldn't put forth his best efforts.
Through his new attorney, William Pepper, Ray said that he believes he accidentally assisted with the murder of Martin Luther King Jr., and he believes that he himself was a victim in a larger conspiracy. In the following years, there were several requests for Ray to have a retrial, although for reasons we'll get into in a bit, none of those really panned out. And there was no significant headway made in the case until the King family themselves, who had been doing their own research to the side, came to the conclusion that James Earl Ray was an innocent man, or at least innocent for killing King. He still robbed a grocery store, but I don't really think that matters at this point. In 1997, Dexter King, the son of Martin Luther King, went to the Brushy Mountain State Penitentiary in order to meet James Earl Ray. Whenever the two met, Dexter said, "I just want to know, for the record, did you kill my father?" To which James Earl Ray replied, "No, I didn't." And Dexter said, "I know, and my whole family knows." Over the next few years, the King family fought vehemently for James Earl Ray to get a retrial. And in 1999, Coretta King, the wife of Martin Luther King, along with her family, sued Lloyd Jowers, which I'll explain who he is in a little bit, along with the entirety of the federal government for committing a conspiracy to murder MLK, to which, as I mentioned earlier, they won the case. The case took place in Shelby County, Tennessee, and the lawyer that represented the King family was William Pepper, the aforementioned second attorney for James Earl Ray. During the case, Pepper brought in over 70 witnesses and 4,000 pages of transcripts, to which, according to him, in those transcripts, those who were a part of the conspiracy were the FBI, CIA, U.S. Army, the Memphis Police Department, and the Mafia. The jury unanimously ruled in the King's family favor and awarded them $100. The reason it was $100 is because the Kings were very adamant that it was not about the money, it was just about proving that the government had something to do with Martin's murder. However, if this was justice for the King family, it didn't come soon enough for James Earl Ray, who died a year earlier in 1998 in prison due to an injury he received during a prison fight. So it seems like there's two completely stories happening here. On one hand, you have the pretty straightforward story of some racist whack job getting a rifle, killing Martin Luther King, and then getting arrested for it. But on the other side, you have the King family trying to get this guy out of jail, and then you have a lawyer who was an expert on both sides of the case, who then comes into court, brings all this evidence, and ends up winning with a jury saying that, yeah, the government definitely did it. So how are there two completely different things happening here? Well, your boy went through some of the records from that lawsuit, and for reasons I'll get into, 100% agree with the King family as well as the civil court ruling. Of course, as a joke, this is all satire. So in order to break all this down, let's look at the specific moments leading up to and during the shooting. Hello everybody, today I'm talking to you from a place known as Wiseman's View, one of the most beautiful points in all of Appalachia. Just behind me you can see a landmark known as Table Rock, and the gorge that exists between this point and that one has one of the most intriguing mysteries in the natural world. This view is a testament to the Earth's majesty, and the age and colors of these hills tell us that whenever God painted the world, his brush must have began in Appalachia. During the day, these hills are home to one of the planet's greatest beauties, but at night, it's home to one of Appalachia's greatest monsters, What you're seeing now is the unexplained Brown Mountain Lights. The Brown Mountain Lights of North Carolina are described as a sort of shooting star or floating spirit. Stories of these ghost lights have haunted the region for years. To this day, their reputation is one of wonder and terror. The Brown Mountain Lights of the Linville Gorge, that's part of the Pisgah National Forest, is a to this day unexplained phenomena. Scientists and locals have spent the past century trying to determine what these lights are. And perhaps just as terrifying as the existence—
Are we gonna play anything?
I'm trying to find this shit. I swear
of the
there's
lights
a fucking way to play unranked competitive.
Well, there's a toggle. It says ranked matches. You turn that off. Yeah, but that doesn't work.
themselves are the stories that accompany them. So today, we're going to talk about the stories, theories, legends, and monsters that inhabit these hills. And as a spoiler, some of the answers may be more terrifying than I care to admit. Something I want to mention before we begin is that this video would not have been possible without the help of some very kind people. A lot of the stories about the Brown Mountain Lights are regulated to local legend. So I have been driving around the area of the Linville Gorge for several days looking for people who had family or may know stories relating to the lights. During this time, I met a very kind author by the name of Tense Franklin Banks, who I'll talk about more at the end, who invited me into her home and allowed me to comb through her records that her and her mother had taken for decades, that had everything from rare photographs of the lights, to eyewitness accounts, to local folklore. She wrote a book regarding the area that will be linked in the description, and this video would not have been possible without her. Also, several of the photographs I'm going to use from this video will come from the Ark Adventures on YouTube, who has the best photos ever of the Brown Mountain Lights, and a man named Burgess Bell, whose favorite pastime is going up to Wiseman's View and taking pictures of the lights. While I was there getting footage for my video, I met him and he was very kind, taught me how to use my camera, and even offered me access to several of his pictures and videos, and I greatly appreciate it, and he'll be linked in the description as well. Several of the stories you're about to hear have never existed in the public record until now, so hopefully you're at least half as excited to hear it as I am to tell it. So today, for the Halloween season, we are going to talk about one of nature's most haunting mysteries, the Brown Mountain Lights. And hopefully I don't fall off a cliff, although that would get a lot of views. And as an important announcement before we get started, ladies and gentlemen, I present you him. He is finally here. This empty vessel, wendigoon U2's doll is available to purchase at the link in the description. U2's allowed me to design this pagan idol, vinyl figure. I gotta stop doing that. And I couldn't be happier with how it turned out. Look how well they did on the hair and the antlers. Isn't he just the cutest? They even let me design the box, which has an entrance to Hollow Earth and a spooky forest wrapped around it, along with several of my stupid quotes that I'm honestly surprised they let me get away with. And every time one of these little guys is sold, it supports me directly. So if you decide to pick one up, that really means the world, and I greatly appreciate it. And know that it will go directly towards funding more of these self-destructive ventures that I call YouTube videos. So again, live now at the link in the description at youtube.com. He'll be here for a very short time, and then he's gone forever. I should also mention that I am not responsible for any chanting or whispering that you hear while in his presence. But don't let that scare you off. Feel free to put him anywhere in the house, and there's never a reason to hide from him. He already knows your sins. Again, thank you all so much for supporting me. It really does mean the most. Hope you check him out. Link is in the description, and we are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. Now, there's a lot to cover with the Brown Mountain Lights, so it's probably best that I start at the beginning. The first official mention of the lights specifically comes from a 1912 article in the Charlotte Observer. In that article, it says that the locals have begun to see strange lights appear within the Linville Gorge, which is, as mentioned, the gorge here. Now, this wasn't the first written mention of the lights, we'll get to that later, however, it was the first published mention. With this announcement, the lights became a local legend, and people from all over the country began to come to the Linville Gorge and here at Wiseman's View to view the lights for themselves. And if you've seen the lights directly, there's really no mistaking them. these giant floating orbs of what appears to be fire or lightning that hover in and above the tree line. It became a national spectacle, and so much of a spectacle, in fact, that the government
National.
in 1913, the United States
you to church,
Geological
kid.
Survey, or the USGS, sent an agent named D.B. Sterrett to come investigate these claims of the brown mountain lights. D.B. Sterrett walked to the top of Wiseman's View, took a quick look over the hillside, and determined that people were just looking at train lights. Legit, he gave the official report that these bunch of dumb yokels just saw a train and thought it was God or something. Which, a few notes on that. For one, people know what trains look like. Two, even though Sterrett argued that it could be reflections from the train light around the hills, reflections don't look like that. And three, that's not a train light. So, as you can imagine, the locals were not convinced, especially when a large flood hit the area in 1960. And despite all of the railways and electricity being shut down for several weeks, the lights still appeared. Also during this time, a local hotel owner and his son, George and Joseph Lovin, began to gather accounts from visitors who would stay in the hotel who were coming up to Wiseman's View to see the lights. From several of these accounts of these burning balls of fire rising up above the tree line and then wisping across the canyon at impossible speeds, the lights graduated from a local oddity to a national legend. So in 1922, USGS sent another agent, this time a man by the name of George Mansfield, to stay in the region for 2 weeks, gather hard evidence, and dispel the rumors of these ghost lights for good. So Mansfield stayed at the Levins Hotel for 2 weeks, and while he was there, used all manner of charts, maps, telescopes, in order to determine what these lights are. Now here's the problem with that. Anyone who's been in the region, locals especially, can tell you that the Brown Mountain Lights are not a for sure occurrence. Especially nowadays, when several of the areas around the mountains have hiking trails and ATV paths.
Looked up and got
It's
creamed
hard
on
to
the
determine
side.
if a light you're seeing is a headlight or maybe the start of what will become a Brown Mountain Light. Tim Space, the author I mentioned earlier, who wrote a book on the region and has lived here her entire life, has said she has only definitely seen the lights
You know what
5
the locals
times.
call me?
And again, when you definitely see them, you definitely see them.
Him.
But it's not an everyday occurrence. So just because
They
this guy
call
from
you,
the USGS came down here to go fishing
Holy
for 2
shit,
weeks,
why aren't
doesn't
you
mean he's gonna
dying?
catch anything. As a matter of fact, Levin's family said they
Where's your head?
Oh, you dead?
whenever he did
There we
his
go.
surveys, and every night he was there, the lights didn't happen. So after 2 weeks, Mansfield published a 30-page paper detailing his analysis of these Brown Mountain lights. In his report, Mansfield would conclude about 47% of the lights that the writer was able to study instrumentally were due to automobile headlights, 33% to locomotive headlights, 10% to stationary lights, and 10% to brush fires. Which, once again, not a train. The leading theory of the time was that whenever the surrounding counties became electrified and towns like Spruce Pine and Morganton had a power grid for the first time,
There's a delay on the revolver
reflections
shooting.
and refractions across the mountainside that caused the illusion of the Brown Mountain Lights. And to be fair to the USGS, official publications did coincide with the same time that electricity began to enter the area. The whole surrounding county was pretty much electrified by 1911, 1912, and the first official publication, as I mentioned, was 1913. Another thing that's also fair to mention to them is that in 1911, Jules Verne, the author who wrote Journey to
was
the
kinda fun.
Center of the Earth, The Mysterious Island, and several other
Did you
works,
drop on someone and
published
stab
a
them?
novel called
I think I saw that.
Absolutely. Yes, you
And
did.
in the book Master of the World, a scientist who's in Table Rock, which is
That was fun.
That was fun.
You can change the game mode.
right there. And while inside of Table Rock, the scientist in the story created all these crazy contraptions like flying machines that caused these energy balls to float out of the rock and around the mountain itself. So it's really convenient that 2 years before people started talking about the Brown Mountain Lights, a famous author put out a book where giant floating lights float around the mountain. So the government looked down here at Appalachia and said, oh, all these people, they're getting tore up, their electricity and trains and reading. And it was just too much for them. and their brain conjured up the lights. And that would be fine and dandy if the first accounts were in 1913. But the Brown Mountain Lights go back further, much further. The earliest supposed account of the Brown Mountain Lights goes back to 1771, when a man by the name of John William DeBron
I hate you. I knew that was you up there.
by King George to come to the colony,
Yeah, that's me.
what North Carolina was at the time, and survey the land before reporting back to the king. In his statement,
Just a
DeBron
bitch.
said this, and it's very
Certified.
pompous, but bear with me. In a heavy atmosphere, the nitrous
I can
vapors
also a
are
bitch.
swallowed
Certified.
up through the
You never killed
spirals
me.
of the mountains,
Certified bitch.
and thus the country is cleared from their corrosion. When the atmosphere is light, these nitrous vapors rise up to arsenical and sulfurous, subliming through the spiracles of the mountains, and when they meet with each other in contact, the niter inflames, fulgurates, and detonates. Whence the frequent thunders
That dude's
in
killed
which
me
a
twice,
most
he's cheating.
volatilized spirit
That dude's also
of
cheating.
niter ascends to purify and inspire the upper air, and phlogiston regeneratum descends to impregnate the bowels of the earth. So, weird light stuff happens. However, this account I don't necessarily stand for. For one,
hit him for
DeBron was never
80.
officially supposed to survey North Carolina. He was supposed to survey South Carolina down in Florida. And while he would have passed through the region, it's not likely that's what he was writing about. And although it's hard to tell because he
Get down.
he's
Fuck you.
probably talking about
I'm on the roof.
thunderstorms. So I would have put a lot of faith on that one. But what I wouldn't put faith on is the account of a man named Faith Wiseman. Around 1854, a young boy by the name of Faith Wiseman climbed to the top of the Linville Mountain to go camping for the night. That night, while on top of the mountain, he said he looked down into the valley and saw these giant orbs that floated above the tree line. So numerous it was hard for him to
so good
count,
at this.
and he watched as they traced their way up to Table Rock and back down to the river. Several of his friends who he invited to come up here and camp with him over the following years all had the same story of these bright orbs appearing. It's for that reason that the mountaintop I'm sitting on right now is known as Wiseman's View. Decades later, Faith's great-nephew, a man by the name of Scotty Wiseman, would become a famous country music singer. And in 1961, he wrote a song about the stories his great-uncle would tell him. We'll talk about the stories in a minute, but we're sticking to the timeline for now. What's also funny about Wiseman's account is whenever skeptics try to talk it down, because remember, the leading theory, at least decades back, was that the electricity around the mountain is what was causing the lights, and 1854 is well before any electricity in the area.
It was me. I was in the dining room.
Whenever all these official accounts look at it, they're like, well, there was a railroad built there 4 years later. Like, can we stop talking about the trains? So not only was it a locally known fact that the lights were here, like the Wisemans and the Lovins, but a book written in the 1930s called The Guide to the Old North State lists several sightings of the lights dating back to the Civil War. And furthermore, a local article that was written in 1922
Dude,
to
I
dispel
keep spawning in front of
Fayetteville's
people.
story of what the lights would be lists several sightings that occurred during a trip in 1908 before Jules Verne's novel, The Electrification.
They made this
or the
fucking
Source
joke.
of Light.
I don't want to be on the P90 anymore.
And also, I don't think I have to tell you this, but that's not how electricity works. If that was how it works, every field or forest in the country would be full of these giant lightning bolts every night, but they're not for some reason. So if that theory can be debunked, then what are some of the other theories that can be debunked with what the lights can be? Well, one of the most popular theories up until recently was that of the wisps, also known as gas lights. Gas lights are a natural phenomenon that occurs whenever gas and chemicals inside of a swampy area rise up into the air before igniting. They're quite rare, but again, common in
I had a
swampy
great comeback
environments.
there.
However, thorough studies of the gorge, the minerals, the river, and the ground around it showed that there was not only no swampy environment, but no presence of chemicals that could create a swamp light. Another theory that was suggested was that of St. Elmo's fire, a really wild
Now you're on the same
occurrence
team as
that
that
can
guy.
happen in thunderstorms, especially out over the ocean, where lightning will form on the ground and create these massive balls of hate. St. Elmo's fire can also be seen on airplanes, as it looks like tiny little strikes of lightning jumping across the windshield. However, St. Elmo's fire is only known to occur in thunderstorms and
Gab
is once again
Fertigung.
very rare.
We're in Germany.
There's a theory that the lights are a mirage or a sort of optical illusion whenever the light bounces off maybe the water in rivers or the rock faces around. However, mirages are most often superimposed over one's eye, and it's very clear in videos and photographs of the Brown Mountain lights that they illuminate the area around them. So definitely not some kind of optical illusion. Because if it was, you wouldn't be able to see things in the dark that you couldn't just see with your eye. Another theory is that of foxfire. Foxfire is a slightly bioluminescent fungus that does grow around the region, however, keyword being slightly, and since you can see the lights from mountaintops across, that's a no. Another theory is that perhaps there's hidden uranium or some kind of radiation deposit in the mountains that cause random lights for some reason, but radiation rarely ever does that, and normally if it does, it's a much bigger problem than just a floating light. And also, there's no evidence of there being radioactive material anywhere in these hills. The three theories that seem to have some merit is, for one, the concept of ball lightning. Ball lightning is again a very rare phenomenon. Whenever static that's either in the ground or comes off of some kind of electric system creates these floating static things that just kind of float around. However, ball lightning is incredibly rare in places that have prime conditions for them, and unless there's some kind of static producing something underneath this mountain, that's a no-go. The other is that perhaps there's some kind of chemical reaction that we're not aware of, kind of like the gas lights that I mentioned earlier. However, perhaps this chemical is something that hasn't been traced yet, or there hasn't been evidence found yet of it existing in these hills. And it's just some combination that hasn't really been thought of yet in physics that just kind of jumps together whenever it feels like it. And the third option is maybe these hills are just weird. Maybe there is some perfect combination here of this rock facing that water facing that rock that causes moonlight to get magnified, or maybe the hills are just quirky for some reason. Investigations into the explanations for the lights have been going on for decades, nearly a century. In 1940, a man by the name of Hobart Whitman did extensive studies on the soil, geology, and biology of this entire gorge and determined there was nothing out of the ordinary. In 1981, a group known as Orion placed a giant 500,000 candle power light over in Lenore, which is about 22 miles in that direction. And whenever they turned the light on, people who were standing here on Wiseman Beach said they did see a reflection of light over the hillside, which...
Why are you on my team?
And again, reflections of light are not...
Could not be against...
Also, just to give you an idea of how frustrated everyone is with the lights at this point, that same group, Orion, there was a theory going around that perhaps the ball lightning or something was caused by seismic activity. Like there's underground plate shifting that causes an energy strike, kind of like a match, that makes the lights blow up. So to test that, in 1981, they just started chucking TNT all over the mountainside. Just started blowing up the hills. But sadly, nothing happened. Although I appreciate their effort. In 1998, an Appalachian State professor named Daniel Caden began a project where he got a bunch of different cameras and placed them all around the gorge and periodically took pictures over several hours. And despite gathering over 6,300 hours of footage, there were no lights seen that could not be accounted for. However, considering several of these studies were done under limited times and with older equipment, the validity of how well the cameras could pick up a bright thing that was really far away is dubious at best. And again, since the lights aren't a surefire thing, a lot of people didn't buy into their studies. So what gives? Why is it so hard to figure out what these lights are, and do they even exist? Well, for the footage I gathered for this video, I used a handy little tool called night vision. Night vision, for those that don't know, works by using ambient light that's in the air and magnifying it. So things that are low light become normal light, and things that have any amount of light to them become these giant solar flares. Because of that, if there's any light signature within these hills, if you look at it through night vision, it becomes a beacon. Now, while I think a lot of the footage you're seeing is
on the other side of this wall I'm looking
I
at?
can't attest to its validity.
As
mentioned, a lot of people go camping in these hills, and it's hard to determine if anything you're seeing now is just a flashlight, or a campfire, rather than these supernatural lights. And again, I've only been up here to record for a few days, and the likelihood of me getting
Why
a
did my
perfect
gun not
video
upgrade
of
after I
a
got
light
2
while I
kills?
have my night vision is not the
I don't
best.
know.
I did see this deer though.
Maybe because
So
you're bad.
that's still
Maybe
pretty
I'm just
cool.
bad,
For
bro.
what it's worth, however, I can personally attest that I have seen the Brown
Fuck you.
Mountain lights. A couple years
Fuck
back,
you.
I
I have a
came
scout.
out
Maybe
with
it's
my
'cause it
friend
was a
who originally
bot?
told me about these lights.
Maybe you
Of
need
course,
3 bot
me,
kills?
I had
I
to
don't
come
know.
up here. And while looking down into the gorge,
Why
I
spawn me in front of
saw
2 people?
what can only be described as a giant flare begin beneath the tree line before
How am I supposed
floating
to combat
above
that?
it, and then turning a sort of yellowish red before it floated its way up towards Table Rock, circled back down near the river, and went out. The only thing I can possibly give this an explanation to is someone lit a really long, multicolored flare and tied it to a drum just to be mean. But I can attest that whenever you see it, it's certainly nothing like it. It looks like a giant spotlight
Oh shit, bro.
hovering just above the trees before snaking its way over the gorge and then making its way down. It was so wild that as soon as I saw it, I was like, wow, that was a crazy hallucination. But I sympathize with people who just want to simply know more. For those that have seen them, it's something incredible and something that you have to figure out. But there's also a beauty in it. It seems like nowadays, with science being what it is, every factor of our lives or of the magnificent world goes from these fantastic beasts to documented creatures. And the world loses a little of magic. So I've always loved the Brown Mountain Lights because, in spite
Just
of
keep
everyone's
infiltrating
attempts,
your spawn.
it still has its magic. And it's because of
It's
that
criminal,
magic
really.
that I want to talk about my favorite details of the lights, the story surrounding them. The first night I got here, I decided to drive up to Wiseman by myself.
Bye-bye.
Which I can say, as someone who's
How
made
your
it
name
to
back
Appalachia,
is,
it's still a pretty freaky experience. The road, for one, is not friendly. If you ever plan to make your way up to Wiseman's View, the GPS will not help you, and you better hope that your car can. When I came up, there was absolutely no one on the mountain. And the fear of being completely by yourself in a national park is incredible. I love it. But as you make your way up the mountain, there's air that begins to reach into you. Because these hills are filled with so many legends, and the lights themselves are such a sacred, kept monster to the people around here that going to confront them by yourself is uplifting as it is demeaning. You climb this castle to fight a dragon that may not even be there. And that aura,
I know that's you.
I have a fucking Glock. Absolutely
something
fuck
that
off.
permeates Appalachia.
I have
See, we
fucking
are a
SMG, bro.
very
I'm trying to get in there.
superstitious people.
I have a
These are
Glock.
stories. And this group of people who spent decades dealing with poverty, famine, flood, war. As you could imagine, several of these superstitions are pretty dark. I remember as a young boy, my grandfather would set me down, and he would tell me all kinds of scary stories. Stories from his family that ran through these hills, and stories of ghosts, monsters, boogeymen that keep you up at night. However, the stories he told me never really scared me. I understood that objectively they were scary, and the things that happened in them were decisively not good, but they never bothered me, because whenever he would tell me these things, he would just be excited. He would be
my
so
purse, I don't know you.
and
Get out of my
anytime I'd ask him
house.
about that, I'd be like, how can you talk about this? It's such a scary, dark story.
Yeah, get out of my house.
Why are you so okay with it? And he would always say, well, I've already heard it, and now I get to tell it to you. And I didn't get what he meant for a long time. But a lot of these stories were stories that his grandfather would tell him, and his grandfather before him, and generations back. And like I said earlier, a lot of these stories are never written down. They never exist outside of one person telling it to another. But there's a safety to it
Bro.
that's hard to wrap your head around.
I can't get off of the
These
Mac.
legends, these characters, they exist in my brain. They exist in my soul, so to speak. And whenever you give them to someone else, you're not writing it on paper so that any passerby can see. You are putting it in them. It is their soul now. It is part of them. And there's something beautiful about no matter how someone else.
You gotta feed me the kill, Matt.
I mean, it was my grandfather
No.
who originally
I have to
told me
make it
stories
there.
of the Wendigo. And you can see how I took that to heart. Over the past few days, whenever I've just been harassing random people and telling me their stories.
Somebody kill this man? Somebody kill this man?
None of
Somebody
them
kill this
were
man? Hey yo, I'm being chased by a guy with a knife. Somebody kill this man? Somebody kill this man?
As soon as I told them what I'm doing, they all said, "Thank you."
I've got fucking 2 people shooting the guy who's literally chasing me with a straight line and they can't hit him. Fuck.
I want you to know I was trying to kill you before you could.
And to have those
I was sitting there tapping on you trying to
be the orator who holds part of a legacy that outlived the person who made it and will outlive any of us to come.
Fucking pull my hair out, I swear to God.
It's so funny, bro. Somebody shoot this man. Somebody shoot this man.
It's an honor. So I guess
Chasing
you
me
could
with a
say,
knife.
I've already heard these.
I'd already hit him 55. Like, please.
Now, many of these stories were born of a spirit of fear and terror.
hell
And
is
it's
this,
only
man?
necessary
It's
that I do
called
right by the
lunacy.
story
We're on the
and the
moon.
I've never
season,
seen this in
treat
my
them as
entire
such.
life.
And while many
Looks like we're on the
have
moon.
their theories and ideas to what the
Really?
lights could mean, these are the ones that I find the most interesting.
And it's called
If you'll remember,
Luna.
as I said earlier, the first person
Luna.
to see the Brown Mountain Lights
Is it
was Fate
really this
Wiseman
small?
in 1854.
Is it only the
However,
dome?
what I didn't tell you at the time is Fate didn't find this as odd as he did terrifying. Because the Linville Gorge is known to be haunted with the spirits of old Henry and Jim. Before the Civil War in the 1840s, North Carolina, while it would one day side with the Union, did hold many slave owners.
Sure.
Among them was a man by the name
There
of
you are.
Henry.
Shit on.
One
Shit
year
on.
in the
Shit on.
1840s,
Get fucked.
Henry bought himself a slave by the name of Jim. Jim was a very kind-hearted man, and all who spoke to him said that despite his condition, he exuded confidence and kindness to whoever he met. Perhaps it was
You're a
this
black man,
kindness
Andrew.
that changed
You
the
know
heart
that.
of Henry, as
What
not long after
the-
purchasing Jim, he gave Jim his freedom. But Jim, having nowhere to live and no family to call his own, decided to stick around with Henry, and the two lived together for several years. That was until one particularly brutal winter, when a low harvest from the season prior left Henry's family with nothing to eat. Henry, seeing no other option,
really
decided
thought
to
you were on
set
my
out
team.
one December night and
Yeah,
hunt
I looked
himself
over and
a
I was
bear.
like,
now bears are a dangerous
This is gonna
predator.
shoot
Henry
me.
knew this, but if a man could get himself a bear, he could feed his wife and kid for months on end. So Henry grabbed his jacket, cap, and rifle, and said goodbye to his family, and goodbye to Jim, and told them that he would be back in 4 days' time. Well, 4 days passed.
Your teammate is
Henry
nuts.
never
The
came
top
home.
guy.
The family and Jim knew what this probably meant. But Jim, loving the man who gave him his freedom, decided that he wasn't at least going to try to save his friend.
Alright.
On the fifth night, Jim grabbed a lantern and decided to head out to find Henry. Now he knew that Henry had taken a lantern and enough oil to last a week. So he figured if he got out there tonight
Yo, it
and
says you're
stood on
dominating
top
me?
of the mountain,
That's king.
perhaps he could see
Yo.
Henry walking somewhere in the tree line. So Jim grabbed a lantern, said goodbye to Henry's family, and set out to find him. Until, after 4 days, it seems that Jim was just as long gone as Henry had been. Eventually, Henry's family had to move away from the
Come here.
area. And over the next couple of
Hey.
years, everyone seemed to forget about
Where'd you
old
go?
Henry and old Jim.
Hey.
That was till in 1854, when Fate Wiseman saw their lanterns walking through the tree line from on top of Wiseman's view. Now, it had been too long for the possibility
you be up
of
there?
these two being alive, and if anything, this was
Why
their
are you
restless
behind
soul
me?
trudging across the gorge.
So many questions.
As a
Why are you
matter of
behind me?
fact, according to Fate and those who witnessed it, if you waited on a night for the lights to appear and listened close enough as they worked their way up the hill, you could hear Henry and Jim calling out to each other.
Come again.
Both of them, forced to forever walk the hills that had long since forgotten them. Now, believe it or not, Henry and Jim isn't the oldest legend of the Brown Mountain Lights. That honor would go to the story of an unnamed Revolutionary War soldier who came home to find his family lost to the gorge. As legend has it, before the Revolutionary War, a colonial family decided to settle in the gorge.
Where did I?
However, when the war came, the father, whose name's been lost to history, we'll call
I
it
did
Patriot,
not know you could get
decided
up there.
I've been
he
spying
needed
that
to
baby
fight.
the last
The
3
Patriot
lives,
kissed
bro.
his wife and 3 kids goodbye, decided
I
to
said
set
the
out
second I get
to
like a
fight for
one
his
tap
country.
headshot, I'm getting
After
up
a
there.
year of fighting, he returned home to find that his family had been lost forever. The cabin that he had built for them had burned up. Perhaps in some act of malice, or perhaps a simple accident. Either way, the Patriot runs to the charred remains of his home to find pieces of his family dismembered and dragged across the floor from months of weather and animals. The Patriot began to scream and wail as he grabbed the pieces of his family and dragged them across the floorboard to make sense of what had befallen them. He finds a leg bone and tries to connect it to a hip. He finds a skull and tries to connect it to a neck.
I heard the steps directly in front of me and went, but there's a wall there, and then slowly panned up.
6 legs.
I like how it's always me.
A symbol on his wife and 2 of his children. But the third seemed to be missing. Now the Patriot could have been wrong. Perhaps 2 of the arms he had misplaced as one of his children, and instead it was one from the known child and the unknown missing child, and the other 2 from each had been dragged away by the weather or hounds. But that didn't matter to him. He had 6 arms, 6 legs, and 3 heads. That meant one of his kids might still be alive. With this revelation, the Patriot begins to make a noise, something between horror and joy, as he runs into the gorge, screaming like a hound, looking for his lost child. The Patriot was never seen again. It's said that one of the Brown Mountain Lights zigzags its way along the river, up the trees, to Table Rock, and back down the valley, screaming all the while for his lost child. So if you're ever in Linville Gorge or at Wiseman's View with your family, it's best to make sure your kid's always inside. But perhaps the most famous story of the Brown Mountain Lights is that of Lady Adeline. Lady Adeline and her husband moved to western North Carolina around 1840. Now, it was said that Lady Adeline was a joy to be around, and everyone in the town took to her instantly. But her husband was a no-good drunk. He was known for long nights of drinking and a short temper to match, and everyone in the town had a sneaking feeling that one day something bad would happen to Adeline. And sadly, in 1848, it seems those fears came true. One Sunday morning, Adeline didn't come to church, so her friends decided to go look for her at her home. When they got there, all they found was her drunk husband, who said that Adeline had decided to up and leave him in the middle of the night. Now this doesn't sound like something Adeline would do. Sure, it may have been best for her, but she was determined to help her husband no matter what it would take. The next day, the townspeople saw a visitor who they noticed strolled to a local motel only a few days prior, leave town, riding Adeline up. Now, this was suspicious, so the same people who went looking for Adeline went back to her house to talk to her husband. But he said that the man had simply purchased the horse off of him, that it was none of their business. But people continue to think that perhaps this man wanted rid of his Christian wife, and a stranger helped him do it. So people began to search for Adeline. Whenever they decided to search for her in the nearby Hill Gorge, the Brown Mountain Lights appeared. The men who were searching for Adeline were terrified. The lights gave off an overwhelming sense of dread that made it hard to even breathe. The men ran out of the gorge screaming and straight to Adeline's husband's home. The hate and fear that exuded from these lights convinced the men that Adeline's husband had conjured up the devil. So they go to his house with pistols and knives and kick down the door, ready to make him answer for what he's done. But whenever they check the house,
he's nowhere the fuck over there.
And off in the distance, they saw one of the Brown Mountain Lights making its way over the hill.
You actually got me killed. You were so paranoid.
Over the next several decades, men would disappear from the Linville Gorge area, seemingly at random. Authorities and locals alike would search the gorge for some kind of answer. So one day, as they were searching at the base of the cliff that is today known as Wiseman's View, they found the headless body of Lady Adeline. Now she was identified by the dress and locket that she was wearing. And as mentioned, her head was nowhere to be found. It seems that either out of pure hatred or just a drunken rage, Adeline's husband had taken off her head and thrown her over Wiseman's View. But despite not having any eyes, if that light leaving his home the night the men came to find him wasn't a coincidence, it seems Adeline was able to find him just fine. Legend has it that if you're a man, it's best to never visit the Linville Gorge by yourself, especially at night. Because while it seems Adeline may only be hunting the heads of the men who do women wrong, she may not have the best eyesight. And if you're anyone in the Linville Gorge at night, and you see a headless woman walking through the trees, looking for her missing head or hateful men, it's best to just let her pass. Whether you believe in ghost stories or not, it's hard to deny that weird things happen around the Linville Gorge. In the 1980s, a man named James Ginnett reported having seen the lights after returning to his hotel on his last night in town. The next day, his car was found in the opposite direction he was said to be traveling. James wasn't in it. In fact, James was nowhere to be found. He was never seen again. But for some reason, his car sat abandoned. And of course, there's the wildlife of the gorge as well. Not only things like bears and snakes, but stories of people called the river rats, who run through the trees, and if you're lucky, simply scare you away. Now, many people doubt stories of the river rats and think them to be the stuff of urban legends. But the odd piece of clothing or half-eaten food found in the most obscure parts of the gorge's wilderness beg to differ. So regardless if you believe in the spirit of the Brown Mountain Lights or not, the gorge definitely has something that goes bump in the night. Locals know to stay away from it, even if they don't know the ghost stories or legends surrounding the gorge itself. Hunters say that you can never hunt anything up there, because anytime you bring your dogs, the dog will run out, get afraid, come back, use it and leave their owner's side. Lumbermen try to cut trees around the gorge and say that it's useless. The ground's sour for some reason. Nothing seems to grow right. Now, if you believe in any of the stories I've told, what's to say that they all can't work together? There's been countless battles across the area of the Linville Gorge, from the Native Americans to the Revolutionary War to the Civil War. Seemingly hundreds, if not thousands, of lives have been lost among those hills. Who's to say that Adeline can't walk by the river while the Patriot runs through the hills, Jim and Henry keep circling each other among the trees? Some of the most popular stories of the Brown Mountain Lights involve the battles I mentioned earlier, from the Civil War all the way back to the Native Wars. It's believed that after these battles were over, the women whose husbands and sons died in the war would go out at night with torches and lanterns, looking for the bodies of the men they loved. And that those who found them, slain on the battlefield, were forever cursed and continue to haunt those hills to this day. What's interesting about all the stories that I've said is that they all derive from real-world tragedies. There were people murdered and thrown into the gorge. There were people who died of starvation in the hills. And there were people whose families were lost while they were helpless to stop them. And what all of these stories do is they take these tragedies, these real-world experiences people had, and they make them the stuff of legends. They make it to where their suffering meant something greater, something that still affects us to this day, other than a pointless tragedy. One of the reasons that I love horror and scary stories like this is because it elevates human suffering to something something.
That's not
and whenever I think of these stories, I think about the beauty that lies in all the evil. However, while I do love the scary stories of the gorge, there's a special place in my heart for the stories that show love rather than fear. One of those stories is that of the Catawba woman and the Cherokee man. Hundreds and hundreds of years ago, before white settlers ever came to the land, Cherokee people and the Catawba people were at war with
quadruple kill. Oh my!
During this war, the Linville Gorge was a highly contested spot that both sides fought over constantly. Despite this, however, a Catawba woman fell in love with a Cherokee man. At night, they would slip down into the Linville Gorge, the middle ground between their two people, and through the night they would share their intimacy and time together before going back to their tribes the next morning. Now, if either side ever figured out what they were doing, they would want the other one dead, so they had to keep it secret. And night after night, they would meet each other at the river in the gorge. That is until one day, when the Cherokee man told the woman that he would have to go fight in the war. Now, of course, they were devastated by this, but she decided she would make the most of it and make sure he knows that her love carries on. So, she went to the top of what is now Wiseman's View and built herself a small house. And every night, she would go to the window of that house and light a torch. Now, the Cherokee man would be on the other side of the gorge, and she couldn't know if he was able to see it. And every now and then, he would pass through the trees and see that torch on top of Linville Mountain and know that his love lives on. Some nights, he would even sneak up to the hills to get away from the other soldiers and light his own torch, so that even if a little bit, the love could be reciprocated. And she would know that her love was still out there. He was still alive. Until one night, the torch didn't light back. And as a matter of fact, it never came back. It seems that perhaps he died in some war or of some illness, but the worst part is she could never know, because she was still separated by the war of their people and the river at the bottom of the gorge. However, she had promised him that she would light that torch, so every night she lit it continuously. She eventually became an old woman, but she never forgot the love she had for that Cherokee man. And as legend has it, even though she's long gone, if you look for the Brown Mountain lights at night, you can see that that love still lives on. See, several young couples will say that the Linville Gorge is a wildly romantic spot. And if you've seen the scenery, you know it's at least breathtaking. Perhaps the reason that it still holds such a great love, despite all the evil that surrounds it, is because of the light at the top of it. Another story, and I think the best one to end on, comes from the 1930s.
I just killed JD.
In the nearby area of Jonas Ridge, there was a man who, for all intents and purposes, was similar to the husband of Adeline. He was a hateful drunk who was no good for anyone, especially his young wife Belinda. After Belinda gave birth to their child, he got drunk one night and simply decided that it wasn't his. And in a fit of rage, he either killed them or dumped their body into the gorge, or chased them into the gorge. Nature did what nature does. Over the next several days, search crews began to look for Belinda and her child. However, it seems they couldn't find a trace of either of them. That was until night began to fall, and for the first time, to at least some, the Brown Mountain lights appeared. Now, while all the other stories I've mentioned tell the lights as being this possibly demonic, hateful force of evil, this time, they seem to be a source of compassion. They appeared above the search workers' heads and worked their way through the tree line. The search workers decided to follow them, and sure enough, found freshly dead bodies of Belinda and her child. Now, while this story is of course in parts a tragedy because their lives were lost, it seems the lights didn't want them to suffer the same fate that the lights themselves might have. In fact, there are several stories of young children being separated from their parents while in the gorge, when just as the sun sets, the lights appear and guide them back home.
Whenever I was driving around the county half crazed, looking for people to tell me about the ghost lights, which is pretty on brand, I guess, I met this guy who asked what I was doing, because, you know, it's kind of weird to go into a business and ask for someone by their full name. And I told him that I was going to do a video about the Brown Mountain lights. And this man immediately perked up and said, "Oh, the Brown Mountain lights, one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen." Something like that will make a man think of God. And it sure will.
Regardless of if you believe these stories, between all the tales of war and death, I think it's safe to say that Appalachia has enough monsters and are definitely all too real. So when it comes to the Brown Mountain lights, I like to think maybe it's got a few angels. Regardless of if you believe the Brown Mountain lights to be some lost soul or simply a trick of the light, it's hard to deny that they are certainly a spectacle. And I think we can all agree that these hills full of their stories and legends aren't going to give up their secrets anytime soon. But hey, who would want to ruin the magic? And if you stuck around this long, hopefully you think the Brown Mountain lights are at least a little bit as interesting as I know they are. And that's really cool, because I do too. And after all of that, I just want to say thank you for watching. Also, I forgot to mention it in the outro, but remember to check out this guy. He's really cool and only bites on occasion, I swear. This was a very big project for me. All of my research, or at least like 99... Hello everybody. Today we are going to be sad. As I've mentioned before, I'm currently...
Not again.
Hope you all check them. It's as easy as lifting a finger. And again, that's joinhoney.com/wendigoon. Get in today. Thank you all so much for watching the ad. Thank you so much to Honey for sponsoring the video. It really does mean the most. Hope you all check them out. Link is in the description, and we are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. The 1948 novel, No Longer Human, opens with no explanation of who's speaking or who is being spoken about. The prologue simply opens with the sentence, "I have seen 3 pictures of the man." From there, the author begins to describe images taken of some man at 3 different points in his life.
Don't forget
the
to click
first
on
being
Andrew.
of the man when he was a young boy, the second being him when he was in either high school or college, and the third being at an undetermined time in the future when gray hair has begun to take him over. Through the description of each picture, the author says that there's something uncanny and twisted about the man. While the images initially seem to be normal, it is the expression of the boy's face that drives the author mad. The author says that whatever this person is far removed from humanity. His smile and expressions are just a mask concealing something much darker beneath the surface. The prologue is simply a discussion of these 3 photographs, and after remarking time and time again that this person couldn't be human, the prologue ends on this note. I think that even a death mask would hold more of an expression, leave more of a memory. That effigy suggests nothing so much as a human body to which a horse's head has been attached. Something ineffable makes the beholder shudder in distaste. I've never seen such an inscrutable face on a man. And from there, our story begins with Notebook 1. The story we're now reading is divided into 3 notebooks, and as we'll find out at the end, these 3 notebooks
How did you get
are
up
of
there?
the boy who was
That's awesome.
photographs. And to emphasize that, the first notebook opens with the lines, "Mine's been a life." I can't even guess myself what it must be to live the life of a human being. This person writing the story is a boy named Yozo, or at least the man named Yozo writing down his
Stab! I just
Yozo This is something that began for Yozo at a very young age. For instance, Yozo says that when he was a kid, all the adults would tell him
Now I have a max 10, so it's
or
gonna
else
be a
he'll
little
get
bit
weak or
Bro,
But
their
Yozo
spawn
says
can't be
that
made.
he's never experienced hunger. In fact, he considers it bizarre that most people feel like they need to eat food, when to him it's completely pointless. As a matter of fact, Yozo considers a lot of things humanity does to be either very boring or very terrifying. He considers things like emotion and desire to be scary, as he's never experienced those. But at the same time, he considers humanity dull and boring because everything they do serves some greater purpose. For instance, Yozo says that when he was a child, he was at a train station and saw a bridge that connected 2 platforms. Yozo thought that the bridge was interesting and pleasant because it had a weird structure. But whenever he found out that it actually serves a purpose, walking from one platform to the other, he lost interest because he says everything humanity does is just to serve their greater needs. They don't just do things in order to do them like Yozo does. He says the same thing about pillowcases. He thought that pillowcases were just an interesting thing that you put on a pillow for no greater reason. But whenever he found out the purpose is cleaning so that you don't get the pillow dirty, he lost interest. Yozo has a very unique and almost alien outlook on life, and that's something we're going to see more of as the story progresses. Yozo was born into a very rich family, and while he doesn't have a lot of memories of his mother, his father was a distinguished politician. Because of that, Yozo grew up in a very large house in the countryside along with his brothers and sisters, as well as a large wait staff. The first true example of how detached Yozo is from the reality of people, and again, I stress constantly warning, is when Yozo says that as a child, the family wait staff, both men and women, would repeatedly abuse him in every sense of the word. And Yozo thought this was odd, not because of the brutality and horror of it, but because it was so weird to him that people would continue to chase emotions and desire like that. He says that he was corrupted by them, and while that undoubtedly had an effect on his soul, during these moments he would just sit there and stare at them, unable to comprehend why a person would have the need to do anything. It's from this that Yozo begins to become terrified of the concept of people. Because while Yozo himself doesn't care for things like emotion and desire, he finds it terrifying that any person could do whatever they want in order to get their desire at any given moment. And that eventually forms into a fear of connection. as Yozo is terrified by the thought of people understanding him and relating to him on a personal level. So in order to stave off the possibility of someone coming close to him, Yozo begins what he calls clowning. Yozo realizes that if he makes jokes and can make people laugh, that he can wear a sort of mask, and then because of that, people won't think to get any closer. He's just a clown, and that's all there is. So Yozo gets into a cycle of constantly putting on a performance to make other people laugh so that they never ask any further questions. And during this time in his life, anytime someone suggests anything to him, he immediately goes along with it. Since humanity and emotions is a foreign concept to him, he doesn't know what he would do if someone didn't get what they wanted, or if emotions had to come out in any sense that wasn't a blanket positivity. An example of this that Yozo remembers far into adulthood when he writes these notebooks is one day when Yozo was a kid, his father was about to journey to Tokyo and asked all of his kids what they would like from the toy shop. After all of his brothers and sisters are done telling their dad what toy they want, the dad eventually comes to Yozo. Yozo says that there isn't anything he wants because he doesn't desire or want for anything. He's never experienced happiness. So when his father asks what would he like from the toy store, Yozo freezes. Eventually his father suggests, what if I got you a tiger mask? And Yozo again freezes. Eventually one of his brothers says that the father should just get Yozo a book. And his father seems disappointed by this, and it begins to bother Yozo so much that night he sneaks into his father's office and writes tiger mask in his notebook so that his father will think that Yozo wanted a tiger mask so bad that he snuck into his office to write it in a notebook, and sure enough, that's what happens. So whenever his father returns with the tiger mask, he's excited to think that he got something for his son that his son would enjoy. When
I got
in actuality,
a kill the second
Yozo
the game
just did
started.
it because he's terrified of
Because
the
I was
concept of
set up
letting
literally
anyone down.
looking at someone.
Not because he cares for them, but he's terrified of what would happen if someone didn't get their way. Yozo continues this act of clowning throughout his younger years, and eventually into
I
high
thought
school.
the op was a one
Because
shot
of this,
kill
he never
everybody.
makes
Is it
any
not in
genuine
deathmatch?
connections. He's just the constant
'Cause
joke
I just
of
hit
the
someone for
class
72
who
with
makes
it.
a fool of himself in front of the students and teachers. But this is exactly what Yozo wants. That is, until one day when a student named Takaichi calls him out. Yozo describes Takaichi as being a simpleton, someone who Yozo didn't think had any higher order function of thinking at all until he stopped Yozo in his tracks. One day Yozo is outside during PE, and he jokingly misses the bar at a jump, falls on the ground, and everyone laughs. But then Takaichi, the otherwise quiet kid, comes up and pokes Yozo on the back.
You are so
in his
bad.
ear. You did that on purpose. Upon hearing this, a fear rips
You
through
really free?
Yozo, one of the strongest emotions he's ever
Oh my
felt.
God, you're really
See,
free?
Yozo's greatest fear is other people getting close to him, or anyone seeing him for what he really is. For the first time,
If you didn't know
Takaichi
that I'm
found
him.
him. So Yozo is determined to either A, make Takaichi a friend so that he never tells anyone, or pray that he dies. And surprisingly, the former happens. Yozo and Takaichi begin to grow close, or at least as close as
You're
someone
actually that
who is
other
just
guy.
friends with you because it's either that or they kill you. Takaichi is very kind to Yozo, even remarking one day that women will surely go crazy over him, which, if you know where this story goes, is ironically tragic. That leads into another detail of this story that comes up throughout the narrative. Yozo is described as being incredibly attractive, so much so that women are always at least semi-interested in him, if not throwing themselves onto him. But for Yozo, who hates the idea of human connection or getting close to anyone, this is more of a curse than a blessing. When contemplating the idea of women falling for him, Yozo says, "Women led me on only to throw me aside. They mocked and tortured me when others were around, only to embrace me with passion as soon as everyone had left. Women sleep so soundly they seem to be dead. Who knows? Women may live in order to sleep." These and various other generalizations were products of an observation of women since boyhood days. My conclusion was that though women appear to belong to the same species as man, they are actually quite different creatures. And these incomprehensible, insidious beings have, fantastic as it seems, always looked after me. In my case, such an expression as to be fallen for, or even to be loved, is not in the least appropriate. Perhaps it describes the situation more accurately to say that I was looked after. Women will become a primary part of Yozo's life as the story goes on, but as we can see from his mention of it now, this is not something that he enjoys. This too began at a young age. During this portion of the story, whenever Yozo is attending high school, he is living with 2 of his far-related cousins. These cousins, who are both girls around his age, think he's hilarious and spend all of their time trying to get him to tell funny stories or act in this funny character that he puts in front of them. He watches as these cousins invite their friends over, only to talk behind their backs as soon as they leave. Which, again, for Yozo, who is already afraid of interhuman emotion and desire, this terrifies him because he realizes how easy it is for someone to put on a face. As a matter of fact, these cousins become so enamored with him that one night the older of the 2 run into Yozo's room and ask that they run away together. It's also around this time that Takaichi says something to Yozo that gives Yozo hope for the rest of his life to come. One day, Takaichi shows Yozo the famous self-portrait of Vincent van Gogh, and upon showing it to Yozo, he says, "This is a picture of a ghost." Yozo's taken back by this, so he gets a series of paintings by Modigliani and shows those to Takaichi. Takaichi says that these pictures look terrific, and as a matter of fact, points to one of them and says that it looks like a horse out of hell. Yozo thinks on this for a moment, and then comes to a realization. There are some people whose dread of human beings is so morbid that they reach a point where they yearn to see with their own eyes monsters of ever more horrible shapes. And the more nervous they are, the quicker to take fright, the more violent they pray that every storm will be. Painters who have had this mentality, after repeated wounds and intimidations at the hands of the apparitions called human beings, have often come to believe in phantasms. They plainly saw monsters in broad daylight, in the midst of nature. And they did not fob people off with clowning. They did their best to depict these monsters just as they had appeared. Takaichi was right. They had dared to paint pictures of devils. These, I thought, would be my friends in the future. I was so excited I could have wept. I'm going to paint too. I'm going to paint pictures of ghosts and devils and horses out of hell. See, that same mindset that Yozo had as a child, when he would see bridges and pillowcases, and think of how beautiful it is that humanity can create something that it doesn't necessarily need, that applies to art. And while before he thought that art was just a way to express how beautiful the world is, he now realizes that it can also express how terrible it is. So for the first time in his life, he has hope, he has happiness. And that happiness is to make others see the monsters that he sees every day. After high school, Yozo wants to attend an art school, but his father urges and eventually makes him go to a normal college. However, while he's at college, he begins to skip his classes frequently and attend art classes to the side. And his real troubles begin when he meets a friend by the name of Hariki. Hariki initially asked Yozo for money, and after Yozo gave it to him, Hariki invited Yozo to come drinking. Yozo had never drank before, but as he began to get hammered, he realized that the overbearing fear of humanity that always plagued his life began to fade away. Because of this, Yozo stops caring about pursuing a career in art and instead just cares about numbing his feelings. So he gets into a cycle of skipping classes and using his father's monthly allowance to get drunk with Hariki. It's a little too assuming to call Yozo and Hariki a friendship. Yozo even makes note of this, because what it really is Hariki likes to command conversations and hear himself talk, and Yozo likes that he doesn't have to talk whenever Hariki's around, and they both just like to get drunk. So that's the start and end of their relationship. It's not long into this friendship that Hariki introduces Yozo to his second favorite pastime, prostitution. Initially, Yozo loves this idea. He says that while he's admired the female form, he has despised the concept of getting close with one. So here, he can do the first part without having to do the second part. He remarks that he doesn't think of them as people, which normally would be a horrific insult, but here is a compliment because he doesn't fear them in the same way that he fears most people, because he feels that the transaction is purely professional. However, if you'll remember as mentioned earlier in the story, not only is Yozo a beautiful man, but as he said, he feels that women are attracted to his loneliness. And as he begins to see these same workers time and time again, they begin to be attracted back to him. So Yozo quits seeing them as he fears developing any kind of a connection. A lot lot of the elements of this story are kind of timeless. Like, while yes, the literal narrative is from 1920s into 1930s Japan, a lot of the ideas and interactions are relevant to any time period. And it's because of that that the following story element is the only thing that really dates it or constrains it to a point in history. After several months of Yozo and Hariki going on their drunken escapades together, Hariki introduces Yozo to his now third pastime, the Communist Party. At this point in Japanese history, imperialism was on the rise, and Japan itself was becoming much more militaristic. Because of that, rivaling political parties like communism were seen as illegal, and if anyone was caught in league with the communists or the Reds, they were thrown in prison until they retracted their beliefs. So Hariki asked Yozo to begin joining him during these underground meetings. Yozo begins to attend these meetings and says he thinks they're all really stupid. And as a matter of fact, it's stupid for people to care about anything really, but especially politics and money stuff. However, despite his complete lack of care for anything the communists believe in, he thinks that it is very interesting to do something you're not supposed to. So Yozo begins to attend these meetings religiously just because he likes the idea of doing something that is outside of society's accepted parameters. He also remarks how he thinks it's dumb that everyone is so serious, you know, in these underground political meetings. And if you'll remember that mention earlier, like with the whole tiger mask his dad wanted to get him thing, Yozo can't tell people no because he's afraid of people not getting their way. So every time the Communist Party asks him to do something, he just does it right away. And because of that, he quickly ascends to the ranks as one of the leaders of the underground communist faction in Japan. Keep in mind, he does not care for communism at all. It's also around this time that he just starts running errands for the Communist Party and totally quits school altogether. So since his grades begin failing, his father pulls his monthly allowance. So at this point, he is in debt, out of school, an alcoholic, and the leader of an underground communist rebellion. So I'm sure his dad's glad he didn't go to art school. It's really one of the two career options for failed artists in the 1930s. You either become an alcoholic or Hitler. One night while Yozo is broke and drunk in the street, he stumbles into a restaurant. At the restaurant, he explains to the waitress that he has no money, but just wants to drink. The waitress, surprisingly, says that it's on the house and lets him. As a matter of fact, she lets him drink himself into a stupor as she caringly sits beside and watches over him. As a matter of fact, when Yozo becomes too drunk to return home, she takes him back to her house. Tsuneko is incredibly depressed. She explains to Yozo that her husband has been locked away for several years, and she has no purpose in life. Yozo, for the first time in his life, feels comfort in this woman's presence. Because for the first time, he found someone who is potentially as miserable as he is. So as the two exist together that night, he feels, for the first time, unalone in the world. However, the next day, once he's sobered up, he becomes afraid of human connection, turns on the clown attitude, and leaves the house. A few nights later, Yozo and Hariki are out drinking, and Hariki decides to go to the same restaurant that Tsuneko works at. On the way in, Hariki announces that he's so hungry for a woman that whichever woman serves them, he's gonna kiss. And sure enough, the woman that serves them is Tsuneko. So Hariki goes to kiss Tsuneko, but just before he does, he stops himself and says he can never kiss a woman so poor and destitute. And while Yozo feels bad that his friend would say something so cruel, it almost draws him closer to Tsuneko. So that night, Yozo once again stays with Tsuneko. And while laying in bed, Tsuneko says that she wants to die. And Yozo says that they should do it. The two venture off to the coast together and make plans to jump into the ocean. On the way there, the weight of doing this didn't really hit Yozo until they went to pay for food, and all he had left to his name was 3 coins. And from that, he decides, oh, well, I can't continue to live like this, so it's a good thing we're doing what we're about to do. And after this, the story simply reads, we threw ourselves into the sea at Kamakura that night. She untied her sash, saying she had borrowed it from a friend at the cafe, and left it folded neatly on a rock. I removed my coat and put it in the same spot. We entered the water together. She died. I was saved. Because Yozo was the son of a prominent politician, this story was featured heavily in the newspapers around Japan. Yozo was arrested and being held on charges of assisting with Tsuneko's death. And it's because of this that Yozo's father completely cut him off. One day while being interrogated by the police, Yozo had slightly cut himself, and there was a little bit of blood on a napkin that he later coughed into. The interrogating officer saw the blood on the napkin when he coughed and asked Yozo if he's coughing up blood. Yozo, not in an effort to get away with it, but just because, again, he's so afraid of not telling people what they want to hear, just said yes and began hamming up his cough. It's partially because of this Yozo believes that the police let him off easy as they figured he was sick and nearly dead from the incident anyhow. So with everyone Yozo encounters while he's under arrest, he keeps doing this fake cough. Until eventually, while he's talking to the DA, he does the fake cough, and the DA asks, "Was that real?" And immediately, Yozo is transported back to the boy who was afraid of the guy and did it on purpose. As a matter of fact, Yozo says that he would have rather spent 10 years in jail than to live through that moment when the DA saw through his mask. Yozo is eventually discharged to a man named Flatfish, or at least Yozo's family called the man Flatfish. Flatfish was a friend of Yozo's family. So, Yozo's father began to give Yozo money through Flatfish. That way, officially, it still seems that he excommunicated his son. For a while, Yozo is essentially kept prisoner by Flatfish, as Flatfish doesn't allow him to leave the house or do much of anything. Until one day, Flatfish just asks Yozo what Yozo wants to do with his life. And when Yozo responds that he wants to be a painter because there's still a little bit of that optimism left in him, Flatfish laughs and tells him to think it over and find a real career. So that night, Yozo sneaks out of the house and goes to see Hariki. Hariki does not want to see Yozo because now Yozo has a stigma attached to him. If you'll remember, Hariki and Yozo met at an art class, and as Yozo comes in, Hariki tells him to leave because he's trying to finish up a manga that he's working on. As they're talking, someone from the newspaper comes in, a woman by the name of Shizuko. As Yozo leaves, Shizuko leaves with him and the two begin to talk. And as they're talking, once again, a woman falls for Yozo's whole sad e-boy thing, and Shizuko invites Yozo to come live with her and her daughter. And then while staying with Shizuko, Yozo doesn't necessarily get happy, but he gets kind of comfortable. Like, he enjoys that he has, a reasonable hunter. But he also enjoys the company of Shizuko's daughter, as he feels that children don't have all of the weird malice and intricacies of an adult, so this is someone that he can maybe talk to and be honest with. And while Shizuko herself is kind to Yozo, she's not overbearing or tries to get too close. And eventually, Yozo begins drawing mangas for the newspaper. What kind of encapsulates this span of time for Yozo is while he's staying in Shizuko's apartment, he looks outside and on the telephone line there's a kite that once flew through the air but is now stuck to the wire, neither in flight or on the ground. And he says during this time in his life, he feels like that kite. He's being held up, he's not doing good, but he's also not doing bad. And he mentions that from this manga work, he's made enough money to begin to afford his own alcohol and cigarettes, which are the only things he really cares about. One day while talking to Hariki, or more specifically being present while Hariki's talking, Hariki says that Yozo should just go ahead and marry this woman, because society won't accept a man who lives unmarried with a woman. And this begins to spur questions in Yozo. What is society? Society is Hariki, right? When Hariki says society won't accept it, he's just saying that Hariki won't accept it. From there, Yozo begins to think to himself and philosophize that perhaps society is just a sum of individuals acting for themselves. And because of that, it is both more understandable, because to understand the person is to understand society, and hopelessly more terrifying, because Yozo cannot hope to understand the person. A lot of these inner thoughts of Yozo don't matter now, but whenever we talk about the greater meaning of the beginning at the end, you'll see why these are much more brutal. Nevertheless, Yozo is thinking about marrying Shizuko, not because he loves her, but just because he seems to be okay. Until one day, when Yozo is in the apartment with Shizuko's daughter, and the daughter asks him if he believes in prayer and believes in talking to God. Yozo says that he doesn't think that he deserves a prayer to God, but asks the daughter what she would pray for. And the daughter says that she would pray to have her real dad back. And upon hearing that, Yozo says, I felt dizzy with the shock. An enemy. Was I Shigeko's enemy, or was she mine? Here was another frightening grown-up who would intimidate me. A stranger, an incomprehensible stranger. A stranger full of secrets. Shigeko's face suddenly began to look that way. I had been deluding myself with the belief that Shigeko at least was safe. But she too was like the ox which suddenly lashes out with its tail to kill the horsefly with its flame. I knew that from then on, I would have to be timid even before that little girl. From there, Yozo continues to put his walls up. Not only is he not nice to Shigeko, Shizuko's daughter, but he's also mean to Shizuko as well. He begins to insult her, saying that whenever she sleeps, she looks like an old man. And he gets the ugly characters from his comics just by looking at her. He also continues to drink more and more, and whenever he runs out of money, he takes Shizuko's clothes and pawns them at a pawn shop so that he can have more money to go drinking. One day he comes home after staying out late and hears Shizuko and Shigeko talking behind the door. He hears Shigeko ask why Yozo, who Shigeko now calls Daddy, is always out drinking so much. He hears her mother play it down and then watches as her mother gets out a pet bunny that she got for her daughter. And it's then that Yozo has a moment of clarity that these two are happy together and Yozo might ruin that. So without saying goodbye or a further word to them, he turns and never comes back. Eventually he stumbles into a bar that he regularly visits and tells the bartender that he needs somewhere to stay. So the bartender, a woman who is again attracted to Yozo, says that he can stay in the apartment above the bar. Across the street from the bar is a cigarette stand, where he also frequents once he has drunk enough to stand talking to other people. And it's here that he meets the person selling the cigarettes, a 17-year-old girl named Yoshiko. Yoshiko is also enamored by Yozo's beauty, but unlike other older women, she's too young to recognize the danger that he holds. Yoshiko is fairly trusting, so whenever a drunk Yozo comes to her and begins putting on this act of being a comedian, she just thinks that he is a very charming and loving man. After several months of this, one day while walking across the street, Yozo falls into a manhole. Yoshiko runs to help him, and while patching him up, says that he shouldn't drink anymore. And Yozo says that she's right and he's giving up drinking forever. And as a matter of fact, he says, if I'm going to quit drinking, why don't you marry me? He says this as a half joke, but Yoshiko, who's far too trusting, says that she loves him. And the two make a promise that if Yozo doesn't drink anymore, that they'll be alone. So the next day, Yozo gets drunk again, as you can imagine, and he comes across the street to tell Yoshiko that the deal's off because he broke the promise. Yoshiko says that he's just lying to get out of it, because there's no way that someone would break a promise they just made. So Yozo, who is, let's be honest, good for nothing, essentially. I mean, you live with a woman and start stealing her clothes to buy alcohol, not really a man of virtue. Yozo sees this young girl who is so enamored with him and so trusting that she literally does not believe that he could break the pinky promise he made the day before. And whenever she says she still wants to marry him, what's Yozo's reaction? Yoshiko's pale face was smiling as she sat there inside the dimly lit shop. What a holy thing uncorrupted virginity is, I thought. I had never slept with a virgin, a girl younger than myself. I'd marry her. I wanted once in my lifetime to know that great savage joy, no matter how immense the suffering that might ensue. So, call him what you want, but you have to call him consistent. And when remarking on the marriage itself, he says, not long afterwards, we were married. The joy I obtained as a result of this action was not necessarily great or savage, but the suffering which ensued was staggering, so far surpassing what I had imagined that even describing it as horrendous would not quite cover it. So the two become married, and for some time things are okay in the same way they were when he was with Shizuko. He's not necessarily in love with her or happy, but he's just kind of existing. He does remark that while not in a sense of love or romance, he develops an appreciation for Yoshiko because of how different from him she is. Because Yozo is fully distrusting and afraid of humanity at every circumstance. Meanwhile, Yoshiko is super trusting of everyone and loves everybody as a friend. So Yozo admires her more so as something that he can be. As a matter of fact, Yoshiko's so trusting that whenever Hariki comes by and loudly announces things like, hey, that woman you lived with for a while with, you know, just her and her daughter, she says that she wants you to come see her sometime. And Yoshiko thinks nothing of it. One night, Hariki comes over, and Yozo and Hariki go to the roof of their apartment to get drunk and discuss concepts of literature. Eventually, Hariki says he's hungry and begins to walk downstairs before he quickly comes back and tells Yozo to follow him. As they're walking downstairs, Hariki stops by the window to Yozo's apartment and tells Yozo to look inside. And what Yozo sees, a small window opened over my room, through which I could see the interior. The light was lit, and 2 animals were visible. My eyes swam, but I murmured to myself through my violent breathing. This is just another aspect of the behavior of human beings. There's nothing to be surprised at. I stood petrified on the staircase, not even thinking to help Yoshiko. Hariki noisily cleared his throat. I ran back up to the roof to escape and collapsed there. I had now lost all confidence in myself, doubted all men immeasurably, and abandoned all hopes for the things of this world, all joy, all sympathy, eternally. This was truly the decisive incident of my life. So, if it wasn't clear enough, Yozo watched Yoshiko be attacked by a man. But not only that, while watching it happen, he did nothing to help his wife. Instead, he simply looked at it logically as animals doing what animals do. This was violently shocking whenever I read the story, especially with the context that you all are going to have in a little bit. And it's a lot to just run up on that. What can I do to make it better? I have nothing this time. We just have to get through it, I guess. And to make the situation even more brutal, Hariki walks up to Yozo and tells Yozo he should forgive her because Yozo's not a prize himself, which... Where does this guy think that he has the authority to say anything he just said? And to make it even more depressing, after laying there in solitude, it says, without my realizing it, Yoshiko was standing helplessly behind me. He told me he wouldn't do anything. It's all right. Don't say anything. You didn't know enough to distrust others. Yoshiko, as we've established, is far too good for Yozo, and Yozo is only with her just to see how it goes. Yozo remarks at how furious he is at Hariki, that Hariki saw this happening and then took the time to go upstairs and get Yozo, and then bring him down there and quietly show him. However, Yozo also didn't do anything whenever he found out what was going on. There's a sense of hypocrisy with a lot of what Yozo says throughout the story. Not only in the situation we just saw where he got mad at Hariki for doing the same things that he did, but the reason he's afraid of humans is because he's afraid that humanity and personality is just a mask for deeper machinations and concepts of whatever a people is. But, as we know, Yozo's entire personality is a mask for the deeper people and imaginations that he has. And in the following passages, he barely cares about what happened to Yoshiko. The only thing he does care about is that he feels this experiment of his, or this case study in trust, has been broken. While he sees that as being a mishap or a tragedy of sorts, it's not like there's any connection that's been broken. It essentially just means that he's lost interest in her. One night whenever he comes home, he finds that Yoshiko has bought several sleeping pills, so he decides to take all of them at once. He survives this, and whenever he wakes up, he's surrounded by the woman from the bar, Hariki, and Flatfish. Yoshiko feels like Yozo did this because of what happened to her, which is horrifically tragic, but still Yozo doesn't care. Flatfish says that Yozo needs to get a hold of himself because it's the second time he's done this now, So Flatfish gives him some money and tells him to go to a retreat in the mountains in order to detox. Instead, Yozo takes that money and blows it on alcohol and goes on another bender. On his way back from this bender, he begins to cough up blood and thinks that that's probably not good. So he goes to see a pharmacist in town, and upon meeting the pharmacist, he recognizes the same sadness in her that's in himself. And for the first time since Tsuneko, the woman who jumped in the ocean, he feels a kindred spirit. So he explains to the woman that he's been drinking a lot and is now coughing up blood, and the woman said that the same thing happened to her husband before he died. So she gives him several medications in order to get over his alcoholism, and eventually gives him a syringe, telling him only to take the syringe whenever he absolutely must have a drink. The syringe is morphine. Initially, Yozo says that the morphine makes him feel great, and that whenever he takes it, it's even better than a drink, because then he can be productive and work on his mangas. But then one syringe a day becomes 2, and then 3, and then 4, and eventually he's at the pharmacist every other day asking for more needles. He even begins having an affair with the pharmacist so that she'll begin selling the drugs. He comes into crippling debt because of the morphine, decides that he's going to write his father a letter, and if his father doesn't reply, he's going to attempt the thing that he's already attempted twice, a third time. Sure enough, his father never replies, and he decides on a day to do it. But whenever that day arrives, Hariki and Flatfish show up, seemingly by coincidence, and tell Yozo that he needs to stay at a facility, because at this point the signs of a morphine addiction are beginning to weigh on him. So Flatfish, Hariki, and Yoshiko take Yozo to a sanitarium. As they're about to leave him there, the story says, when Flatfish, Hariki, and Yoshiko were about to go, leaving me there alone, Yoshiko handed me a bundle containing a change of clothes, then silently offered from her handbag the hypodermic needle and the remaining medicine. Is it possible she actually believed after all that it was just an energy building medicine? Because he had lied to her and said that the medicine that he's taking is just an energy builder and supposed to make him feel better. And her still trusting him in spite of every stupid mistake Yozo's done.
Bro, get
Yoshiko
out.
still trusts
Duck
him
is
enough
mine.
that she brought him the morphine because he said it was the medicine that makes him feel better. And for the first time, Yozo says no, I don't think I'll need it. Which is the first time in his entire life that he's ever turned down a suggestion for anything. While at the sanitarium, Yozo says, I had gone into the car that took me here, and now I had become...
I'm not interested in that anymore.
You have already done all of my bidding for me.
Hello everybody, I'm so glad you're here because today we're going to be talking about the new nightmares of the Mandela Catalog. The Mandela Catalog, as I'm sure many of you are aware, has become a staple of internet horror. The Mandela Catalog, orchestrated by Alex Kister, follows an alternate reality full of creatures known as alternates. And as the series has progressed, we've seen these alternates destroy lives and seen how fierce they are in their stature, overtaking everything from television screens to figures of religion itself. However, at the same time, we've seen the humans who have tried to stand in their way. From people like Lieutenant Thatcher Davis to members of the Bythorn Paranormal Society, it seems that in spite of these alternates' opposition, there's still a few people who won't go down without a fight. And today, we're going to look at those people and the monsters they face in the most recent installments of the Mandela Catalog. Now, this video is my third video in the Mandela Catalog series. The first two were age restricted and this one probably will be too. So if you haven't seen either of those or this one, I don't blame you. However, today we're going to be looking at all the episodes since the last ones I covered in part 2. So while I will give a brief recap of the series after the ad, if you haven't seen the previous 2 episodes, for any of this to make sense, you probably want to watch those, or better yet, just watch the original series. Regardless of how much I can break it down or talk about it, nothing. So it seems that what happened, this face, or this alternate, came through the TV. Hello everybody, today we are going to talk about what is, to me, the scariest series currently running on YouTube, and that is the Mandela Catalog. The Mandela Catalog comfortably finds itself in that space of analog horror that encompasses informational videos as well as personal recordings. Through a combination of creepy atmospherics and horrific visuals that have all been combined with this sort of VHS overlay, the series does a great job at not only providing scares, but as we're going to look at today, providing an insanely interesting hidden story. And I'm not trying to overhype this up. I watch a lot of ARGs and I've covered a couple on the channel. However, when it comes to what the background plot is, to me this one is the most interesting. And I'm not saying that to downplay any of the other ones, those are fantastic as well, but this one's really got something special going for it. Not only that, but if you're like me, and horror's subjective, and that's what's so interesting about it, right? Like, what could be scary to you, I may be perfectly fine with, and vice versa. However, I've got this really, like, weird, uncomfortable fear for things within the uncanny valley, specifically things with flipped human features. So for example, things like tall eyes or abnormally wide mouths. Just little inhuman details like that always get to me. And don't worry, because this series has an abundance of it. I have no idea what I'm going to do for the thumbnail yet, but I'm legitimately considering just like making it a black title card that's like, I don't want to scare children on the internet, so click on the video if you want to see the scary face. Because again, you may look at it and think it's nothing, but I look at it and I have legitimately lost sleep over this series. There's a couple characters, and I'll point them out when we get to them, that I have like seen as I've been going to sleep. Like every time I close my eyes I just think about them, and slept with the lights on for 4 days after watching this. So needless to say, it did its job. So I've spoken to Alex, who's the creator of the series, and not only is he a fantastic guy, but he helped me out with some of the direction for the presentation of this. Also, his Twitter will be linked below. I encourage you to give him a follow. However, whenever I first messaged him, he was excited to talk to me because he watches the channel, which is really cool. Appreciate it, Alex. But he also
Cereal.
also, as soon as I messaged him, he's like, yeah, you want me to tell you the whole story of all the secret stuff that's happening, and I said no because that takes all of the fun out of it. However, something that he did give me was a recommended order to watch this series that may make more sense to a new viewer. So what we're going to do is I'm going to give a straight run through of the plot points, the beats, and the individual scares that happen within each episode, because trust me, there are a lot of them, to make sure that we're all on the same page. And then I'm going to go back through and reveal a lot of the hidden secrets that most people miss on their first viewing. And then we're going to use all that information, put it together, and I'm going to show you why, in my opinion, this is the best hidden story in analog horror today. But before I get into that, let me get into this. Because while it is scarier with the lights off, I need to make sure that I can keep the lights on. So insert ad to be determined later. Right. And speaking of lights, why don't we do something about these lights? That's better. See, now that summer's over, we can finally get to my favorite time of the year. And if you haven't guessed, that's spooky season. The one time of the year I can do stuff like this and people don't immediately call the police. And today, I'll be honest, I am so excited to tell you about a service that I've been using for the past couple years, and they finally said I can do an ad for them. So today I'm here to tell you about Shudder. If you like scary movies and you don't know about Shudder yet, then oh boy, are you gonna love this. If you're like me and you go on to Netflix or Hulu or whatever other streaming services, and every now and then you'll find a good horror movie, but most of them tend to be the general schlock most audiences go with, Shudder is the Netflix of horror movies. And no, I'm not kidding. The entire site is a lineup of horror films. And whereas most streaming services have their movies laid out by genre, Shudder is so committed to the horror design that it's laid out by subgenres. So you can choose slashers, psychological, demonic, supernatural, whatever. As well as all the other new stuff that they're coming out with exclusive to the platform. For example, Creepshow, which is based off the Stephen King series, is currently on its 3rd season. As well as VHS 94, one of the scariest movie trilogies to come out in the past decade, has its 4th installment exclusively on Shudder, and let me tell you, it's worth the watch. Currently, Shudder has just kicked off their 61 Days of Halloween, filled with new series and movies exclusive to the platform. Not only that, but with all the new stuff they have coming out that's even taken off of old stuff, like did you know Elvira's still doing stuff on there? Well, now you do. As well as a ton of anthology series coming out soon, documentaries about behind the scenes of your favorite horror movies. I'm telling you, if you appreciate horror, which if you clicked on this video you probably do, Shudder is the streaming service for you. And just to prove it to you, if you go to the link in the description today at shudder.com, that's SHUDDER.com, and use the discount code wendigoon, you will be able to try Shudder for 30 days free. That's right, you can try what is, in my opinion, the best streaming service out for free for a whole month if you go to shudder.com, SHUDDER.com, and use discount code wendigoon. Thank you all so much for watching the ad. Thank you so much to Shudder for sponsoring the video. It really does mean a lot, especially from someone that I've used for so long. I hope you enjoy. I hope that you check it out. We are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into the Mandela catalog, but as always, thank you for watching. Caitlin, do not put this in the video. I'm going to go grab a drink. According to Alex, the most cohesive way to understand this story is to start with the second video on the channel titled Think. We open with a symbol from the United States Department of Temporal Phenomena. We can see beneath the wording that it was established in 1981, and the symbol of the department itself is that of a clock. Even the saying tempus fugit under it means time flies in Latin. Now, again, we're going to get into theories about what this means and how it all connects together in a bit, but I'm just giving you the pieces of the puzzle right now. We start the video and see that it is an informational guide how to deal with something that they call the unforeseen threat known as an alternate. Now, before we get the description of them, it says that if ever encountering an alternate, the best thing to do is to lock your doors, get a gun, run and hide. And in our description of what the creature actually is, it says that some of them can look perfectly identical to specific humans. However, that some of them, as we see that other ones contain wildly inhuman features. It says that the alternate's way of attack is that it performs a method of psychological warfare, and in the diagram we can see that this alternate is speaking redacted text to what appears to be two distressed humans. Now what's interesting is that we're given a lot more of the pieces here than you may think after you finish the series. So for now, keep in mind that these alternates do a form of psychological warfare and can appear to look as a specific person. So we then see what the actual think principle itself is. Think is an acronym for what to do if encountering an alternate, which is first step to tell an authority figure, then hinder the alternate's movement, identify the class type, neutralize the alternate, and finally, kill yourself with the message, "There's not enough room for the two of us." So in order, tell an authority figure, find a way to get away, try to identify the kind that it is if you can, and then if killing it doesn't work, take out yourself. What's interesting is the message at the end that says there's not enough room for the two of us. This implies a couple things. For one, it's the idea that for an alternate to become an alternate, it has to take over the role of the person that it's trying to mimic. And also, it seems that one of these alternates is speaking to us right now. After that, we see a message that we need to know our place in reality, but not only that, we then move on to a message that says know your enemy. We are then shown three different classes of these creatures. The first one being that of a doppelganger. This appears to be a perfect copycat of the person that they're trying to mimic. We see something known as detectable. I'll get into what that means in a minute, but the only image that we have of it right now is that of Jesus with a very distorted face, and I know that it's Jesus from an episode we're going to get to in just a minute. And then finally, the redacted class type. These things do not look at all like the people they are trying to mimic, and this is an example of that impossible anatomy that was mentioned earlier. We see three examples of what this redacted class type looks like before we get the final shot of the video, which is one of them standing in someone's bedroom corner. So we now know that there's three different types of these creatures that are attacking everyone. The doppelganger and the redacted are the ones we'll look at right now. The detectable is its own thing I'll talk about in a minute. So we see that some of them are these impossibly shaped creatures that can be in someone's house, as well as another kind that is a perfect copy of an individual. Keep all these pieces together right now. There's two different kinds, at least two different main kinds. They mimic and they do acts of psychological warfare. With that in mind, let's move on to the next episode. After this, we'll move on to the third video on the channel, which Alex recommended to me as being the second one in the watch order, and that is Mandela Catalog Volume 1. The beginning of this is exactly like the beginning of the Think video. However, it seems like early into it, whoever is watching through the VCR player ejects the video and starts up a new one. This doesn't necessarily relate to the story of it altogether, but at least not yet it doesn't. But it seems that someone is watching all of these videos in the order that we're seeing them. So maybe whoever's watching this tape is trying to find out more information about what these alternates do. So after the section of the Think video is over, we then see a picture of two different guys who are initially identified as Victim 1 and Victim 2, before their names change to Mark Heathcliff and Caesar Torres. We hear a phone conversation between the two where Caesar says that he's taking his mom to the hospital. What happens is Caesar says that he heard his mom scream, she took a bad fall, so now he's driving her to the hospital and needs Mark to turn on the cameras in the house. Now this is weird, right? If your mom collapsed and you were driving her to the hospital, your first concern wouldn't be to call your friend to have him come over and turn on a bunch of security cameras. This implies that whatever's going on with these alternates, maybe people don't know the specifics of how it works, but they know that something's going on and the news is telling them that something's going on. The conversation continues until Caesar says the phrase, "Try to get a good view of the back hallway," before the video immediately distorts and Caesar's face morphs into this. In my opinion, watching it in this order, this is the first real scare of the series, but don't worry, it'll get worse. So we then follow a recording from Mark's dash cam as he drives over to Caesar's house. We then flip through all the cameras that are turned on within Caesar's house before we see the message come on the screen that there was motion detected at 3 a.m. Also, this is kind of a side note from the story itself, but Alex has done an excellent job at setting up tension to this point, and I didn't say this earlier enough, let me say this now. If this sounds even remotely interesting to you, it's the link right after the ad in the description. Go to it, watch it. I do not want to spoil the horror of the series for you by describing it before you get to experience it firsthand, so go do that. But Alex really is great at setting up tension, because as these cameras were flipping, I was on the edge of my seat. No clue what was going to happen, but just ready for anything. After that, we then see another message come across the screen at 5:30 a.m. that says there was a noise detected. We then hear a woman scream the phrase, "Who are you? Get away from me." And then we have another jump cut to the faces of Mark and Caesar as they're twisted and pulled into this, and then just two standalone eyes in the darkness. Now, because there's only been one woman mentioned in the series so far, that being Caesar's mother, I'm going to imagine this is her. Not only that, but Caesar's mention to Mark to turn on the cameras in the back hallway implies that that's either where he found her or where he heard the scream from. So I think what we're hearing is the last interaction that she had before she was attacked by whatever this thing is. And then at the final shot of the house, we see that the door is wide open. We then get the message, "It followed me home, Caesar," before we cut to a shot of a wooden door in someone's bedroom with this sound playing of someone trying to get in.
Let me in, Mark. I have a gift for you. I have a present. I have a surprise. I will not hurt.
Now, considering the sentence was, "It followed me home, Caesar," and then from evidence we'll see in a second, this is Mark who has just left Caesar's house. And now whatever followed Mark home from Caesar's house is outside of his bedroom door, trying to convince him to come out. We then get this message, again from Mark, that says, "I do not want to see what is on the other side, but it has been days and nobody has come to help me." We then hear audio of Mark hearing laughing coming from within his house before he screams and then fires a gun. We then see the phrase on the screen, "Uh-oh, bad decision, Mark," before we hear footsteps running to the camera and this face appears on screen. We then see this shot of Mark's partially censored body lying on the bed as a dial tone plays, with the text saying, "Nobody came for me." Alright, so some stuff to take away from this clip is after Mark went to Caesar's house to turn on the cameras, it seems, as he said, that something followed him home. And then after days of it tormenting him over and over, Mark shot himself because, as he said, "No one came for me." So to raise a couple hypothetical questions that I'm going to answer in a second. For one, how on earth did Caesar survive if whatever this thing is attacked his mom, and then whenever Mark comes, it immediately follows him home? And also, why, if he attempted to call the police and was in there for days, did no one come to help him? Well, we'll get an answer to that second one right now. In the next tape on this episode, we are now viewing the Mandela County Police training video, with the warning message that we should definitely not watch this at any case if we ourselves are not part of the police force. We also see that this is specifically for 911 call operators. A creepy voice gives us the basic rundown, where it explains to us what to do in the case of police, fire, and medical emergencies, which all of them are just called the police, fire, or medical departments. So yeah. Before we get a secret fourth option that can occur, and that is an encounter, to which it specifically says, and remember, this is for anyone who is a call operator in Mandela County, do not help a caller reporting an alternate encounter. So, for one, that explains why no one came to help Mark, because they're specifically told that they can't help them. But why? It then follows up and says no matter how frantic their screams are, and that they should lie to the caller and say that help is on the way. It then goes on to say, do not speak too much, you might accidentally reveal your fear, before the line, "nothing is worth the risk," is repeated over and over. So initially you may watch this part where it says that the police shouldn't help anyone who's dealing with an alternate and think that they're in on it. However, that last sentence makes me think otherwise. The part where it says, do not talk too much, you might accidentally reveal your fear. If the police were for some reason in on this, why would they be afraid to reveal their fear to this person who's about to be a victim of an alternate attack? Or alternatively, what if they don't want the alternate to know what they fear? Hence the phrase that follows afterwards, nothing is worth the risk. We then move on to the final tape within this video, which is titled Toddler Stress Assessment, where the idea is you are supposed to record your child's response to various media. It starts out normally, as most of these horrific tapes do, but then we see the message, "Daddy didn't tuck me in, and there is a man in the closet." After this, we then see a book that a kid has wrote, and that kid's name is Mark, and he wrote it when he was only 4 years old. Now, it is a common rule in storytelling that if you have two characters, never name them the same thing, ever. That's just mean. Because we already have Mark Heathcliff from the tape that I talked about a minute ago, and now we have a different Mark. So it can be safely assumed that these two are the same person, and as a matter of fact, that's something I confirmed with Alex to make sure he wasn't being a jerk. So this is the same Mark who would one day have an alternate within his house and resort to suicide to get away from it. The book is titled The Scary Night, and it goes as such. "Daddy didn't check under my bed last night, so I went to Mommy's room. I was scared. There was scary knocking at the door. And the scariest part is walking by the dark room by the stairs." We then see a diagram of this dark room by the stairs that Mark's referring to. "Almost at Mommy's room, then I saw the man in the corner, and then I fell asleep, the end." With this being the diagram of the man in the corner. And then finally, in the second section of this video, it then says we're supposed to record our child's reaction to visual stimuli, and after some normal images of cats and balloons and white people and all that stuff, we then see an image of this dark room by the staircase that Mark was referring to, and then finally we see this, with the message next to it indicating that this is an intruder. And that's the end of Mandela Catalog Volume 1. Alright, so that final module connects a lot of the ideas of what we've got so far. So whatever this intruder was, the man in the closet that Mark saw as a child, it behaves very differently from the mimics or the alternates that we've seen up until this point. See, according to Mark, this thing was an element of his childhood. It wasn't just a one-time occurrence, it was the man in the dark room. And at the end of the video, he's specifically referred to as an intruder. This is very similar to the alternates that we saw at the end of the first video, the Think video that was standing in the corner. Once again, a man in a corner. However, the behavior was totally different, and that's something I'll address in a bit. Now, while I may be jumping the gun a little bit, and this may get more into the theory side I'm going to talk about at the end, I want to mention this right now while it's fresh on your mind. The thing I mentioned earlier, the other hypothetical question of how wasn't Caesar killed by whatever this thing is? Well, if you'll remember how doppelgangers work, they are a perfect copy of the person that they want to mimic. And at the beginning of the video, we see Mark and Caesar both labeled as victims. However, we don't see anything happen to Caesar within this video. So what if Caesar was already a doppelganger at the time he called Mark? Because think about it, if one of these things was in Caesar's house and it attacked his mother and potentially killed her, then how was Caesar able to just walk back there, put her in her car, and drive to the hospital? It would also explain why he was so eager to get Mark to come over to his house, and especially for him to go into the back hallway. Not only that, but whenever we hear the scream of the mother at that portion in the video, and their faces distort, it's Caesar's face who distorts into the two-eyed figure. This would imply that the creature that attacked her was the mimic of her own son, Caesar. So I think that Caesar was already dead, and his doppelganger lured Mark over to the house so that he could be killed as well, or in this case, kill himself. Now, we're going to get more into why they're doing this, and particularly how they're doing this in a minute, but now we need to go to what is, in my opinion, the most terrifying episode of the entire series, and it's the first episode on the channel, Overthrown. Also, we're going to get sacrilegious here. If you have a problem with that, I'm sorry. Overthrown is the first video on the channel and the third in the recommended watch order. It opens up with what appears to be a children's television special of the biblical Christmas story. It starts out normally with Gabriel telling the shepherds that Jesus has been born in the city in Bethlehem before the screen distorts, and then nothing is normal or okay after this. We hear a broken voice describing the cities in Bethlehem in which Jesus was born before it talks about the moment in which the angel came to Mary to tell her that he was going to be the mother of Christ. However, this time it says that the angel's name is redacted. Now, it's easier if I talk you through this as we go through this episode, because it'll make more sense at the end of it. So it seems that what's happened is Gabriel, who we saw in the first scene, whenever that screen was distorted, they were replaced, and now we have this new angel who, again, the name is redacted. Whenever the angel comes down to Mary, we get this horrific glitch that comes up on screen. I also want to mention that I thought you all were hyping Mandela Catalog up a little bit too much, and remember, this is the first episode on the channel. So, I'm like, all right, what is this? Another ARG? I've seen 8 million of these. I'm tough. So I turn it on at night by myself, and it's that. And I saw the face and heard the glitch noise and all that, and was mortified, and I hate all of you anyway. So after we see this broken face, a black square covers it up, similar to the black square that covered up Mark's head after his suicide. After Mary speaks to this redacted angel, we then hear the angel say something that's completely unintelligible. Now, I know that there's hidden messages within the captions of this video, however, I want to save that for the end analysis. We then see Joseph sleeping in his bed as this redacted angel comes to the window and says that he will know the shepherds' fear and that he will trick the shepherds before repeating "Wake up, Joseph" over and over. We then get an alternate scene of the opening, wherever Gabriel came to the angels, only this time it's our new redacted or fake angel. Remember, the way that these doppelgangers work is they replace someone and take on their identity. So we now have this figure, which is the body of Jesus Christ with another blacked out box over the head, before he says to the shepherds, "I know what makes you human, I know what you love and what you dread," before his face glitches and this happens. Now, it may just be the fact that I'm a Christian and have been raised in church all my life and stuff like that, and the fact that little uncanny stuff gets me, but the combination between the distorted music and the face and everything put together absolutely destroyed me for a while. Like I said, that whenever I've been going to sleep, I keep seeing this face over and over. It's this face. And what's funny is a couple of you are probably looking at like, that's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. And you know what? I'm glad. I'm glad that you're tough, and I'm glad you're that cool, and I'm glad that you're going to be able to sleep tonight, because I won't. We then see a text in red across the sky that says, "Can't you see I deceive them, such weak minds?" Before the text color shifts to white, and we see this message: "I am bound to chains on my ankles that grow heavier with every step. The infinite amount of sand will be my tomb, and my foolishness will be my legacy. If there is a God, please help me." Now, there's certainly a lot to break down there, and I could do that now, or I could make you wait for the end of it, and I think I'm going to make you wait for the end of it. The reason being, and I promise, it's going to make a lot more sense when I talk about all of this at once. So for now, let's move on to the next one, Intruder Alert. Intruder Alert is the fourth video and the fourth one in this watch order. It opens up with the charming message with this guy's face that says, "I am inside your home." Lovely. We then switch to another message from Mandela County, from the Mandela County Child Endangerment Awareness Association. What they're doing is showing an educational video to teach parents how to properly keep an eye on their children. We then see a television set that has normal things on it initially, but then right before a cut we have a fade in of the face that we saw at the beginning of the video. We then see that we are to be careful about the TV before the message is quickly typed in that they exist on different spectrums. So we obviously see that whatever these creatures are, and the fact that the name of this episode is titled Intruder Alert and the opening face said, "I am inside your home," we can assume that whatever this face is, it's part of this mimic or alternate thing that's going on in Mandela County. And for whatever reason, they are now capable of using television sets. We then see the message that if your child is screaming, you should wait for your child to stop making noise, which is definitely some parent of the year advice, if any. Before it shows a diagram of a mother walking into the room to see her child, that the cradle is empty, and then that face again on the TV. We then get the slow diagram as it shows the woman hanging herself with the message, distraught at the sight of her missing infant. So it seems that what happened, this face, or this alternate, came through the TV, by some means took the child, and as the message said, distraught at the sight of her missing infant, the woman hung herself. This is the second time in the series we've seen someone commit suicide over what these alternates do. We then flip over to the Mandela County Emergency Alert System. That says across 4 counties there has been 3,426 missing children. I don't even know how this is just a Mandela County problem anymore. Like, if that many kids went missing, wouldn't, like, the military or Batman or someone get involved? We get the important details about the TV immediately after, as the message then says to keep kids away from the TV and anything that can produce frightening imagery. We then cut over to what is a Mandela County police investigation of a suicide. It says after they heard the child crying and a crack, they cannot find their child, to which the mother then committed suicide. We can only assume that this is the diagram we saw a moment ago. The investigator goes, takes this one image of the house, and has an incredibly dreadful feeling before leaving. One of the officers decided to go inside and set up a camera outside of the room in which the suicide occurred. For some reason, none of the police want to go within the room itself. This is the order of images that we see from the camera that the officer set up. Initially it's nothing, before the entire room is shadowed, followed by a shadow with eyes eerily similar to that of Caesar's in the previous video. We see a face which is identical to the face we have seen in the television up until this point, before we get this horrific shot of a redacted black square on the staircase with the message, "Victim's corpse is seen being tampered with by invisible source." My favorite part about this, and this made me crack up watching it initially, for all of the pictures, it has in the bottom right the current threat level, like threat level none, threat level minimal, whatever. And for here, whenever it says that an invisible force is messing with the corpse, it says threat level evident. Like, yeah, you don't say. We then get a message from the police saying that the suspect is completely unidentifiable. However, the police have ruled out the chance of this being an alternate. Now, this is interesting for a couple reasons. For one, alternate's the only thing that we've really known about up until this point, but also the fact that the police are aware enough about them that they can do things like rule them out in this supernatural case. Remember how in the first video we watched it was explained that there are 3 different types of these creatures? Again, excluding the Jesus that we saw in the last one because I want to talk about it as little as possible, but specifically that of the doppelganger and the redacted kind. Well, remember that whole detail that they partake in forms of psychological warfare, and the message that we get in this video where it says that they exist on different spectrums? Well, here's the initial setup to my theory for how this works, and I'll qualify it with more stuff we're going to see in a minute. I believe that the doppelgangers or alternates are a separate creature from the redacted type, which we now see called an intruder. Think about it this way. These things want to get to the point in which they can completely take on the physical form of a person. If I'm correct about Caesar being one of the alternates, then that's his final stage, and his next point wasn't to kill Mark, it was to have another one follow him home. So the final end goal that these things want to be at is to take over a human life. But we see some of them don't operate that way. Like, for example, the one that followed Mark home, and now the one that's here in this house. Instead, both of them operated through fear. Remember that message? whenever it was explaining to police call operators why they're never supposed to send anyone to help someone who's had an alternate encounter. Do you remember the message that said do not talk too much because they may find out what you're afraid of? I think what happens is these redacteds, which from here on out I'm going to refer to as intruders. I believe that these intruders, as it's mentioned, exist on different spectrums and cannot directly interact with people. So the way that they operate is they figure out what someone fears. This is also something that I'm going to consider for now, alternate Jesus mentioned in Overthrown when he said that he will know what the shepherds fear. So these creatures, this whole cluster, all different 3 types that we've seen so far that have been referred to as alternates, all use fear as a means of getting to people. And the reason that they do that is to make people commit suicide. See what happened with Mark. This creature followed him home and tormented him for days on end until Mark couldn't take it anymore. And then whenever he does take the shot, the message that comes on screen says, "Uh-oh, bad decision, Mark," before we see that creature run up to the camera and supposedly put his face in it. As if this creature has been waiting on the edge of his seat for the opportunity for Mark to kill himself. And then what do we see here in this tape? We see that whatever this face is, whatever this thing on another spectrum is, the intruder has come through the television and stole this mother's baby, and as it says, at the sight of her missing infant, killed herself. But not only that, a few hours later, while the police are there investigating, they see an invisible force move and alter the corpse before it disappears. And the police specifically ruled out the chance of this being an alternate. The way I believe it works is whatever these creatures are, they start out as intruders, and the way that they work is they are on different spectrums and therefore cannot directly interact with people, but what they can get them to do is kill themselves. And then from there, they can possess the corpse that is now left behind, becoming an alternate. So the story that would mean thus far is that the first victim of all of this had to be Caesar. He committed suicide. One of the intruders took over his body and became an alternate, to which now he's in his physical form and could do something like just murder his mother, or Caesar's mother. So now this alternate's goal isn't to just murder Mark, but to have him be a vessel for another intruder, to which the intruder carries out that whole thing and we can imagine takes over Mark's body. That would also explain why the police were able to rule out an alternate, because this isn't an alternate's MO. So while the police seem to be privy on this, between things like they know what alternates are and they know to not let the alternate at the end of a phone of someone having an encounter figure out what the call operator fears, but they're not perfect because they're not exactly sure how the intruders work yet. To drive my point home, let's get on to the final video of the series up until this moment, metaphysical awareness disorder. You see in this educational video that metaphysical awareness disorder, also referred to as MAD, has had a 95% increase in recent cases. In the demonstration of how it works, we see something fade into existence, say something unintelligible to a person, and then leaving. It says that MAD is exposure to verbal information that is not desired to be known, and that in 97% of cases, it results in the person's suicide. This is exactly what I was referring to. Whatever these creatures are, they can fade into existence, and they have this forbidden knowledge, or as it says here, information that is not desired to be known, and they are so effective at this that 97% of people exposed to it commit suicide. So this would be the intruders appearing before people, delivering their message, causing a suicide so that they can harvest the body. So then it talks about ways to avoid MAD, and it says some interesting stuff. It first says to avoid religious beliefs and philosophical practices. We then get the horrifying message that if you're falling asleep and you think its eyes are in your face, do not open your eyes, it's watching. Which is the horrifying idea that if one of these intruders are in your house and you're falling asleep, it could be right in front of your face staring at you. So don't open your eyes. This, in combination with the Jesus face I showed earlier, has been horrific to my well-being. And Alex, I hate you and love you so much at the same time. Now, before I get into a final analysis with this, I need to mention just one more little thing that also backs up my point. If you go over to playlist on the Mandela Catalog channel, you'll see something called original copies. Now, from my understanding, this is quite literally the first Mandela Catalog Volume 1 video, just in its original edits before he came out with the final version. However, there are a couple details that back up what I'm saying. Whenever dealing with the section about Mark going to Caesar's house, there is a mention of the line, "We're in your house." Now, why this matters is because, remember in my theory, it's not just one alternate doing this, it is an intruder becoming an alternate and then making Mark come over in order to provide a host for another intruder to do the same thing. So "we're in your house" implying more than one backs that up. Also, the final scene of Mark's suicide is slightly altered, and we get a message at the end, "I have a gift for you, and now I'm free." Again, if these intruders are confined to other planes of existence until they have a body to take over, Mark's suicide was a means of this creature becoming free. Alright, so we've gone through it. Pat yourself on the back. You were very brave, and I'm proud of you. And while at this point I'm pretty confident in my theory that this is how alternates behave and the way that they act, we still don't know what they are. At least not yet, you don't. If you'll remember, in the Overthrown video, there was a couple of hidden messages that I didn't get to yet, but let's get to them now. There are 2 hidden messages in Overthrown. The first, as mentioned earlier, is whenever the redacted or false angel speaks to Mary, if you have your captions turned on, you can see there is a message there in binary. If you translate that binary, which thank you to Kiko, who's currently the top comment on that video for doing the translation, which if you translate that binary, you get the message, "I am the one true savior. I must reverse the delusion. Joseph is next." For one, the Joseph is next part lines up because the next thing that we see is this same fake angel outside of Joseph's window talking to him. However, that line, "I am the one true savior," is what's interesting, because at the end of the video we see something that looks like Jesus until the face morphs, but here we see that whatever that is wanting to take his place. However, it's the second hidden message that for me really does it. After the horrifying scene that shook me to my core that I talked about a minute ago, there is a brief cut before we see text on the screen where we just hear heavy breathing as if someone's distressed or scared. And then if you have your subtitles turned on, you will see this message. "How frozen I became, and powerless then. Ask it not, reader, for I write it not, because all language would be insufficient. I did not die, and I alive remain not. Think for thyself now. Hast thou aught to wit what I became, being of both deprived?" What I just read to you is from the 35th canto of Dante's Inferno, which Dante's Inferno is a story of a character Dante and his journey through hell. What I just read is the passage that Dante says whenever he comes face to face with the devil. So think about how this is framed. We have this creature that is wanting to replace Jesus. He is essentially rewriting history for what we see, and then after we finally see him, we get the passage from Dante's Inferno whenever the man views Satan himself. I believe that what we're seeing, and I believe the entire story of the Mandela Catalog, is that Lucifer overthrew Jesus whenever Jesus came to earth, and now history is played out not at the rule of Christ, but at the rule of demons. See, all of the lines that we've seen so far in Overthrown is of this fake angel, or Lucifer as I'm going to call him from now on, saying that he can be the one true savior, that he just has to deceive everyone, and his mentions that he will make them know fear. So now, looking at the text in red, and let's assume that's Lucifer at the end of Overthrown, it says, "Can't you see, I deceive them, such weak minds," referring to the fact that Lucifer has taken the place of God in these people's eyes. So then because of that, I believe the text in white that follows is the now overthrown Jesus, as the title implies. I'm getting like goosebumps talking about this right now. As you can imagine, this is a little touchy for me, but the fact that I'm so freaked out about it is why I think the series is so good, because it genuinely is getting to me. I think this final text at the end of the video, where it talks about being bound and being stuck in infinite sand, before the lines, "If there is a God, please help me," is the now human Jesus cursed to forever walk the earth because Lucifer kicked him out of his role in eternity. And also, if you think that I'm introducing religious ideas into this story, the first video on the channel is of the nativity story and the birth of Jesus. So I didn't do it, he did it first. So what does that mean for all these alternates and intruders that we've seen? I believe that these are demons priming their takeover of Earth. Think about it this way, these demons, as it says, exist on different planes. They're not allowed to cross the barrier over into our world. However, if they have forbidden knowledge and if they can convince someone to kill themselves, they can then possess their corpse in a quite more literal possession than what we've talked about up until now. And then from there, they can not only manipulate humanity, but they can get more people to be the host for these other demons. That's why up until this point, I've neglected considering the detectable of the three different kinds with the whole doppelganger and redacted thing, because I believe that both the intruder or redacted is just an early form of the doppelganger or alternate, whereas Lucifer, also shown as the detectable, is very different than the other path of demons that we've seen so far. Also, this is a bit more of a side note, it's not as important to the overall theory of the story. However, if you've watched my Dante's Inferno video, which no pressure, but link in the description if you want to, in that story, it's mentioned that if someone commits suicide, they go directly to hell, regardless of how they lived. And the fact that earlier in this story, we saw a direct reference to Dante's Inferno, perhaps it's not only for the purpose of having a vessel to take over, while that may be the primary purpose, but also the fact that it's growing the number of souls in hell as they do it. So why now, right? If all the way back at like year 0, Lucifer was able to take over the role of God to people on Earth, then why wait so long? Well, once again, as mentioned earlier, these intruders find a way to make someone so afraid that they kill themselves, which would be a very hard and slow process if done on an individual basis for hundreds and hundreds of years. However, with the new invention of television, it's really easy to make a mass amount of people afraid all at once. Remember how there was a message during the child safety time where it said that do not let your children around a television or anything else that can cause frightening imagery? Well, while these things are still in a different dimension and can't directly harm you, they're putting out messages through television, they're whispering to people, they're talking to people, and all of that. Because of that, I'm going to make the further theory off of this theory I'm already building, that initially one of the intruders has to find a way into the home. Like, for example, if everything was as easy as Mark and they could just find people and then torment them until they kill themselves, they would just do that. However, remember, Mark had to come to Caesar's house for it to latch onto him. So what most likely happens is they torment people through whispers and through televisions and everything else, and then whenever someone kills himself, as we saw with the woman in the childcare story, they can then come in and inhabit that body and also open up a gateway for more intruders to come into our world. Or at least come into our world to the point that they can do something like follow Mark back to his house. So if someone makes a gateway for an alternate to be formed, that alternate can make a gateway for intruders. Also, remember that concept at the end of the Mad video, where it said that in order to not develop mad, one of the things you should do is stay away from religion? Well, that's because religion is entirely different than as we understand it today, because 2,000 years ago, Satan became the root of the religious movement, or at least the Christianity movement. And also, remember how in Mad it said one of the ways to avoid developing mad was to avoid religion itself? Well, that's because 2,000 years ago, instead of Jesus becoming the root version of Christianity, it was instead Lucifer. So everything since then has been tainted. That's also the second mention of religion directly within this series. So again, you can't say I brought devil stuff into this, it was already there. So as a short TLDR of the entire thing, Lucifer overthrew Jesus some time ago and has now slowly been building up an army of demons on Earth. The demons use fear to subtly manipulate people, and through modern electricity and things like analog horror itself, have a means of making people afraid on a mass scale. I just realized this is like true definitive analog horror, because even the creatures within the story are using the analog format in order to make people horrified. Huh. But through modern electricity are causing fear on a mass scale and doing things like abducting a lot of children at once in order to make that fear go further. And then finally, whenever someone kills themselves and that intruder is allowed to become an alternate by possessing that body, that alternate then opens the gateway for more intruders to inhabit our world. And if you come into contact with an intruder, you're stuck, and it's going to torment you forever until it gets what it wants. This is what we saw happen with Mark. This is why police do not respond to phone calls of intruder encounters. And this is why 97% of people who develop MAD commit suicide. It seems as if the police are the only ones who really know what's going on in this world. At least they have some sort of idea because they understand concepts of things like alternates, even if they don't get how intruders work. But on the wide scale, because it's still reported on things like local news networks, I think that we're seeing the early stages of this demonic takeover. However, my theory isn't perfect, right? And it still doesn't get to all of the questions. Like, for example, if these creatures exist solely in the spiritual plane, how can they do things like abduct children? Then is there a way to permanently stop these things? We see in the early videos that it recommends that you shoot it or try to neutralize it. Does that actually work, and is this something that the police have done? Or is this just to make you feel better about yourself? And then finally, and at the moment, the most pressing question to me, we still don't know what this was. Think about it. All the other alternates are actively trying to get the process going as fast as they can. However, when Mark was just a kid, this thing was just in his closet and in the dark room by the stairs. It just kind of lived there. This is entirely different from any of the behavior that we've seen out of the intruders or the alternates. As a matter of fact, I was racking my brain so hard trying to figure out what this was that I messaged Alex and said, am I going crazy? Is this just like a lazy intruder or what? And he says that's something particularly horrifying that's going to be revealed in the next few episodes. So whatever this creature is that just kind of existed around Mark, and then remember that decades later Mark will eventually lose his life to one of these intruders and most likely become an alternate, or at least his body will become an alternate and he will not be present for that. And there's a lot of questions that we've yet to see, but I guarantee you are on the way. To be completely honest with you, this is one of the most excited I've been for a YouTube series in a long time. I talked to Alex, and without spoiling everything for me, which I appreciate, he told me that he has had this entire thing planned out from the beginning, which means he has a clear vision for where it's going to go and what's going to be introduced, and right now he's still building the puzzle. So all of my theories, while I stand by them, and that's going to be the mindset that I have watching the show as it continues, that doesn't mean that it can't be changed, or it doesn't mean that I can't be wrong, but I definitely think we haven't seen all of it yet, and that there's going to be more pieces that are either going to make this more complicated or add entirely new layers to it. And I talked to Alex, and he's working hard to get new episodes out as fast as possible. As a matter of fact, while I was sitting down to record,
It's okay. It's okay. What's wrong, honey? Everything's gonna be okay. There's no need to cry.
I'm sorry. I can't be the man everyone wants me to be.
These things have taken so much away from us, yet you still run to them every chance you get!
Hello everybody, today we're going to be breaking down and analyzing the most recent episodes of the Mandela Catalog. The Mandela Catalog is an internet horror series set within a timeline where creatures known as alternates have invaded humanity. These alternates terrorize and eventually replace the people they prey upon, and with the clues and tragic stories we see throughout the series, we're able to put together a horrific idea of what these creatures are and what they really want. And that is exactly what we are going to be doing today. Now, if you've clicked on this video, you may know that I already covered the first half of this series series in my original Mandela catalog video, link in the description. I recommend you watch that before this one, but if you just want to watch this video, then I will give a brief rundown in just a minute. But more so than watching my original video, I highly recommend that you watch the original Mandela catalog as made by Alex Kister. Alex has done a fantastic job at crafting a series that gets better with every entry. And while I'm going to talk about a lot of the elements that I find interesting and why I think the series is so important, it really is a disservice to not experience it yourself. So what I recommend is go to his channel. It will be the top link in the description just below the ad, and check it out for yourself before we get into the series analysis. So if you're caught up on all of that, then stick around as we continue to unravel the mysteries of the Mandela catalog. But it's not only the season of existential dread, it's also the season of summer. So why not make your summer better with today's sponsor, Raycon earbuds. With the best audio quality and the best pack, I my Raycon large push the really rundown of my first video to make sure that everybody's caught up. I theorize that the Mandela catalog takes place in a timeline where Satan and the armies of hell overtook religion on Earth. In the original videos of this series, we not only see the false shepherd take the place of religious authority on Earth, but we also see the consequences that that action would later have. These demons, or alternates as they're called within the series, cannot directly interact with humanity, at least not initially. See, according to what we're told in Intruder Alert, these alternates inhabit a different plane of existence, and the only way that they can pass into our world is if they're invited in. And as we see in the Mandela Catalog Volume 1, this is most often done by convincing a person to take their own life, to which the alternate will then inhabit the form of that person, replacing them on Earth or creating what we know as a doppelganger. In my original video, I described the life cycle of these alternates as such. An alternate begins to psychologically torment a person, most often through MAD, also known as metaphysical awareness disorder, and eventually gets that person to take their own life. Once that's done, the alternate...
Sup, my bitch?
Do you want to play CSGO?
Yeah, let us finish this game.
I also heard CSGO and
can then step into our reality and take that person's position. This is what happens to Caesar within Volume 1. Now, in the realm of the physical, the doppelganger has no problem interacting with humanity. Again, as we see in Volume 1, Caesar's alternate, now taking Caesar's position, has no problem killing his mother. Once this gateway has been opened between these planes of existence, it allows more of these alternates to attach to people and manipulate them through fear. And it seems that once an alternate has attached to you, there's no way out other than taking yourself out of the picture. The reason that these alternates have been around for thousands of years but unable to act until the timeline of the Mandela catalog is because due to the nature of them existing on different spectrums of reality, they had very limited contact with people until advancements in technology such as television. And now that these new advancements in technology exist, it seems that nothing can stop them. There were two alternates that I pointed out in the original series as being unique from all the others. One of them was the man in the hoodie that Mark saw at the bottom of his staircase when he was a young child. This figure, simply called an intruder, seemed to not be interested in taking Mark's position or necessarily tormenting them. He was just kind of there in the background, and seemed to be following a young child who would one day become the victim of an alternate encounter as seen in Volume 1. The other unique alternate is the one who seemingly started everything, the false shepherd. The false shepherd seems to be the one who overtook religion in Overthrown, and seems to be the ringleader of whatever's going on. In my original video I said this was supposed to be a sort of bizarro version of Jesus. Other people have said it's supposed to be the angel Gabriel. However, I don't think it really matters because the two would serve the same function in the story, and I'm just going to keep calling them the false shepherd because I think it sounds cool. And also, another thing that I saw in the comments a lot on that last video and other places is people were considering the story sacrilegious because it dealt with themes of religion like that. And as a Christian, no. This is the same complaint people had about Doom whenever those video games, in the fact that last analysis from Mandela by the false shepherd. We then see a picture of a young boy and girl during the death in Intruder Alert. With analysis, Exhibition. Exhibition opens with the sound of an empty phone line and music rising in the background. This music is the same one that was heard during the death in Intruder Alert. We then cut to an animated biblical story, something that is common throughout the series, this being the story of Noah. However, the tape changes when we begin to hear a door knocking when Noah
Wait,
looks up
can
to
you
the
press yes
sky
or
and
no,
we
Doug?
see text over the screen that reads Type 2 Detectable. Type 2 Detectable is the title of the false shepherd in the original Mandela Catalog videos. So we can assume that Noah is being contacted by the false shepherd. We then see a picture of a young boy and girl at church before we're told that this is evidence in the Mandela County investigation. This investigation is over case 432, the investigation into the death of Mark Heathcliff. Mark Heathcliff, again, is one of the characters from Mandela Catalog Volume 1. As we know, Mark went over to Caesar's house, and while he was there, an alternate latched onto him. Mark then went home where he was tormented for several days before taking his own life. We see evidence that is being collected by Lieutenant Thatcher Davis. If Lieutenant Davis sounds familiar, that's because he was the investigator into the home invasion during Intruder Alert. So he is the one who set up the camera and saw the visuals of a corpse being tampered with. Or at the very least, he was present while that was happening. One of the items from Mark's house is a camcorder. Within the videotape of the camcorder, again this is taken from Mark's point of view before his death, we see Mark video his closet door being opened in the middle of the night. This is intercut with videos of him driving and eventually making it to a church. This seems to be the same church as the photograph shown earlier. And the fact that this is the same church, we can assume that the picture shown earlier was of Mark at a young age. Here, it seems Mark is trying to return to that church in order to find answers given his current ordeal. We continue to see evidence of Mark's paranoia. He takes pictures of an empty window frame, paces throughout his house, sees his door open and close, returns once again to the church, seemingly with no answers. This continues until the television in Mark's room comes on and we hear the audio that again indicates an alternate is present. We then see a figure appear on the TV before the video cuts out, followed by a picture taken on the same date of September 8th, 1992 as the original picture, only this time there is a figure standing outside of Mark's window. Lieutenant Davis remarks that it seems Mark was paranoid for quite some time, and the reasons for this are implied. We see in previous and later entries that the police are well aware of the alternate takeover. As a matter of fact, the video metaphysical awareness disorder tells us that these accounts began occurring in 1982. So the alternates have been at some capacity for the past 10 years, and it just seems like normal routine to the police. More on Mark later, but now we cut back to that video of Noah. In the animation, we begin to hear church bells as something moves closer to Noah. We're then shown that it's the false shepherd, who tells Noah that he is going to bring something on the ark. The false shepherd tells him that whatever goes on the ark with him won't be able to be seen at first, but by the time Noah does see it, it will give him his last message. We understand this to be an alternate. This is similar to Mark and how the alternate tormented Mark until eventually Mark couldn't take it and the alternate then took his place. Instead of just occurring in 1982, from this position we can see that all the way back in the times of Noah, the alternates were operating to some degree. And one managed to survive, again, due to the ark. Shortly after the false shepherd disappears, if anyone had any doubts that this story was related to a demonic takeover, the subtitles read 2 Corinthians 11:14, and no wonder, for Satan disguises himself as an angel of light. So yeah, the false shepherd is the devil. I could be snarky about how I was right in the first video, but I already did that, so we're just going to move on now. We're then shown the Department of Temporal Phenomena, only this time the title has been changed to say The Death of Mark Heathcliff, before quickly glitching and then returning to the normal logo. This will come back later, but I think for some reason Mark is special. Like as we saw in Mandela Catalog Volume 1, thousands of children were kidnapped, and supposedly potentially millions of people throughout history have been killed by these alternates. However, I don't think all of them were in Mark's position, where an intruder stayed in his house for supposedly several years when he was a small child. So maybe there was something special about Mark, and maybe the Department of Temporal Phenomena having this logo switched over to him is an indicator of that. The Latin on the logo of Tempus Fugit and Implecti Intuitum, I know I pronounced that wrong, translates to time flies and embrace intuition. It says underneath that they were established in 1981 and then revised in 1990. This would be right before the first reported and current alternate outbreak. We don't have a lot of information on the department at this point. I don't know if they're a force of good or evil, but it seems they're in the know on what's going on, potentially before anyone else given the times that they were established. The department has a message that warns of the effects of analog technology and says that financial compensation will not be offered to the families of victims. This shows that the alternates were a very big problem around 1992, to the degree that a US department had to issue a statement saying they would not compensate the families. And to drive that matter home, the next message mentions the television and mirror destruction order. So the alternates are such a problem around 1992 that people are now ordered to destroy their TVs and any mirrors. As we know, alternates can make first contact through televisions and potentially even through mirrors, or at the very least they can torment you through mirrors. So as we see from that message, and more evidence we'll see in a little bit, it's pretty bad. The end credits begin as the song His Truth Is Marching On is heard in the background. Also, this isn't related to the analysis, but I just wanted to say, whenever I did the first Mandela catalog video, I was still figuring out the YouTube thing, and I'm still figuring out the YouTube thing, but especially so at that point. And I really loved the Mandela catalog then, and I've grown to love it even more now. It's just I think it's a great series, I think it's a unique take, and I really like what Alex is doing with it. So when I made that original video, I was excited that it did so well, and I was excited that Alex got traction and all of that. And then at the end credits of this video exhibition, he said special thanks to, and then my name was at the top. That was a huge deal to me at the time. I'm no expert on YouTube by any means, but I was especially novice then. Again, I was still recording with an iPhone. So to see a series that I respected so much and has so much care and effort put into it, put my name as the first special thanks, was really motivating and really meant a lot. And I just want to say, thank you, Alex. You don't know what that meant to me. Anyway, sappy stuff out of the way, we're moving on into the rest of the series. The next video in the upload schedule is Teaser, but I want to save that one for after Volume 2. So for now, let's jump into the Mandela Catalog, Volume 2. Volume 2 opens with the sound of a phone ringing as we see two FBI wanted posters, one for Adam Murray and the other for Jonah Marshall. It says that they are wanted by the FBI for connections to the Bythorn Paranormal Society, and it seems the FBI wants them enough that they've offered a $100,000 reward. The labels of their names then change to Victim 3 and Victim 4. Alright, so a few things to break down here. Victim 3 and Victim 4 is in reference to Mandela Catalog Volume 1, where we saw Mark Heathcliff and Cesar Torres. They were identified as Victims 1 and 2. As we know, both of them succumbed to the alternate attacks. And now seeing Adam and Jonah labeled as Victims 3 and 4, we could assume that they'll have the same fate, although we'll get to that in a minute. Another thing of note is that it says the two are related to the Bythorn Paranormal Society. In the earlier Mandela Catalog videos, Bythorn County is mentioned as being a county that has been affected by alternates and is in close proximity to Mandela County. So these two are from a nearby county and a part of the Paranormal Society, something that apparently is egregious enough that the FBI wants them arrested. The phone's then picked up and it's a call between the two boys and a girl. The girl says that she's been hearing the ghostly apparitions of her dead cat and that she wants the two boys to come over and help guide her cat into the afterlife. After the initial remarks that she's hearing her dead cat, Jonah remarks that it's a cat alternate, in a rather sarcastic tone. Alex's writing really begins to shine in Volume 2, and that's not to say I think it's necessarily improved, because I think the original episodes were fantastic. It's just that the material of Volume 2 and the episodes later on give him more of an opportunity to deepen his writing skills. But casual lines like what Jonas said, where he remarks that it's a cat alternate, shows the progression of the world that these characters are set in. We're going to see in just a minute that Adam and Jonah's story takes place in 2009. Over 16 years after the events of Volume 1. That means it's been 16 years since the initial alternate takeover and things like the television destruction order. So Adam and Jonah have simply grown up in a world where alternates exist. So whenever Jonah casually remarks that it is a cat alternate, it both goes to the humor of the series and the sadness that this is just the world they're used to. The two are hesitant about babysitting a ghost cat at first, until the girl offers them $500 a night. We're then taken to a GPS view as we see that Adam and Jonah are ready to begin their journey to this girl's home. While sitting in the vehicle, the two remark that the car won't start, and while debating their options, Jonah says that they could maybe steal another one. Before following up, it's not like anyone will call the cops here. This implies a couple things. For one, we know that Jonah and Adam are on the fringes of the law because of their association with the Bythorn Paranormal Society. It seems because of that and this line of stealing another car that the two are operating outside of the law in more ways than one. The note about it's not like anyone will call the cops here is interesting as well. In previous episodes of the Mandela Catalog, we see that the police are trained to not respond to any call that may have to do with an alternate. My interpretation of that line then is that the people simply do not trust the police because if you need them for an alternate encounter, they will not respond. Again, just clever world building being thrown into the dialogue. We then see a picture of Adam working on the car while wearing a Bythorn Paranormal Society jacket. Now, while it may not be a good idea to wear that jacket if you're wanted by the FBI for your association with the group, it is definitely a fantastic idea for you to wear that jacket through Alex's merch store, which is linked in the description. And no, he didn't ask me to do that or know that I'm doing that. I just think they're pretty cool. We then see from the following photographs that the two make their way into Mandela County. In the following footage, we hear the two having a conversation about alternates and the nature of their existence as they continue their journey, and eventually we get this shot of a cross on the side of the road. Just little touches like that. Fantastic. When the GPS remarks that they're 10 minutes from their destination, Jonah says that that's really helpful and that they didn't have to outlaw these. I doubt his face could appear on it. So, this relates back to the TV and mirror destruction order that was mentioned back in 1992, and we see the effects of that still last up until 2009. It seems that the two had never experienced a GPS before, and Jonah's remark of his face not being able to appear on the GPS relates back to the alternates appearing on television. So it seems not only television and mirrors, but anything with a screen has been outlawed, which it almost seems like maybe the bans were working. Because in the conversation we heard a couple minutes before, Adam suggests what if alternates aren't even real? But given the prevalence we saw in 1992, it would be hard for anyone to doubt their existence. Unless the bans actually worked and made it more difficult for alternates to interact with humanity. Meaning, while yeah, it does seem totalitarian that things like a GPS or TV screen are illegal, it seems to at least partially be doing the job if alternates are now called into question. The two then finally make it to the house, and once they get there, we see that this is the house of Caesar Torres. There was some debate on if this was Caesar or Mark's house, so I asked Alex for a little bit of a nudge just for like clerical stuff like this, and he confirmed to me that this is Caesar's house, which means a couple things. For one, this is not the house of a girl who called earlier saying that her cat needed help passing into the afterlife. While you could say perhaps she bought it after Caesar's death some 16 years ago, the house is not lived in, indicating that it's not hers, and two, and more importantly, the house is still infested. See, whenever we left Caesar's house, that's where Mark picked up the alternate that eventually led to his death. So now, Adam and Jonah arriving there is not good. They then begin their 3-day stay at the house, beginning with night 1 on January the 12th of 2009. Again, this is our confirmation that Volume 2 takes place 16 years after Volume 1. As the two set up cameras and take pictures of the house, they come across a locked door. Other than that, however, the house seems completely empty. Both of them are considering ditching the house because they don't seem to find anything interesting until a scream is heard. When this scream is heard, the GPS gives an error code of 333. To the best of my understanding, this code generally indicates the presence of an alternate. After this evidence of paranormal or more likely alternate presence, Adam becomes interested and wants to stay while Jonah suggests that they leave. So that night, on night 2, Adam goes inside of the house while Jonah waits outside and monitors the cameras. It's noted for this footage that exposure to the blank causes video corruption. Again, most likely alternate. Adam begins to use a spirit box to try to communicate to whatever's inside of the house. However, as he's doing this, Jonah, who is operating the radio, suddenly screams, indicating that Jonah sees something on the security cameras. However, this message continues to loop over and over. Adam believes that Jonah's just playing a game, and as he begins to get worried, the video glitches out. Again, an indication of an alternate present. It's then that a third voice joins in on the radio. The voice says, "I've been watching you," as Adam and Jonah each think that it's the other one trying to mess with them. Before the voice continues, "I can see you," and the screen abruptly cuts.
What are you saying exactly? Dude, that's not funny. What's not funny?
The video then cuts to another biblical cartoon. this one of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. Specifically, Adam's temptation to eat the apple. And as Adam begins to eat the apple, the serpent laughs to the side, happy that Adam has fell into temptation. This is so... We have Adam in our story, who is obsessed with these alternates. As soon as he hears the scream inside, he wants to go back inside. That's whenever he becomes interested, when there's actual danger present. And now, thanks to the message on the radio, we know that there's alternates there and that they have been watching Jonah and Adam. And this does nothing but get Adam more interested. He is obsessed with chasing the knowledge of what these alternates are. And that is shown as a parallel to the other Adam, the Adam in the garden, tasting of the forbidden fruit. I love that because in metaphysical awareness disorder, it says that the reason these people lose their mind and eventually end their life is because they have been exposed to knowledge which is not desired to be known. And Adam is now chasing that forbidden knowledge. He has to know what it means. And just as the other Adam chasing the fruit, it'll be his own demise. We then see a photo of where Adam is sleeping. And while it seems Adam's alone in this room, an alternate begins to speak to him. The alternate says, "You followed the shepherd. You are a fool. Follow my voice instead. You will find great happiness. Wake up, Adam. Don't make me wake the others." So I'm going to elaborate near the end of Volume 2 on why Adam's so important, but what this alternate tells Adam is interesting. A lot of people have taken that line that the alternate says, of "you follow the shepherd, you are a fool, follow me instead," to mean that there's two different factions of alternates who are warring against each other, and that they're vying for control over Adam. But I don't think that's true. Instead, I think that this is a false promise from an alternate who's promising to be better than the other alternates. Perhaps whenever the alternate says "you followed the shepherd," it's referring to the false shepherd, the ringleader of this whole circus. Or it could just mean the distractions and the forbidden fruit of the knowledge of the alternates themselves. Adam demanding to stay in the house in order to get more answers, even though it's very dangerous. Now, just as with the apple, the alternate is promising Adam great happiness if he just follows what he wants. That last line's the really interesting part. "Wake up, Adam, don't make me wake the others." And I'll get to what I think that means in just a second. We then see various pictures showing that something's moving throughout the house and opening doors, before Jonah says that Cam 3's out and asks Adam to go check it. When Adam leaves, an alternate appears in a flash of the camera and says, "Open your eyes," before perhaps the same or another alternate appears directly in front of the camera and begins to speak in garbled tongues. If you have your captions turned on, right after this alternate...
Hey sexy, how you been?
Shit. You let me play with that. I feel bad so you know the children.
It's done speaking, the text says, "Patients report multiple sleepless nights after their symptoms initially become apparent. It is not difficult to avoid, however. The patient must try to actively seek it out." This has to be in reference to MAD. Again, this disorder that makes people become depressed and lose themselves to the alternates, which is described as exposure to knowledge which is not wished to be known. I believe that whenever Adam leaves the room and this alternate appears in front of the camera and gives this entire garbled speech, that whatever this alternate is saying is the knowledge which is not wished to be known. Which is why immediately after it says it, we get an explanation on MAD. What's really interesting is that mention that it is not difficult to avoid and the patient has to seek it out. Now perhaps this is relating to everyone who has MAD, and everyone who is attacked by an alternate or given the knowledge by the alternate slowly begins to want to know that knowledge, and that's what it means by seek it out. Or it could be a reference to people like Adam specifically, and I'll elaborate on that in a second. We then cut back to the pictures that are being shared between the two on the cameras within the house, and we see an image numbered 333, which is blank
So
with
is this
several
king
question
also
marks.
going mad?
Again, 333 being a reference to an alternate encounter. At this point, Adam is refusing to leave the house, while Jonah is terrified outside. So Jonah and Adam begin to communicate to each other through the descriptions of these images. Jonah says, "Adam, why didn't you come back to the car after you tried talking to it?" Before continuing that he knows Adam is looking at these pictures and reading what Jonah's saying. Adam replies and says that the door that was once locked is now opened and he can hear the cat downstairs. We hear the cat continuing to meow as Adam takes a picture of writing on the wall which says, "Nothing is worth the risk." This being a reference to the police tape stating that nothing is worth the risk of an alternate encounter. The two then confront each other, and Ty and Gabriel killed the voice acting on this. I'll leave their Twitters in the description as well. Everyone gets description links this video. But the argument they have is brutal and they each act like it. Adam is almost snarky, nearly mocking Jonah for being afraid of the situation. But Jonah is horrified of what's going on and tries to inform Adam that Adam is an immortal and one of these days he's going to get himself killed. Through the conversation, it seems like both of them have been personally affected by the alternate invasion.
You're not invincible, okay? I know you thought that when we started doing these fucking death marches, and nothing happened, and I get it, but this right here is real, and you should know that more than anybody!
During the argument, Jonah gets heated and says to Adam, "I wish we never looked for your blank because she's dead and gone." Adam becomes furious at this as Jonah continues and says that if he walks down those stairs, he would be joining her, and that if somehow Adam comes back, it wouldn't really be Adam. With this, Jonah drives away and leaves Adam at Caesar's house. So what did Jonah mean by that? "I wish we never looked for her, and you'd be joining her if you go down those stairs." Well, this will be shown with evidence in just a minute, but I'll go ahead and tell you now that Adam was the child who was kidnapped by the intruder in Intruder Alert. If you'll remember in that video, we saw an intruder appeared in the TV, kidnapped the child, and then, distraught at the sight of her missing infant, the mother took her own life. Adam was that child who went missing. Now we'll get answers to how all of that happened in just a minute. But what's interesting about that now is the implications and why the alternates talk to Adam in the way that they do. See, whenever I first watched Intruder Alert, I just assumed that those children were long gone. You know, theoretically, if a demon was to kidnap, what was it, like over 3,000 children? The fate of the children is dubious at best. However, that doesn't seem to be the case, as Adam is not only alive, but seems to have no memory of his encounter with an alternate, at least as far as we know. See, these alternates are different when it comes to Adam. And everything that we saw with Caesar and Mark and even Jonah, the alternates are hostile. They're trying to get you to be afraid. That seems to be their only objective, to get someone to remove themselves from the picture so that they can take their place. But with Adam, they're not trying to get him with a spirit of fear, they're trying to get him with the spirit of temptation. As the alternate told Adam, "Follow my voice, you will find great happiness here." The alternate told Adam to wake up and then said, "Don't make me wake the others." If you'll remember, Adam was not the only child who was kidnapped by an alternate. Again, there was over 3,000. So, did Adam forget something? Was there something that the alternate trained him to do or told him that he's lost sight of and now it wants him to wake up? And is Adam potentially one of thousands of sleeper agents who have the same information? And as the alternate says, he could wake the others. That's also what I meant in the caption about metaphysical awareness disorder, where it says that it's not difficult to avoid and that the patient must try to actively seek it out. Is that referring to people in Adam's condition, people who were kidnapped by alternates at a young age? Because if you'll realize, at no point in all of this was Adam afraid. Even though, quite naturally, as was Jonah's reaction, fear would be the natural reaction. But instead, Adam's stoic. He's more curious than anything. Maybe it's just because he's familiar with him, even if he's not really aware of it. It's also for this reason I do not think Jonah was kidnapped as a child. Again, it lines up that 16 years ago, Adam would have been a baby, and assumedly, Jonah would be in the same position. However, if Jonah was kidnapped at a young age, I imagine the alternates would treat him like Adam, instead of how we see they treat him in just a minute. So Adam is different. Adam's special, and now he's alone in the house with these alternates who he refuses to leave as Jonah's trying to get away. Adam then walks to the bottom of the staircase and sees a television with a cat on the screen. This is indicating that there never was a cat, and it was simply the alternate within the television mimicking one. The camera then cuts and we see that our new angle is from the ground. It seems that Adam is sitting in the floor staring at the television. In front of him is the face of the intruder. This is the same intruder who all those years ago kidnapped Adam from his family. Adam asks, "What are you?" And if you have your subtitles on, you can see that the intruder responds, "You don't remember me?" before scenes from the series and faces begin to flash. We then cut to a conversation with the spirit box, as it seems Adam is now just talking to the alternates in this basement. The alternate asks, "What have you done?" And Adam replies, "I did the right thing." I think Adam...
Oh shit, are we defending?
Yeah. I'll be a B. Show my Game Boy. It is.
One of them's mid.
Nice. I got shit on.
Let's go, fellas.
B. I didn't even see him. I got jump scared. Nice. Pick up that guy's gun. Pick up that guy's gun. It's on the ground. You walk over it.
Gear up. We're going in. Decoys out.
There's two people in Palace. Two in Palace. That's right. He planted it in the open.
Defusing.
Good work.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win. Remove any doubts in your head. It's us or them. Deploying flashbang.
killed 3 people that round.
I did not see any people.
Nice.
I at least still have my gun though. I didn't die for once. That's all I can say.
That's good. We take those.
I'm gonna shank yo bitch ass.
Let's go.
That's so mean.
You threatened me.
Incendiary.
Shit. God damn.
Oh, shit. You keep dying like that. Staring the guy in the face, and he gets the shot off first.
Throwing flashbang.
And you're holding at that angle.
My reaction time is slow.
Kayla Duck's calling you out in my chat.
What I do?
He said, she really said, I'm gonna get off, and then she's here. But like, you did get off Alex.
Okay, well now I feel bad. It was because you said you didn't want to play.
It's alright. You don't have to feel bad about children.
Yeah, fuck kids.
Fuck them kids.
Move it, move it.
He said, BS, I never said anything of the sort.
What?
I said I was down to play SC Go. Well, we're playing CS Go, so it's not the same. You're putting words in my mouth. I'm not putting any words in your mouth. Don't talk to me like that.
What did he say?
He said stop putting words in your mouth. Duck, I'll let you know if we end up needing a 5th, which is possible. She's putting words in her mouth.
Who's putting words in your mouth?
You, I think.
Are you streaming?
Yeah.
My bad. You should have disclosed that.
I'm like always live.
Come on, chop, chop.
Okay, maybe have a personal life? I don't know.
Don't
Don't let your
motherfucker.
viewers see everything? What?
In front of you on the boxes.
Where on the box?
Grenade out.
Behind them. Stop aiming at them.
That guy gets to ADS though.
I think one of them were under. Does he have? See how he see how he almost died since he was CS? Oh my god, bro, this guy's CS so bad. CS, go, go, go. I believe in you. Pull out a gun.
Throwing fire. Laying down smoke.
Damn. I think he killed 4 people. I saw him kill at least 3.
I feel bad now.
Bye, Doc.
We're done though.
I don't know, he said see you later. I'm thinking I should put my
Let's move out.
webcam in a different spot. What do you think?
Yeah, put it in your mom's bed.
There you go. I was thinking more like on top of my other monitor, because then when I look at chat, I'm looking at the camera as well.
Fuck chat.
they over here or are they at B? Hello?
I don't know.
Good.
I
good
died
talk.
from mid.
Duck says if she feels bad about not playing with me, tell her don't because I don't care. I don't think she. I don't know if she feels bad.
Are we rushing in? Or are we going sneaky beaky like?
Sneaky beaky. Kinda sad that didn't hit you.
That's fucked up.
Alright, watch Palace. On the Grand Palace. Nice. Euler's sword lord. So gourd.
Just kill myself. Little.
76534.
Watch out. These boys have got a bit of an arsenal and they don't mind using it.
I have 12 HP.
What you doing?
Lagging like a motherfucker.
Much. Talking to my cat, motherfucker.
I know.
Come here.
Oh, sod it. Throwing flashbang. Flashbang.
You saw one. Ooh, you're not playing fast enough. Oh my god, you're dog shit.
Remember, this isn't the killing house anymore. This is real life.
Item 57 in the corner here.
Deploying flashbang. Bomb has been planted.
They plant a B.
Throwing flashbang.
No, it's planted there. Last one probably on site.
Terrorists win.
Rip.
I'm not bottom frag though.
Nice. Custom culture is. Hit a deagle this round.
Move it, son.
Kayla.
I don't want to talk about that one.
Oh, honey. Did you see that spray?
Sorry, had my headset off.
Go, go, go.
Hey, there's a guy mid, Matt.
Oh, well, I thought you would have known. Were you not sitting at the door? I thought you were telling yourself when I didn't get it at first.
Hey, dude, I don't think they're over there. He's riding in the corner. Not that corner. I guess you're just gonna save this round. What is your plan? Why is their team playing like they have to crawl to site?
I don't think they get it that it's unlimited time.
That there's a bomb.
door.
Let's go.
Throwing fire.
One of our teammates flashed me, and then I got one tapped while I was flashed.
I still don't recognize grenades when they're thrown in.
Why does this person have a submachine gun?
Let him buy it.
Bomb has been planted.
35, 34, 33, 32, 31, 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17. I was so wrong. But also, while our teammates were once again walking to site, like they had plenty of time.
Oh, I'm about to brag again.
Oh, I'm hot. Right?
I wonder where the guy with the scarf. What? Yes, sure.
Sure.
I don't know what we're talking about.
I said, oh, heck yeah, I'm hot.
Yes, you are.
I don't want to be here. Bag it up. 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 Just go to the team.
I'm out for what? Fuck me need time out.
Counter-terrorists win.
Oh, I thought we had a team.
Did you see that guy completely stomp me? And then also you?
Yeah. I saw him, but I couldn't exactly shoot away.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
You need a time out?
No. I don't know who called it. I said no.
Someone's mid.
Ammo management be like, yo, look at that body hanging off them stairs. Our team is bad.
I know. I'm proud of our team.
Let's go. Let's go.
I like how you dancing with it.
It is going to explode.
Got fucked up. Can I shoot you?
Yes. You could theoretically kill me. Wait a minute. Let's talk about this.
Let's go, my brothers.
Your guy's hot.
I tell you.
Oh, I thought you were talking about you.
No. I would never talk about myself like that.
I fucking can't with my life.
I did 64 to lucky passed. There's a full team alive. I mean, like, it's too late. Like, I don't know what you're gonna do now. That was actually kind of funny.
Match point. Where would it?
Match point, and I'm towards the motherfucker.
I can bite you.
Too late. I have a pistol.
Be safe. Let's go, my friends.
I'll just follow you.
And you know I die all the time, so.
Kill you. I can take
Or
you right now.
I could just drop you my gun, like I offered.
No.
Fuck you, me. You just off threatened to kill me.
Hey, your teammate's leaving.
Okay, yeah, but the bomb is still there.
Two.
I got most deaths. Alright, I gotta get off.
Okay.
I didn't.
Is vaguely aware that he was kidnapped by these alternates, but he doesn't remember whatever it is they want him to remember. He's not afraid of them. As a matter of fact, it seems he's made an active effort to fight against them. And I assume that's what the line of questioning means when the alternates ask, "What have you done?" and Adam says, "I did the right thing." In other words, turning from whatever they wanted him to do into the exact opposite. However, he doesn't remember the alternate directly. This raises the question, what is it that the alternates wanted with these kids? See, initially in Intruder Alert, I just assumed it was in order to make the parent distraught and the kids were just kind of a side effect of that. But it seems now they have some greater plan in mind. But whatever plan it was, Adam forgot, and now he won't wake up. Other voices of victims from throughout the series begin to say that nobody is coming to help you. and no one knows where you are. As they say this, Adam begins to try to radio Jonah and ask where he is. We then cut back to the TV as it displays the message, "Do you understand?" I think whenever the alternates began to threaten Adam by saying no one knows where you are and no one's going to help you, that they were actually talking about Jonah. I think that the alternates have bigger plans for Adam, and this would explain why after saying that, Adam immediately begins to think of Jonah. We then cut to Jonah, who is sobbing to himself as he's driving away, as text from the GPS begins to appear saying you left him behind, along with who are you running from? You left him to die. And finally, open your eyes. Jonah seems to be scared as he's screaming and crying over whatever this entity is. It seems that after leaving Caesar's house and not having the same mark of protection as Adam, Jonah took an alternate with him, explaining its corruption and presence now in the GPS, indicated by the error code 333. And then in our final shot of the video, we see that Jonah's car is parked on the side of the road as we hear a door open and seemingly the noise of Jonah being attacked. Now Jonah's name is symbolic as well. A lot of people think of Jonah as being the man who was swallowed by the big fish or the whale, and then the whale threw him up 3 days later. And while that's true, what a lot of people don't realize is why Jonah got to that position in the first place. See, in the biblical story of Jonah, Jonah was told by God to go to a city known as Nineveh and to preach the word of God. Jonah instead tries to run away from God and gets on a boat heading the opposite direction. It's while running away from his responsibilities that a great storm comes, which causes the men to blame Jonah and eventually throw him into the sea. While thrown into the sea, that's when the great fish swallows him and then takes him to Nineveh before throwing him up on the shore. So just as the biblical Jonah ran away from his responsibilities and was swallowed by a whale, it seems that this Jonah ran away from Adam and was swallowed by a whale in his own right. I think that Jonah is probably dead. I'm not positive on that. There's a chance that he's not. However, that end scene and the sound of him being attacked outside of the car alone on the side of the road at night is probably not good. And as I mentioned, Jonah does not have the same protection as Adam had. And if you'll remember, once alternates have taken physical form, they can pretty much do whatever they want. So it seems that perhaps an alternate took a physical form and then stowed away in Jonah's car as he traveled home. Again, Jonah could show up later, but for now my prediction is that he didn't make it. They don't have the same care for him as they do Adam. And because they were at Caesar's house, the alternate that killed Jonah could very well have been Caesar. Not that it necessarily matters, just interesting speculation. And on that note, I think that Adam is almost definitely alive. I don't think the alternates killed him in the basement of that house. They want him to wake up, not to replace him. I think the final message that we see Adam receives, the TV saying, "Do you understand?" is the alternates trying to remind Adam of his given purpose. Whatever kind of indoctrination they did to Adam and the other children they abducted is for some reason not as effective on Adam, and I think everything we see at the end of Volume 2 is them trying to wake him up. I fear that whatever the alternates wanted for Adam might have worked, because the teaser, if you'll remember the video I skipped over earlier to go straight to Volume 2, is of Adam praying to our Savior, and this audio is immediately followed up with by an intruder alert. So maybe this teaser happens after the events of Volume 2. And maybe Adam succumbed to his indoctrination. That's more so just speculation. The only thing I'm for sure is that Adam's alive at the end of the story, and Jonah's probably not. And with that, we can continue through the rest of the series. The next video is a short titled MyMovie.mp4. It is made to look like a cheesy at-home ghost caught on tape video, before it cuts to random shots of dark hallways and creepy bedrooms. Soccer Game 2009 is the same way, as it's still photos of the Mandela Meerkats versus the Bythorn Badgers. I guess camera flip shows are not illegal in this universe. Before we cut to what has to be illegal video of a dark yard as well as a dark room with the camera zooming in and out as if the recorder sees something. It also should be noted that this footage is set.
Remember, this isn't the killing house anymore. This is real life.
Okay guys, hear me out. CS but paintball.
CS what? Apps, oh my god. Looks like an app send. Oh, you're cracked. One more.
Last one's there. He's right there. Okay.
Jesus Christ, where'd he come from?
Let's move out. Grenade out.
Nothing apps.
Right here, Palace.
Smoke.
And default.
Oh man, oh man.
Sandwich.
You're better.
It's alright, hey, well, get some guys, we'll be alright. Think about it, you just gotta click on their head, right?
Oh, I've been doing it wrong.
Yeah, I just realized that.
You guys want to hang out sometime?
Yeah.
We are hanging out. What do you mean?
Yeah, we're hanging out right now. What do you mean? We've been doing it for a while.
Throwing a grenade.
Ain't no motherfucker mid.
I hit one, apps.
One chill A for a moment.
I think I hit one apps, I don't know. I think I did.
Ooh, two of them sewer.
I'm underpass right now.
The bomb's on mid.
Alright, we're coming.
Bomb down, it's a trap.
Was it lower? Is it sewers or whatever?
Underpass.
Right underneath the window.
Sounds like we might be flipping it back.
I'm telling you right now, this guy's better than all of us.
Commander Cucumber?
Where'd he go?
Hey, just hold the site, make him plant. Or hold both sites and make him plant.
You already know where he's at.
He's Palace?
Someone hop on.
I'm defusing the bomb.
Good job.
Oh, gee, you already know.
Good plays.
I knew it.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
He's gonna say I'm hacking.
Why don't you hack so we can fucking win a game one day?
We're gonna win. We're gonna win right now. We've been playing for years. I'm telling you, we've won more games than this.
We've been playing for 5 years. I'm silver 3.
Yeah.
For 5 days, and I'm unranked.
I've been playing for probably like 10 years at this point, maybe. But I was in my prime, you know what they say. I'm gonna go A. I'll watch mid.
He's mid for sure. They're mid for sure.
He's zooming in. He's aiming in. Should I peek it? No balls me. Alright. He's got scout. Don't peek. Maybe we get it.
We got bomb. Top mid. I see it flickering.
I'm cracked. He's hit for 68.
I'm just staring at bomb.
Oh my god, we're fucking good. I'll hold mid. I got the AVP.
This is definitely apps.
Yeah, they're going B for sure this round.
I told you I'm going A all day.
Oh wow, he's good. He's one mid.
Throwing smoke.
There actually is one in here too.
There's an op there.
He's underpass.
He's scoping in mid. Bombs down sewer.
Throwing flashbang.
I'm looking top mid.
B. Here's 2B. No, he lied. The underpass.
Let him get the ace. Let him get the ace.
He shot at me. He looked at me funny. Anyone want the Zop? Or am I taking it?
I'll redeem myself, yeah, here.
Utility on A.
Laying down smoke.
One's palace.
I'm gonna come to CT stairs.
Still on palace. I tagged him in palace with a op.
Tetris.
43 Tetris.
Just back him up, I can help you.
Last one's A stairs.
Oh fuck. He's at whatever the fuck. God, I'm trash. Jesus Christ. Sorry guys, don't take this fucking thing from me.
No, you got it.
Alright, you're right, I got this. You're right, watch this. Oh, like you're literally...
Move it, son. Throwing smoke. Laying down smoke.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
Hey,
Where
it's
are
me.
you?
I got that's my buddy in Discord. I guess he can hear me through his mic.
There's like 3 of them underpass.
Oh, no way!
Bomb apps.
Oh, I got one through the wall bang. That was pretty sweet.
Bonehead should be hit 60.
2 mid.
Hey, I'm still up here. Are you still last one's cat?
It's a little cute little knife.
Remember, this is bandit country. Shoot everything that moves. Incendiary. Throwing fire. Smoke.
Shit from underpass, I think.
Throwing flashbang.
Yeah, they're. Yeah, I think they only have pistols.
I'm coming, oh god.
He's in jungle, I think. Another one.
We have bomb now. Guido does.
Bomb's in here.
Good job.
Shoot the window for me.
Yes, sir.
Incendiary out.
Palace. With an op.
Got him.
I got nothing A. I got nothing B.
Come on, chop chop. Grenade.
Mid. Maybe just a warning flash.
We're not underpass.
Underpass again.
I could go
Yeah,
around
it's
and try to
underpass.
get him.
Yeah, push apps if you can.
They're coming B. Or they're rotating, I think. They're coming B.
Are you in apps?
Yeah, I got bomb B in apps.
One's palace.
That's one's palace.
I'll look down long apps.
I'm sitting chair mid. I think you rotate through T-spawn.
Counter-terrorists win. Gear up. We aren't going. Throwing fire.
Smokes A.
Deploying flashbang.
They're lurking lower. They're going down. There's one more coming under. Noise, noise, noise.
Purple, do you need to buy?
He's good.
Go, go, go. Throwing fire.
Too bad it's in there, yellow.
Flashbang.
Fucking.
Incendiary out.
One's behind car. They're all B. I hit a few of them.
Bomb has been planted. Deploying flashbang. Smoke. Throwing a grenade.
Oh!
Throwing smoke.
Look at it, look at it.
Hey, that motherfucker still didn't kill me. The bomb did.
Watch out. These boys have got a bit of an arsenal and they don't mind using it. Smoke.
Oh!
Throwing a grenade.
Oh!
Throwing smoke.
They're coming hard, they're coming hard, they're coming hard. Oh, fuck! One's bench.
Planning.
Grenade out.
Left side, left side, left side.
Oh my god, I got him, we're good. Get that, get that, get that. Oh, I got it. Dude, fucking Scout's OP, bro.
Counter-terrorists win.
Maybe you're OP.
Oh my god, stop.
Action A.
One's palace.
Roger, one palace.
No longer palace.
Can't go down. Oh my god, we're cracked.
Two scanners. Touches. A stairs, A stairs.
Oh my god.
One left.
In the toe, bro.
Nice kill.
Ops only.
Scouts are cool though, right?
They're gonna wish they were never born.
Well, it's an A stack, right? Very well.
Incendiary.
That guy's going through.
One disconnector.
One's in
I
palace.
flamed him. He's burning in hell.
Last one palace.
I got his rotate, don't worry.
Throwing flashbang. Laying down smoke. Grenade out.
I wanted to. I wanted to be in there so bad.
Homie had no clue where he got shot from. I think we just punch out A. Or we gotta. Alright, B spawn, we can just punch out A.
Let's do the cinnamon swirl.
Have you ever cinnamon swirled?
Let's do it. I'll follow. What do we do?
We go B to under to mid to T to A.
Okay.
And you don't stop running.
Don't stop. Can't stop, won't stop. We're going, we're going.
Purple, where you going? Purple!
He's a little baked.
That's okay, me too.
We gotta go palace, we gotta go palace.
I have no idea where you guys are at.
Absolutely OP.
I mean, what do you even do against that?
Oh my god.
One down, one stairs.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I didn't stop running that whole time. I literally held W. I literally had to. I didn't stop running. That was badass.
You're welcome.
But the
It only works. It only works once. Can't do it again.
They're kind of going under, man. I don't know.
I think we can hit it again, but we can do it later.
I think they're gonna be waiting. They're gonna fuck them up mid right here.
Tag. Let's go, cat.
He's down, cat. Cyber's nest.
Bastards hit 27 in market.
Alright, cinnamon swirl. I like that. Let's do it again. We gotta hit that again. They're not gonna expect that shit. They don't think we have the audacity to do that again.
I'm right behind you.
Alright, here we go.
Purple stain line.
Hey, he's with us, he's with us. I'll even leave with the scout because I'm so confident. They're coming up. There's one here, dude! Go, 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 go! Now go B, now go B, go B, go B. Let's fucking change it up. Actually, no, you're right, let's go. No, you're right, let's keep going. Stick to the plan. I have 1 HP. Should we turn around and go B?
We got plenty of time.
Let's go B, let's go B, let's go B, let's go B.
One of them just killed the other, so I think maybe if we just hang out, they'll fall out and fight him. We didn't know.
These guys have no idea where the fuck you even planted it.
This shit's funny as fuck.
Just sitting in the corner.
He jumped out top mid.
Get ready. It is going to explode.
No, no! Let's just do a little rushy poo. Rushy poo A, just go. Everyone throw a smoke.
Can go mid.
If you're going A, just throw a smoke.
We must move. Smoke. 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 Smoke.
There's a homie right there.
I thought you had it, bro. I'm sorry. I thought you had it. Let me get it. Alright, let's be respectable gentlemen. Let's do deegs. Let's do some deegs. There you go.
We will defeat the mercenaries.
Oh, I thought I got him, damn it. One's B.
Oh, one's jungle.
Flashback. Blessing. I'm throwing a flashback. Bomb has been planted.
One's fun.
Hey, I said GG. You have to win. You have to win. I said GG. Oh, okay.
Counter-terrorists win.
McGibbs.
Poor as fuck.
Auto.
Look at me rocking a pistol.
We must move.
Oh.
That's an awfully hot coffee pot.
Think you won't.
It was a walk.
He's right under me at A.
Or is he under whatchamacallit? I can spray him.
Please, firebox. Yeah, he's under.
GG's, boy. GG, boys.
Said to have taken place on September the 23rd of 2009. That would mean that this is occurring 9 months after the events of Volume 2. These two shorts are just people who are having their own creepy encounters off to the side, because if you'll remember, this whole alternate thing is happening everywhere at once. So these two shorts further flesh out the world and show us that even though we're focusing on a few specific characters at a time, everyone's being affected by the alternate invasion. And these people who are paranoid of things going bump in the middle of the night have good reason to be. So now that we've seen in the year 2009 things are still going bad for pretty much everyone, let's rewind the clock back to 1992 and get a bit more information on how this all happened. And we'll do that with the last large episode of the series at the moment, Mandela Catalog Volume 333. 333 opens with a view of a neighborhood that slowly zooms in until we see the house from Intruder Alert. Also, I'm so happy with watching this series develop. Like, the original Mandela Catalog videos were done on a phone, just Alex editing them by himself. And now we've got 3D assets, and there's this overall world building and character development. By the time the series is done, we're gonna have to go to a theater to watch it. I'm so impressed. We then hear a mother named Lynn comforting a crying baby before she calls someone named Jude. Lynn says she can't get the baby to stop crying, and Jude begins to ask if it's the blank before Lynn says that it's been unplugged. Again, this being an implication.
Nobody, do you play CS? I think you should. I think it's a good game.
Of the TV, meaning that the TV has caused the child to be afraid, to the degree that the mother had to unplug it. We then see from recently filed divorce papers that these two are Jude and Lynn Murray. If you'll remember, Adam's name is Adam Murray, meaning that we are now viewing the story of Adam's parents, and Adam is the child crying in the background of this video. The date of the divorce is August 29th, 1992. This is within a week of Mark's torment at the hands of the alternates. As the parents continue to discuss their child, again Adam, we see the reflection of a television through someone's eye. As the reflection continues to flip through channels, we're then given the title card of 333. We're then taken to a news report from April the 4th of 1992. The promotion is of a Lieutenant Thatcher Davis and Sergeant Ruth Weaver. Davis, if you'll remember, was the police officer who was heading the investigation into Mark Heathcliff. We see during this speech for the Mandela County Sheriff's Department that Davis promises to do right by the people. We're then taken to a phone call from a school receptionist who is calling the police, specifically Davis, to tell them that Mark Heathcliff has been missing school for several days. This causes Davis to check out Mark's residence, and the body of Mark is found. Davis begins to take evidence from the crime scene. We see several of the effects of Mark's torment in the evidence that follows. There are shell casings all over the bed, implying that he was shooting at something, potentially trying to kill the alternates, but as we know, that wouldn't work. Here's a little hairball theory. I don't think this is legit, but I feel pretty confident in everything I've said so far, so I need at least one weird conspiracy theory to throw me off my game. What if the shell casings and the 6-day discrepancy regarding his death date and the alternate that appeared before him as an intruder when he was a child are all connected? And again, the 6-day discrepancy could just mean it was 6 days before they found him, so they just marked the time of death as the day they got there, which would be a little weird, but I digress. But what if for some reason the alternates wouldn't let him die for a while? What if the shell casings weren't being used on the alternates but on himself? Again, just a crazy theory. Moving on for now. Along with the shell casings, we see that the TV is playing static and there is a video recorder on top of it. Along with that, we also see a Bible as well as a book that reads Reassurances with God Bless All written in the title. We then cut back to the police department where Sergeant Ruth is telling Davis that he should just let the case go because he's demoted and doesn't need to worry about it anymore. However, Davis feels invested in this case and keeps digging. We then see that there were 2 sets of fingerprints within Mark's room. One of those is Mark, which makes sense, but the other one is of this person, whose fingerprints were only found on the doorknob. Is this the alternate that eventually took Mark's place? I would say it's Caesar because he's wearing a bow tie as we saw in the image of Caesar from Volume 1, or more specifically Caesar's alternate, but it doesn't quite look like him. I think, given that it looks more like Mark as well as the shading over the face, that this is Mark's alternate, which after Mark died, then took.
Let's have at it, mates. Incendiary.
Might have B.
Throwing a grenade. Smoke.
Bench.
Take for 88. Back up.
Good job. We're gonna have that.
Right, lads. We're on. Deploying flashbang.
One of them, right?
Catwalk.
On him at the top cat.
My bad, misclick.
Let's have it, lads. Throwing fire. Laying down smoke. Throwing smoke. Incendiary out. Grenade out. Grenade.
Hey, one's by me.
Flashbang.
I don't see gaming too, by the way.
Top mid.
One pushed up.
Throwing fire.
Yeah, he still can't. Top me. At the op.
There's 2 in apartments.
One's B.
1 apps, 1
Two B.
bench.
What make him cat was? Definitely cat. One's cat, he's on. Can someone buy me? Thank you.
For Queen and Country, men.
Movement top mid.
Slow walk, slow walk, slow walk.
One was smoked
there,
out. They
60.
smoked out.
One's mid, one's mid.
I think it's a fake B. They smoked out snipers.
Yeah, one's
watch
mid.
watch their push through connector.
Another one top.
Remove any doubts in your head. It's us or them. Laying down smoke.
I think one of them upstairs. Top mid, op.
Throwing flashbang.
2 ops mid. 3 mid, 3 mid.
He scared me.
Grenade out.
He's take for 70 top mid.
That's right.
They're gonna wish they were never born.
Bombs down top.
Incendiary.
Acers. It's an A push, I think.
Bombs down top mid.
One more still for me.
Push me, cut it.
They should have just hung up. The Deeg.
Move it, move it.
B. Oh.
A.
Starbuck. Planted.
Throwing smoke. Watch out. These boys have got a bit of an arsenal and they don't mind using it. Decoys out. Smoke!
Flash A. Palace, palace. 2.
Grenade out.
He's pushing under palace.
Palace with a.
Palace.
Jesus fuck. This is my last game. Not having a good game.
These fellas are gonna regret waking up this morning.
No, 2 and 9.
Flash B.
A.
Take on site. One's for 91, one's for 88.
1 apps, 1 on site B.
One was mid with an
Planting.
op.
Van and bench. Top.
I should've just booked it underneath. It's the only way I get out of that.
Let's go. flashbang.
Top mid. Top mid's tag 15.
Deploying flashbang.
Catwalk. He has bomb.
Here. Top mid, actually. Right side. In lab.
CT. He's going to be watching it.
Move it, son. Grenade out.
Smoke
sounds
A.
like A. One might be top mid.
One's can't take for 28.
Might have been a fake A.
Pallet. Ultra deep. Okay.
Should I save or should I pick this shit up?
Save.
Go, go, go. Throwing fire.
Util A. Tetris. Tetris Palace. Palace has bomb, drop down.
Flashbang. Deploying flashbang.
Take mid.
Yeah, mid. He's on A side. Might be Tetris. Or sandwich. Sound class? Yeah, sandwich.
Tagged. 80.
There's a sniper up mid.
He pushed. Last guy's tagged.
Buy up, boys.
Come on, chop chop. Laying down smoke. Incendiary out.
Say it again.
Out. Throwing fire.
I hear one palace. Coming ramp. Flash.
Ooh, 72 on the guy.
That's
Palace up.
Connector. With auto.
He's palace. He's leaving, he's leaving. Oh, good job.
I'm defusing the bomb. Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
Alright, boys, let's win this half.
Yeah, naturally we're terrorists.
What?
Yeah, my father's responsible for the hijacking of the plane that hit 9/11.
He's Osama?
The towers. Yeah, my dad's Osama bin Laden, exactly.
Hey, man.
I'm a natural born terrorist.
I'm sorry about Obama then.
Yeah, don't worry about him.
What are you complaining
He's
about?
gonna
This is
get what
mother.
he gets. Market.
In market.
Market, two of them.
He's defusing.
Good job.
Good job. Good round, boys.
Allahu Akbar.
Connector. Connector and one's coming out. Can't, so you're gonna have two connector.
You have a smoke?
must move. Smoke!
There's gonna be a smoke top mid.
Flashback. Smoke! Burn!
Connector.
I'm throwing smoke.
Take for two. On cam.
Throwing fire.
I might have been
Hey, one lower.
Terrorists win. So that we may be free. Smoke!
One jungle. Watch CT.
You're there, but they're just still hung out on that corner. Like it wasn't gonna get you killed.
We shall rule the day. Decoy!
Slow walk, slow walk, slow walk, slow walk, slow walk.
I'm throwing a flashback.
Go, go, go.
I'm throwing.
One's by benches.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's so weird. One of them pushed apartments alone. I don't know, man. So weird.
Terrorists win. Come on, let's go. Smoke.
One stairs.
One's on stairs. One's jungle, one's on stairs.
Terrorists win.
I just wanted a real gun.
Take care of yourself. I'm throwing smoke.
Let's just push B site. Go.
Go, rush.
Van's tagged.
Flanking from that back out. One arch.
Planting the bomb.
Plant the bomb, plant.
I was trying to do a fake plant.
Apartments.
Apps, behind you, yeah.
I tried, guys.
It's okay.
I thought he was gonna push me.
Yeah, I thought he would have been further out as well.
Let's go, my brothers. Flashback. Smoke.
Watch cat.
He's watching apartments, so he's off.
Grenade.
Bench. Scoped it.
Let's go. I'm throwing smoke. I'm throwing flashback. Burn. Smoke. I'm throwing a grenade. I am planting the bomb. Bomb has been planted.
One cat, one jungle.
Oh, it's bedtime. That's how you can tell. It's 'cause I'm
Jungle.
shit now.
And watch connector.
GG.